Chapter 192. So you looked straight into the food city and took the escalator to the second floor. Qinzhe followed her. Qin Baobao and the man were a few steps behind. Qin Baobao glared at her brother's back and wanted to kill him with her eyes. Huang Yizong had seen Qinzhe on TV, but he had no impression of him. The president was busy with sex every day. How could he remember a strange man? The president's eyes were glued to Su Yu's attractive buttocks. TSK, this woman's quality was excellent. In the hall of Baiki Garden, long or square black crystal glass tables were regularly placed. The guests talked loudly, tasted the food, and enjoyed the comfort before the end of the day. Waiters came and went with plates. When they entered, the greeter at the door greeted them with a smile. "Are the four of you together? Have you made a reservation?" Su shook her head and said softly, "Two of you booked room 7. Please come with me." The waitress's smile was impeccable. At this time, Qinzhe heard the man behind him talking to another waitress. "I booked room 12. Qinzhe had never eaten in Baiki Garden. Shanghai was so big. Even if he was a local, it was impossible to eat all the famous restaurants. The taste of local dishes was sweet. The common cooking methods were braising, simmering, and sugar, which was similar to the taste in Suzhou. Because Qin Ma was from Zhejiang province, people there didn't like to use sugar. Qinzhe and Qin Baobao were raised by Qin Ma since they were young. They had always been indifferent to sweet local dishes. "I saw this week's income. You don't seem to be very good at short selling." Su asked the waitress to serve the dishes according to her favorite menu. Originally, she handed the menu to Qinzhe, but Qinzhe said it was up to him. "My dad said that I have a good view of the overall situation, but I tend to make mistakes in the details. This is called being cautious about big things and casual about small things." Qinzhe drank kasha tea, which was free of charge. The average return is 85%. If you don't blindly manipulate the short term, your report card will look even better. Since you can't do it in the short term, why don't you avoid it? Su sat dignified and smiled elegantly. If you don't experience failure, how can you sum up your experience? Qinzhe's answer made Su's smile stiff. The meaning of this kid's words is to use the company's funds to practice? As long as it was profitable on the whole and had a high return, the tuition fee would be considered a benefit from the company. Su rarely had the interest to chat. She talked with Qinzhe about a lot of business such as the stock market, futures, and trust and credit. She hoped to hear the inspiring words of the number 1 general under her command. However, the number 1 general seemed to be disinterested. He was either perfunctory or simply in a daze, ignoring her questions. Su, who was indifferent, had the impulse to flip the table. The beautiful CEO was very pleasing to the eye, but Qinzhe's mind was not on her. He was on his own black-hearted maggot. Since the younger brother was a maggot, it would be difficult for the older sister to escape from the same mold. He felt that he was very close to the truth. Sexy underwear, a mysterious boyfriend, and eating with a strange man. The more Qinzhe thought about it, the angrier he became. The more he thought about it, the more he couldn't control the turbulent power in his body. He wanted to kill his sister with the divine sword lightning controlling true spell. Qin Baobao clearly said that she would not look for a boyfriend. She was so resistant to the blind date arranged by her mother. Unexpectedly, she quietly hooked up with a high-quality handsome man outside. Mom can bear it but not brother. I must ruin them. Anyway, she once ruined my girlfriend. I want revenge. Thinking like this, Qinzhe couldn't hold back the restless power of the Great Desolation. He got up and said, "Boss Su, I'm going to the toilet." Su nodded and ate her food. Qinzhe went out and looked for a private room around the arc-shaped aisle. The structure of the restaurant was a semicircular frame. In the middle was a large dining room where ordinary guests ate. The edge of the semicircle was a private room. There were 10 small private rooms and 5 large private rooms. Private room number 12. Qinzhe turned around and finally found it. The door of the private room was knocked a few times and then pushed open. Su thought, "Men pee so fast?" It took less than a minute to go out and enter the door. When he looked up, it wasn't Qinzhe. Instead, it was a woman with a hot body and chestnut-colored curly hair. She had a flirtatious oval face. Her eyes were big and bright, but they were slightly long and narrow. It was the kind of effect that other women would need eyeshadow to show. Her skin was fair and supple, and she looked radiant. Apart from that, she had a chest that women would be envious of. The signature foxy face and the signature figure. Suyu recognized her. Qin Baobao, a new female singer, the popular goddess of otaku. Qin Zhe's sister. While she was looking at Qin Baobao was also looking at her. Her eyes turned. "Where's Qin Zhe?" Suyu said. "He went to the toilet." Qin Baobao. "Why are you here?" Qin Baobao smiled coquettishly. "I'm looking for my brother. I want to take him home." She was not surprised that this woman would know her. Since she knew Qin Zhe, she must also know that she was Qin Zhe's sister, because she was a public figure. Go home? Suyu raised her eyebrows. Although Qin Baobao smiled coquettishly, she could feel the hostility of Qin Baobao with the delicate and sensitive nerves of women. Interesting. Suyu smiled and said, "Go back after eating. I'll ask the waiter to add more bowls and chopsticks." Qin Baobao did not refuse. That sitting posture, that smile, that is dignified and elegant, impeccable. "What's your name, sister?" Qin Baobao asked. "Sister? I'm 27, 2 years older than you. Who's your sister?" Suyu said faintly. "Suyu." Suyu put on the special poker face of the office. In a moment, the majesty of the president spread out, and the sense of oppression multiplied. Qin Baobao raised her eyebrows and thought, "This woman is very ignorant. What's the relationship between Miss Su and my family's A's?" When she asked this sentence, Qin Baobao's eyes were shining. Suyu was a little funny. Why does this sound a little wrong? Even the tone is a little aggressive, like a parent who wants to break up a couple. Suyu didn't answer and picked up the teacup to taste the tea. She didn't know why, but she didn't like this woman. Maybe it's because an elegant woman doesn't like a coquettish woman. Maybe it's because the other party showed hostility from the beginning. If she knew that the crossdresser who tortured and killed her every day was the one in front of her, she would probably flip the table. "Sigh, this younger brother of mine always makes people worry." Qin Baobao sighed and said. "His girlfriend at home is anxiously waiting for him to go back. He eats with others outside and doesn't say hello. What's more, it was with such a beautiful woman like Miss Su. If his girlfriend knew about it, she would probably cry and make a fuss about it. Don't you think so?" Qin Baobao turned a blind eye to Suyu's soft nail. She didn't come here to compete with this white lotus. Her purpose was only one, to cause trouble. She was too lazy to fight with the coquettish bitch outside. Her style of doing things had always been simple and violent. Fortunately, Qin Zhe was not here. Otherwise, she would hold his arm and shout, "Husband, you are outside provoking the coquettish bitch again." Then she would come lightly and go lightly, killing one person in 10 steps and not leaving a trace for 1,000 miles. If the other party knew her, she would change the line. "Brother, your girlfriend has been looking for you for a long time. Why didn't you answer the phone? Come home with sister." Of course, that girlfriend was not Wang Zijin. Wishful thinking. Private room 12. Compared to the enigmatic atmosphere and turbulent undercurrents in room 7, the atmosphere here was completely different. 2 men were toasting each other, drinking and chatting merrily. Qin Zhe did not ask the waiter to add more bowls and chopsticks. He asked the waiter to bring 2 cartons of beer. He took his sister's bowl and chopsticks and started to eat and drink, bragging to the president of Star Art. Qin Zhe missed. When he came in, his sister had gone to the toilet. He was waiting for her in the private room. President Huang knew how to make things happen. He knew that he was Qin Baobao's brother. He pulled his hand and said, "Brother, I have heard a lot about you. I am Huang Yizong, the president of Star Art Entertainment." Qin Zhe said in his heart, "So you are the president of Star Art that made me unable to tear my sister apart." With Qin Zhe's IQ, he immediately sensed that something was wrong. His sister bought sexy underwear before her birthday. At that time, she was still the secretary of a Fortune 500 company. Obviously, it was impossible for her to hook up with Huang Yizong. As for whether the former general manager was a suspect, Qin Zhe was sure that he wasn't. He was an old man at the same age as the old man. His sister still had some integrity. If he was not the president of Star Art and not her former boss, who would she wear it for on her birthday? He did not react when he saw it. He did not react when he saw it, He did not react. He saw his sister wearing underwear. He had the chance to see his sister's underwear every day. It seemed like it was him. What's wrong with you? Hwang Yitsong asked. Nothing. Chinze's eyes were dull and he said, not developing well. I feel like I'm going to collapse. He should have known, but he could not stay calm in that situation. When he thought about Qin Baobao having a man outside, he was upset and his brain short-circuited. He did not know why. President Huang took good care of his sister and even asked her out for a meal. It was obvious that he had ulterior motives. He could not let his guard down. They drank a few bottles of beer and gradually loosened up. They chatted enthusiastically. The two men who were not compatible in their professions could only talk about women. Hwang Yitsong was an experienced driver. They talked about the history of healthcare reform in Shanghai in the past 10 years. They talked about the red light district of Hongkou to the current era of entertainment clubs everywhere. Countless grapes have been purged, and a ground full of black fungus has been blackened. The new generation has replaced the old. Qinze raised his glass and said, President Huang, you really live up to your surname. I'll toast to you. Hwang Yitsong said straightforwardly, I'll take you out to play someday. Boys need to experience the wind and moon to grow into men. The two drank until their faces were red. They were drunk and felt that 1,000 cups were not enough. Qinze put his arm around Hwang Yitsong's shoulder and laughed. President Huang, you're the president of Star Art. Why do you need to go out to play? The whole of Star Art is your harem. President Huang waved his hand and said drunkenly, You can't say that. Rabbits don't eat the grass near their burrows. If they eat the grass, things will be difficult. Brother, let me give you some personal experience. No woman is better than a wild flower. You can't believe a woman's words. If a woman says she doesn't want anything, it means she wants everything. A big sword is good. It comes and goes like the wind. There's no need to worry about the consequences. It's rough words but not rough. Qinze said, Brother is steady. I'll toast to you. But Star Art has many beauties. As long as you catch the fox, it's worth it to get a body full of women. Hwang Yitsong's face was as red as Guangdong. That's true. Star Art does not lack beauties. Qinze suddenly put his arm around his neck and winked. What do you think of my sister? She looks like a thief and has a good figure. Do you want to do something with her? Chapter 193. The saying that one would speak the truth after drinking could be explained by scientific theory. Alcohol would numb the cerebral cortex and weaken the brain's ability to process information. Words that one did not dare to say before could be easily blurted out. To put it bluntly, one did not think before speaking. Qinze himself was an example. Fortunately, he reacted in time and didn't overturn the situation. Of course, being completely drunk would not work. What he spat out was not the truth but nonsense. Hwang Yitsong's cheeks were red and his eyes were bloodshot. They finished more than 10 bottles of beer in a short time and went to the toilet 3 times. Qinze himself was still sober, but he was also a little drunk. He did not wonder whether his sister went to the toilet or to give birth. Your sister is really beautiful. Hwang Yitsong gave him a thumbs up. It's not rare to have a beautiful face. There are a lot of female celebrities who have undergone plastic surgery these days. It's quite rare to see an original like your sister. The rarest thing is her figure. TSK. How did your family raise her? You must tell me this secret. You can drink papaya milk with big breasts, but it's hard to have a perky butt. Qinze smiled proudly. If I slap her a few more times, your sister will also be so perky. Bah. He slapped himself twice and thought to himself, I'm not drunk yet. What nonsense am I talking about? You haven't answered my question. Qinze picked up the beer bottle. Oh, I don't like to eat the grass near my own nest. If your sister likes me, I'm still very willing to develop our relationship. Hwang Yitsong said regretfully, but I'm getting married next month. I can only say that I'm not fated to be with your sister. Brother, you must come to my wedding. Looking at his expression of, I'm not fated to be with you, it was as if Qin Baobao really had a soft spot for him. If you don't covet my sister's beauty, then why are you taking care of her? Don't tell me that you have a compassionate heart for your employees. Qinze silently put down the beer bottle and asked the question that was bothering him. I was entrusted by someone. Huang Yitsong burped. Entrusted by someone? Qinze was startled and asked, entrusted by who? Someone from Shanghai's Radio, Film and Television Bureau. We're in this line of work, so we often come into contact with people from the Radio, Film and Television Bureau. After your sister joined Star Art, the people from the Radio, Film and Television Bureau called me to tell me, let me shine more. Huang Yitsong chuckled and said, your family's network is so big. Qin Baobao is the most suitable candidate to enter the entertainment industry. You don't have to worry about the messy unspoken rules. Qinze was stunned by his words. Shanghai Radio, Film and Television Bureau? My mother is a housewife and my father is a professor at a lousy university. All right, professors from the University of Finance and Economics are indeed powerful. They have connections and money, but the SARFT and my family are not on the same level. Even a security guard from the SARFT doesn't give face to a professor from the University of Finance and Economics, so what kind of connections do they have? Could it be Wang Zijin? Wang Zijin said that she had a falling out with her family, but after all, she was the first daughter of the Wang family. Her father had been in Shanghai for so many years and had been promoted back to Beijing, but the network of connections in Shanghai must still be there. Just a phone call from Miss Wang solved my headache? Then what's the point of me working hard? If I can't show off in front of my sister, what's the point of me working hard? It's better to go home and be a salted fish. Thinking of this, he subconsciously took out his phone, but he touched nothing. He suddenly remembered that his phone was left in room 7. Then he suddenly remembered. Damn, I've been here for almost half an hour. Did my sister go to give birth to a monkey? Or did she go to give birth to a monkey? Does it take more than half an hour to go to the bathroom? Suyu was left in the room by me for so long. She probably wants to kill me. President Huang, I'll go first. Qinze patted the president's shoulder and said happily, I hate you. You gave me another reason to be a salted fish. He said goodbye to Huang Yitsong, went to the bathroom to empty his bladder, and returned to the private room with a red face. There was no one in room 7 for a long time. The waiter pushed the dining cart to clean up the dishes. When he came in, he asked in surprise, Sir, is there anything else? Where's the lady in the private room? She paid the bill and left. It was expected. He was afraid that his impression in Suyu's heart had plummeted. Qinze said that his mobile phone was left in the private room, but the waiters shook their heads and said they didn't see it. So you took my mobile phone away? Did she think that I had left? Forget it. I'll ask her for it tomorrow. Qin Baobao returned to the private room and was shocked by the scene in front of her. The table was in a mess, empty beer bottles were placed along the edge of the table, and the dishes were almost eaten. Huang Yitsong's face was red. At this time, he was drinking the strong tea made by the waiter. What's the situation? Can a person drink so much? Qin Baobao swallowed back the apology that came to her mouth. Soon she found that the situation was wrong. Someone had been here, because her bowl and chopsticks had been moved. Who was so careless that he used the chopsticks that others had eaten? Your brother has been here. Huang Yitsong said that he didn't look drunk at all. His eyes were slightly hazy but not blurred. It showed that he was sober. Your brother can really drink. He almost drank me to death. Huang Yitsong laughed. I wondered why this little red guy didn't come back for a long time. It turned out that he came here to ask for money. He didn't say anything strange to you, did he? Qin Baobao asked nervously. After being angered to tears by him, they had been in a cold war until now. She didn't know what was wrong with the little red guy. What happened in Hangzhou had passed, and there shouldn't be any sequelae. Huang Yitsong waved his hand. Your brother is very interesting. I thought he would be an eccentric artist or a hipster. I didn't expect that he was not at all. What did you talk to him about? We casually talked about the former red light district in Shanghai, the one near your house. Huang Yitsong saw that Qin Baobao's face darkened. He paused and laughed. He was very concerned about you. He asked me why I took care of you so much. He specially came to get information from me, but he didn't say it. He dragged me to drink for a long time before he asked me. Huang Yitsong gave a thumbs up. A man who knows how to use alcohol to open the way will be successful in the future. Why did he ask that? He was afraid that I had bad intentions towards you. Huang Yitsong laughed and said, I told you before that the people from the State Administration of Radio, Film and Television told me. I told him exactly what they said. When he heard that I had no bad intentions towards you, he immediately felt relieved. He just left not long ago. He really came for this? Qin Baobao smiled. How could it be fake? Huang Yizong said. Your brother is very concerned about you. He even picked up the beer bottle. As long as I said yes, he would definitely shoot me in the head. He saw Qin Zai's little movements, but he didn't say it out loud. CEO Huang, do you need a designated driver? I can help you book one? Qin Baobao's smile widened. Although she wanted to catch up with her brother immediately, her boss was still here. It wasn't good to leave him behind. Huang Yizong narrowed his eyes. Why don't you send me back? My brother drank so much. I have to send him home. Qin Baobao said in a matter-of-fact tone. I'm convinced by this reason. Huang Yizong sighed. You go first. I'll get the driver to pick you up later. I need to sit for a while to sober up. Qin Baobao said goodbye to CEO Huang and walked away in her high heels. Qin Zai stood by the roadside and watched the taxis pass by. Most of them were filled with customers, and a small number of empty taxis ignored Qin Zai. Ever since there was a certain taxi app, empty taxis didn't care about passers-by. If you saw a taxi that didn't stop, it might be speeding on the road to pick someone up. Without his phone, he couldn't book a taxi. A red BMW quickly drove over and stopped at the side of the road. The car window was lowered, and the first thing that attracted him was the brown high heels on the passenger seat. Then his sister's graceful figure and charming face appeared in Qin Zai's line of sight. Handsome, want a ride? Can I have sex? Qin Zai pretended to be a pervert. Yes. His sister winked at him. You can have sex however you want. Qin Zai said seriously. That won't do. I'm not such a casual person. He wanted to tease his sister a little more, but Qin Baobao scolded. Get in here. You talk too much. You can't park here. Do you want my points to be deducted? Qin Zai immediately backed down. He opened the car door, lowered his head and got into the car. He took the opportunity to hold the high heels on the passenger seat in his arms. For so many years, whenever they went out, he would be the shoe boy who carried the high heels for his sister. The little red horse started and sped off into the distance. Qin Baobao looked straight ahead and the corners of her mouth raised. Handsome. Where are we going? Jin Mao Global or the Central Building? Qin Zai turned his head and stared at his sister. Looking at her raised lips, raised eyebrows and bright eyes, he could feel his sister's happy mood through these details. Go home and sleep. Qin Zai rolled his eyes. His sister should be cold to him. During the Cold War, his sister looked at him as if he was a salted fish. He couldn't be a good brother. Why haven't you left yet? Did you eat in the toilet and give birth to a monkey? Qin Baobao spat. Who gave birth to a monkey? Yours? I'm going to see your White Lotus boss. White Lotus? Qin Zai was stunned. Don't talk nonsense with her. I have nothing to do with her. Also, what does White Lotus mean? Don't give me random nicknames. White Lotus and Blue Lotus are not good words. The former is Virgin Mary, and the latter is shameless. Qin Baobao blushed. It seems that she has a bad reputation in her brother's heart. Nothing much, just a casual chat. Qin Baobao said guiltily. Just a casual chat? Qin Zai's face was full of, I believe you, but I'm not your brother expression. I know she's your boss, what else can I say? Qin Baobao suddenly stopped. What if she's not my boss? Qin Zai asked. Aya, you're so annoying. If you keep talking, I'll kick you down. Wow, you're willing to kick such a handsome brother? I can even tear a little pervert apart. Qin Baobao gritted her teeth. Qin Zai wanted to say something but stopped. He wanted to apologize for yelling at her for no reason that day, but because he understood something, he chickened out. He wanted to avoid the past and not mention it. Host, hurry up and apologize, the system suddenly said. Mother****, what are you doing here? Get lost. Ding, please sincerely apologize to Sister Qin Baobao. If you succeed, you will be rewarded with 5 points. If you fail, you will be deducted 100 points. I'll go. You don't have to go. Just say the word. Why do I get 5 points if I succeed and 100 points if I fail? I don't accept it. Qinzhe was stunned. This is the host's inner desire. Bah, I don't have such a perverted inner desire. Don't push the blame to me. You do. The system's voice was very steady. The mission comes from the host's inner desire. Host, your intestines are green with regret. You want to apologize to sister and want to appease her, but you're just being unreasonable. What's wrong with being unreasonable? What can I exchange for with 5 points? What can you buy with 5 points? The system asked back. This is good too. The system gave me a way out. Qinzhe coughed and pretended to look out the window. Sister, I'm sorry. Qin Baobao was stunned. She turned her head and asked, What are you sorry for? Qinzhe didn't answer. He communicated with the system in his mind. The mission wasn't completed? Host, don't ignore the word sincere. The system said. Sister, that night when I smashed the phone. Qinzhe softly said. I'm sorry. Qin Baobao pursed her lips and said lightly. Sister isn't important anyway. You can scold me if you want to. You don't have to worry about my feelings. I'm sorry. Qinzhe said. His voice was very soft and his expression was very casual, but his tone was very heavy. I shouldn't have said those things to you. Qin Baobao looked ahead and didn't say anything. Her eyes were moist. Some people like to throw tantrums, but she was a paper tiger. Some people seemed to be easygoing and accommodating, but every word he said hurt. Ace, in front of you, sister is just a paper tiger. Chapter 194. They returned home at 8:30. Qin Baobao parked her little BMW in the underground parking lot and hugged her brother's arm as they walked into the elevator. Her posture was very particular. She wrapped her arms around Qinzhe's entire arm to prevent his arm from touching her chest. Qin Baobao hummed a song and walked briskly. What are you humming for? Qinzhe's face darkened. I have a little brother, but I never ride him. Qin Baobao simply sang out and jumped up and down. One day, I rode him to the market on a whim. I held a small whip in my hand and whipped his butt. Qin Baobao slapped Qinzhe's butt twice. Whip his butt. Another 2 slaps were heard. Whip his butt. This time, before his sister could slap him, Qinzhe beat her to it and slapped her against the wall of the sedan. His sister's foxy face revealed a bitter and sad expression. She didn't speak and just stared at him with her watery eyes. Qinzhe said helplessly, I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Qin Baobao's bright eyes turned and she said coquettishly, Then you carry me home. Qinzhe bent down and his sister jumped on his back. The sedan shook and she giggled. Let's go, little donkey. She waved her hand and slapped Qinzhe's butt twice. The elevator door opened and Qinzhe carried his sister out of the sedan and stopped in front of their house. Get down, I'll open the door. No. Qin Baobao took out her keys to open the door. You carry me in. When the door opened, Qin Baobao deliberately shouted, Little donkey, charge. On the sofa in the living room, Wang Zijin glanced at the siblings from the corner of her eyes. Her beautiful oval face was expressionless. Zijin, we're back. Qin Baobao jumped down from her brother and changed into cotton shoes. She said loudly, Beets really don't taste good. Next time we'll eat steak. Qinzhe didn't think too much about it and nodded. Yes. He also felt that the beets in 100 Guest Garden were not to his taste. Wang Zijin stood up expressionlessly, walked into the room expressionlessly and slammed the door. What's wrong? Qinzhe was stunned. Qin Baobao pretended to be innocent. I don't know. The next day at Julie Company. That's all for today's meeting. You may leave. Pushing a document over to Chen Guang, Qinzhe replied, Manager Chan, I have written the investment plan in this document. You can go back and digest it and start work as soon as possible. The 3 managers of the investment department got up and left. In the small conference room, Qinzhe leaned back in his office chair, lit a cigarette, and exhaled a puff of smoke. He has been the general manager of the investment department for a week. He has not done the project boldly. It is too eager for quick success. In fact, the fund application of an investment company needs to go through a tedious process. He is not Suyu. He can make the final decision. That is the power of the president. Apart from cutting 2 rubbish projects in the futures department and some small changes in the stock investment, Everything else is unchanged. Today's meeting is to discuss the investment plan for the next quarter. The biggest gain is that he has figured out the operation process of the investment company. Apart from the time-consuming market research and institutional evaluation, the biggest difference between the investment company and the individual operation is the workload. A person only needs to operate one account well. But the investment company has a lot of accounts. A project may have several or even more than a dozen accounts operating at the same time. This requires the existence of a trader. He invited Yang Jian to have lunch together at noon. This son of a bitch had no desires, which was true to the old saying, one can be strong without desires. No matter if it was in front of Su Hao, Li Linfeng, or even himself, who had made the great leap, he was neither servile nor overbearing. If he wants to joke, he will joke. If he wants to ignore, he will continue to ignore. After lunch, he returned to the company. In a trance, he felt that he seemed to have forgotten something. However, he was too busy to think about it. He took a document and knocked on the door of Su Yu's office. No one answered for a long time. In the small office next door, the assistant heard the sound and came out. Boss Su is not in the company. Boss Qin, come back later. How late is later? Qin Zhe looked at the watch his sister bought for him. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. He went out before lunch and hasn't come back yet. The assistant said. What did he do? Wow, how do I know? I'm a work assistant, not a life assistant. The female assistant pouted. In a coffee house more than 10 kilometers away. Su Yu sat near the door, which made it easier for her to observe the customers coming in. Men and women, all kinds of people. Which one would be a great god? Although she understood that the great god should be a man, she did not rule out the possibility of a woman, just as the great god suspected that she was a big man. If it's a man, is he handsome? Is he tall? Is he a little fat man with a pair of glasses, or a sunny and handsome big boy? Su Yu had never seen a netizen before. She had a trace of expectation and tension for the first time. The slightly bitter fragrance of coffee beans floated in the air, and soothing music played. Su Yu waited and waited from 12 o'clock at noon until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It was already past their appointed time. The mobile phone on the table buzzed and vibrated. It was a call from the assistant. President Su, are you done? What's the matter? Su Yu frowned and her tone was not very good. President Qin is looking for you. He said there is an important document that needs your signature. Let him wait. Vice President Su is also looking for you. Let him wait. Okay. President Su's tone was not right, and the assistant hung up the phone. Su Yu bit her lip and said faintly, You don't mean what you said, and you stood me up. What kind of great god is that? Ooh. Qin Zhe sat in his exclusive office, staring at the 6 big screens facing the office, which showed the market trend of stocks and futures, as well as his selected stocks. The mobile phone kept ringing. It was the chat group of Li Linfeng's department. These guys started talking a few minutes ago, and now there was no sign of cooling down. They didn't work hard at work, and only knew how to slack off. He opened the chat group and was ready to let the employees be quiet, but found that they were discussing something interesting. The topic was started by Yang Jian. He shared a hot search on Weibo. The headline of the day. The General Office of the Ministry of Education issued the National English Popularization Notice for primary schools in 2017. The content was about the Ministry of Education changing the original rule of learning English from the 3rd grade to the 1st grade learning English alphabet, and the 2nd grade learning English. The 1st grade learning English alphabet? The children in the 1st grade may not even learn all the Chinese pinyin. My child will go to primary school next year. Now he can't even recognize all the alphabets. How can he learn English? Don't mix it up. The Ministry of Education is messing around. In a few years, will the kindergarten also have to learn English? Since English is so good, they might as well ban the Chinese. Don't those officials have children? My child is in the 2nd grade. The usual learning tasks are already very heavy. If English is added, his grades will definitely not be able to keep up. Qin Zhe curled his lips and thought, children nowadays are really *king tragic. When he was in primary school, he only learned the alphabet and memorized words in the 6th grade. When he was in junior high school, he was taught English systematically. His childhood was carefree. On the other hand, children nowadays learn a mess of things. Education should be done early. This idea was right, but one also had to consider the children's feelings and ability to accept. There were always people on the internet who said, "People are forced. Without pressure, there will be no motivation." However, they neglected a key factor. People's ability to resist pressure was different. Most adults would collapse under pressure, let alone children. If everyone could succeed with a little pressure, how could there be so many losers in society? However, this matter had nothing to do with him. He didn't have children. His wife was nowhere to be seen. No, maybe his wife was now facing the misery of learning English in primary school. Education and people's livelihood were always the hottest topics in society. It was far more popular than the news of entertainment stars. Every year in June, the national news would be flooded with the college entrance examination and high school entrance examination. There was also a huge amount of attention on pensions and Social Security. Many people didn't pay attention to the entertainment industry or didn't care much about it. However, they would definitely pay attention to the college entrance exams and people's livelihood. The notice issued by the Ministry of Education went viral on the internet. Netizens complained about the Ministry of Education. Children nowadays are so miserable. There is no childhood to speak of. Thank you, Mom, for letting me be born 20 years earlier. The Ministry of Education's operation is 666. They should do this. I always get tricked by primary school students when I play games. It's because I don't have enough homework. They are just making sarcastic remarks. It's not that the earlier one learns English, the better. In fact, it's not suitable to learn more than 2 languages at the beginning stage, especially the alphabet. The same alphabet has 2 different pronunciations. It will confuse the children. Since the Ministry of Education issued such a notice, they should have done their research. Hey, don't trust them too much. There are too many such blunders. The most intense reactions were from the parents. They had children and had the right to speak in this regard. What's going on? Why do they have to add English to the 2nd grade? A first-year child can't even speak Mandarin well. They just learned how to write. My child is going to primary school next year. I'm really worried for him. Children can't be too tired. I really have to hand it to the domestic education system. The homework assigned by the kindergarten teacher is already weird enough. It's not easy to get through kindergarten, and you say they have to start learning English? My child can't even recognize Chinese and can't even speak Mandarin well. Learning English? F***K. What's so weird about kindergarten homework? Let me tell you what I encountered. Handicrafts. Make an angry bird. Art. Draw a traditional Chinese painting. Rearing. Silkworm bao bao. F***K. If my child can make an angry bird, why would I let him go to kindergarten? If my child can draw traditional Chinese paintings, why would I go to kindergarten? The weirdest thing is the silkworm bao bao. My wife screams when she sees that thing. I'm also scared. There was a heated discussion online. There were countless people complaining, but the Ministry of Education was very calm. Instead, many educators came out to speak for their boss and express their loyalty. For example, a famous internet celebrity used to be an educator. Later, he entered the entertainment industry and became famous because of his criticism of a famous literary work. The saying on the internet that children will confuse Mandarin and English because they are too young is complete nonsense. In the past, English was not taught in primary school because they couldn't even afford tea eggs. The quality of the people was low, so why would they learn English? It's not necessarily a good thing for children to be too carefree. Education has to start from the beginning. If you don't force them, they will only know how to play all day long. Then, many educators and friends in the entertainment industry reposted his Weibo and liked it. What do you mean by the era when they couldn't afford tea eggs? It's as if human intelligence has greatly improved in the past 10 years. You mean that we were mentally retarded 10 or 20 years ago, but the intelligence of the children now has greatly improved. I'm sorry for being a low-quality citizen. A celebrity in the entertainment industry reposted this Weibo, but not with a like. Instead, with a look of horror. I'm so scared that I have to improve my quality. Then, a few more celebrities reposted it. I'm so scared that I have to improve my quality. The internet celebrity was not convinced and argued with the netizens. Learn English well and you will be successful in the future. When can't you learn Chinese? It's an exaggeration to say that you can learn it lying down. Chinese is not as important as you think. Most of the majors in university don't have Chinese classes, but most of them have to learn English. This shows that English is more important than Chinese. You're an idiot. The appraisal is complete. Stop kneeling. You won't be able to stand up if you kneel for too long. Another sent Chinese is broad and profound. You say Chinese is inferior to English? Go and suck up to your foreign father. Don't make money in our country. You used to be a teacher, but you say Chinese is not important. The netizens exploded and cursed under his Weibo. There were many trolls online and even more angry youths. Many professionals said, as an international language, no one can deny the importance of English. I hope that the majority of the netizens can be more rational in their patriotism. Let's talk directly with the data. There are more than 10 countries in the world that use English as their mother tongue, and more than 20 that use the official language. And only our country uses Chinese as its mother tongue. It's clear at a glance which is more important. Of course, I'm not saying that Chinese is not important. The matter quickly escalated to the difference between Chinese and English. There were rational people and angry people. Chapter 195. Qin Zhe bent over the desk and wrote, summarizing the gains and losses of today's investment projects, as well as the good and bad investment results. Profits and losses were not the only thing to look at. For example, a project that could earn 1 million yuan only earned 900,000 yuan because of an operation error, which meant that you lost 100,000 yuan. It was like a lot of shareholders who sold their stocks when it rose to 5%, and then found out that it had reached the upper limit. They cried out in pain. I lost a lot. It was the same principle. Therefore, Qin Zhe had to summarize the gains and losses, find the problems, and avoid similar mistakes in the future. It took him an hour to finish this self-reflection letter. He stretched his body and his neck made cracking sounds. With his physical fitness, working at the desk for a long time was a bit unbearable. Ever since Qin Zhe sincerely said, I'm sorry in Xiaobao's Molly, Qin Bao and her brother were in a state of sweetness. She leaned over like a little wife and said with concern, Are your shoulders sore? Sister will help you massage them. Qin Zhe thanked his sister and then leaned on his sister's chest. Qin Bao pushed her brother away and said angrily, Sit tight. The two of them sat cross-legged on the sofa, and the sister massaged her brother's shoulders. Qin Bao said, Qin Zhe, is sister comfortable? Qin Zhe nodded. His elder sister was clever and skillful, so he had lost. Wang Zijin looked at them, her eyes blank and confused. The day before yesterday they were in a state of Cold War. Last night, after returning home hand in hand, their relationship with Bingning thawed, and they became a loving brother and sister again. She really couldn't understand this pair of lunatics. Qin Bao complained, Your shoulders are too hard, my fingers are sore. Qin Zhe said, I think your fingernails are too long, it hurts. You heartless pervert. Qin Bao slapped Qin Zhe's head twice. Qin Zhe was furious. He leaned back and knocked his sister onto the sofa. The two siblings engaged in a fierce confrontation. They pinched each other's cheeks and poked each other's nostrils. Qin Zhe held his sister's head and slapped her butt. Qin Bao Bao struck back with a karate chop. Wang Zijin caught the flying pillow and silently sat far away, so as not to be implicated by them. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Bao Bao used her strong waist strength and hooked her legs around her brother's neck. Once again, she subdued him with her deadly scissor kick and cheered herself on. Hee hee. Qin Zhe screamed. I'm suffocating. I'm suffocating. I'm going to strangle you, you heartless bastard. You only know how to bully me all day long. Qin Bao Bao continued to laugh. Wang Zijin sighed. Sweet as honey? It didn't exist. Qin Zhe was about to suffocate. This woman didn't know how to control her strength. He reached out and pinched his sister's soft waist. Ouch! Sure enough, she let go. After pondering for a long time, he had already figured out a way to break it. Qin Zhe, you're not obedient at all. Qin Bao Bao shouted with tears in her eyes. After saying that, her sister kicked Qin Zhe in the face. Wang Zijin heard Qin Zhe muffled a grunt, and then 2 streaks of blood flowed out of his nostrils. The young lady of the Wang family was distressed. She threw her phone and rushed over to check on the situation. "Ace, what's wrong with you? Look up and don't move." I didn't mean it." Qin Baobao was more distressed than Wang Zijin. "What are you doing? You don't know how to control your strength." Wang Zijin pushed her angrily, took out a tissue, rolled it into a strip, and stuffed it into Qin Zai's nostrils. Then she put his head on her lap. "Lie down and don't move. It'll be fine in a while." A few minutes later, the bleeding was successfully stopped. "You don't know how to control your strength. My handsome nose was flattened by your kick." Qin Zai poked his sister's forehead with his finger. His sister pursed her lips and sat down like a duck, looking wronged and not daring to resist. Wang Zijin also reached out to poke her best friend's forehead, but Qin Zai pressed her hand down and said, Okay, let's ignore her." Qin Baobao's bright eyes immediately flashed with a hint of joy. After the commotion, Wang Zijin was no longer in the mood to watch her drama. She scolded the siblings for a while. Then she talked about the Ministry of Education's new document that had caused a huge stir on the internet today, as well as the heated argument online. Qin Baobao said unhappily, "Yes, English is important. After all, it's an international language. Its value can't be denied. But Chinese is one of the most difficult languages to learn in the world. It's broad and profound. You can't compare the two just by how widely it spreads." Qin Zai agreed. "Why don't you post something on Weibo? Promote the breadth and profoundness of Chinese?" Qin Baobao said unhappily. "Don't provoke a bunch of trolls." Ding! The system's voice sounded. "I'm very happy to capture the host's inner desire. Please rectify the breadth and profoundness of Chinese. 100 points will be awarded if successful. The corresponding points will be deducted if failed. Time limit: 24 hours. Qin Zai accepted this mission and was stunned for a long time. Chinese was broad and profound. Nonsense, of course Chinese was broad and profound. As one of the most difficult languages to learn in the world, as one of the most ancient civilizations in the world, its language naturally contained a deep cultural foundation. But how could he prove it? This mission wasn't easy. It didn't lose to questions like, prove that your mother is your mother. The difficulty of the mission was the word rectify. How to rectify it? Who should he rectify it like? He immediately thought it through. He could rectify it through the internet. My sister is a big star. Many people pay attention to her. Then how should he rectify it? My biological sister is not my biological sister? My biological sister is not as good as my god sister? No. Qin Baobao would destroy him. He definitely wouldn't be willing to post such a wretched post. Liking my sister is not as good as liking my sister? Looking so scary and looking so scary? What's the difference between this and a biological sister? Qin Zai fell into deep thought. At this time he heard his sister, who was paying attention to the online scolding war, laugh. This person is so funny. He posted a string of uncommon words. I only know two taotai. A thought flashed through Qin Zai's mind. He remembered an interesting video he had seen in the system shop a long time ago. The Lo system claimed to be from a parallel universe and had copied a huge database from that parallel universe to enrich its own database. But because that parallel world was overflowing with systems, each and every one of them was a big boss. They changed the world, lowered human IQ, and lowered the world's literature level. The Lo system found two hosts and was easily destroyed by the hosts of other systems. It felt that there was no chance to stand out, so it used its advantage of traveling through time and space to open a space-time tunnel. It came to this world and plunged into Qin Zai's body. Well, there was no need to delve into the Lo system's sad past. Qin Zai finally grasped the key point of this mission. Chinese is broad and profound. Why bother with a pun? I can use uncommon words to kill them. Sister, I'll give you a chance to be in the limelight, Qin Zai said. Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin turned to look at him and said in unison, You want to cause trouble again? Pen and ink, please. Qin Zai ordered his two sisters, but his sisters' butts were rooted to the ground and ignored him. He had to go to his room to find a pen and paper and write a large piece of writing. Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin came over and asked blankly, What is this? Qin Zai smiled mysteriously. A new song. Qin Baobao pouted. I don't know these words. She looked at Wang Zijin. What about you? Wang Zijin rolled her eyes. I have so many uncommon words. How are you going to sing it? Then I'll write another common words. Qinzhe finished writing. Sister, this kind of song doesn't need to be too professional. I'll teach you how to sing it a few times. Let's shoot a video and post it on your Weibo. Chapter 196. The scolding war on the internet continued. From criticizing the Ministry of Education to discussing whether Chinese was more important or English. It was divided into the Rational Party and the Angry Party. The Rational Party said that patriotism is a good thing, but we have to face reality. If you only know how to speak Chinese, you will not be able to do anything outside the country. But if you are proficient in English, you will be able to go anywhere. The Angry Party compiled data and said that a quarter of the world's population spoke Chinese, which was not less than English. There were also people who were proficient in history who explained English from a historical perspective. They said that English really flourished after World War II. During World War I and World War II, English was not as important as French. The United States became the world's leader, and English's status rose. It became an international language. In ancient times, Chinese was also a common language in Asia. Koreans, Japanese, and so on all knew a few words of Chinese. They were too embarrassed to come to the Celestial Empire to learn. Older people will probably feel more about it. Many of the older generation have never learned Mandarin, but that doesn't stop them from speaking it. Therefore, those who are worried about their children mixing up the two languages are worrying for nothing. They should learn English as early as possible. Even now, learning English will make it easier to find a job. I hope everyone can face reality. That internet celebrity jumped out again. Well said. The importance of English is self-evident. I also think that children learn English a year earlier. They will have a solid foundation. There are too many brainless, angry people. Applause. The Rational Party and fans replied. At the same time, the Trolls and Angry Party also replied. I'm laughing. Your so-called proficiency in Chinese is just a little spoken language? What can a country that is not proficient in its own language do? Hey, I'm a Chinese major. I'm not convinced. If I started learning English in the 2nd grade, I think my Chinese would be terrible. Many celebrities also joined in the fun on this hot topic. Huang Yuting posted on Weibo. Luckily, I didn't learn English in primary school. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know how to write songs. Li Rongxing complained on Weibo. What is English? I've never heard of it. Su Yunhan reposted Huang Yuting's Weibo. 2-3. Many celebrities came to join in the fun. They either complained or agreed. Their fans replied below. The internet was so lively. There were hot searches and topics every day. If this topic was popular, they would discuss this topic and that topic. Then Qin Baobao also posted on Weibo to join in the fun. She did not say anything and only posted a video. Some netizens clicked on it out of curiosity, and the video began to play. There was a bright and clean glass coffee table, and a piece of paper with a large paragraph of text written on it. A few seconds later, a lively piano sound rang out. It sounded like a bad sound effect played by a mobile phone app. After the piano accompaniment, Qin Baobao's beautiful voice rang out. A long time ago, a giant dragon suddenly appeared. He brought disaster, took the princess away, and then disappeared. The kingdom is extremely dangerous. Who is the bravest in the world? A brave warrior is coming shouting. Qin Baobao's voice suddenly became cute. I want to bring the best sword, climb the highest mountain, break into the deepest forest, and bring the princess back to me. The king was very happy and asked for his name. The young man thought for a while and said, Your Majesty, my name is... Qin Baobao said in a cute tone. Dalabimbadan debedip doberuing. What? Hearing this, countless netizens were confused. Say it again, Qin Baobao sang again. Dalabimbadan debedip doberuing. Holy shit. Can you say it again? I don't understand. The netizens thought to themselves. Isn't that right? Dalabin Badan debedip doberuing. Yes, Dalabin Badan debedip doberuing. Dalabin hero, ride the fastest horse. The giant dragon said, I am Kunta Kataka Takeo Suvasilazan. The netizens spat out a mouthful of blood. Say it again, Qin Baobao sang in a low voice. Kuntukataka Takeo Suvasilizan. Isn't that right, Gwent Fiddle Baked Egg Tart Soda Marathon? No, it's Kuntukataka Takeo Suvasilizan. And so, Dalaban Badan de Bedib Dobering / at Kuntukataka Takeo Suvasilizanan. That giant dragon Kuntukataka Takeo Suvasilizan bite. That brave warrior Dalaban Badan de Bedib Doberuing. The netizens were dumbfounded at first. They didn't recognize a single one of the rare words in the video. They really didn't recognize a single one. If it wasn't for Qin Baobao singing it, they wouldn't even have seen it before. A moment later, Qin Baobao's Weibo exploded. Chinese people are dumbfounded. I might have learned fake Chinese. Holy shit, Qin Baobao 666, I'm doubting my life after singing. Wasn't my language taught by a physical education teacher? Why can't I recognize a single word? There's such a thing? Did she post this video because of the popular Chinese and English competition today? I've learned Chinese for nothing. Chinese for nothing +1. I've silently reposted this video. This song taught me how to read. I think I should go back to school to further my studies. A certain verified account was drinking tea at home and looking at the comments on his Weibo, where the trolls and fans were arguing. As a public figure, there was no need for him to argue with the netizens. As long as he posted something on Weibo, there would naturally be fans and supporters who would argue with the trolls. Suddenly, he noticed that there were dozens of message notifications on the envelope in the upper left corner. In just a few seconds, the number had increased to more than 100 and was still increasing. He clicked on it and saw that countless netizens at him. When he clicked on the content, he found that it was a video. With curiosity and doubt, he clicked on the video. A long time ago, a giant dragon suddenly appeared. After watching the video, his forehead was covered in sweat. It was a mess and he couldn't recognize a single word. On Weibo, the netizens mocked him. Why are you silent? That. Yes you. It's not important to speak Chinese. You can learn it lying down. Come on, tell me honestly, do you recognize all these words? I'll sing until you doubt your life, haha. Similar replies continued to increase, and some of them were even more aggressive. Anger appeared on his face as he typed. They're just rare words, opportunistic. After thinking about it, he deleted it. It would only attract more criticism, because he couldn't deny that he didn't recognize these words. Even if he forced himself to say, I know all of them, he would only be laughed at by more people, because even the top students in the Chinese department couldn't recognize all of these words. Wait a minute. Weren't we discussing whether English should be learned in the 2nd grade? Why did we change the topic inexplicably? Is Chinese more important or English more important? He decided to remain silent and stop posting on Weibo, ignoring the criticism online. This video quickly went viral on the internet and was constantly forwarded. Many people came to watch it. After watching it, they all commented that learning Chinese is a waste, and, I'm not from China. Because Qin Baobao was a celebrity and a public figure, many celebrities followed her, such as Su Yunhan. She forwarded the video. I don't know, but it's awesome. Huang Yuting also forwarded it. I'm going crazy. Played it on loop 3 times and it's actually quite good. Li Rongxing posted on Weibo. King, please reconsider. Chan Xiaotong. I still want to learn Chinese for another 10 years. King, please reconsider. Hong Jingyao. King, please reconsider. This was to complain about the king asking for the name of the hero in the video. The netizens were delighted. Haha, another crazy one. I'm also crazy. Played it on loop n times. Qin Baobao is indeed my goddess. A video made someone shut up. You can't even recognize Chinese words, how can you learn English? You still need to learn English, but please learn Chinese first, haha. Like for Qin Baobao. A few minutes later, Su Yunhan posted on Weibo again. I think this is Qin Zhe's doing. Qin Baobao. Qin Baobao quickly replied. Little brother is the best. The netizens were pleasantly surprised. Qin Zhe, come out watching childhood from afar. Qin Zhe 666. Little brother is indeed the best. Qin Baobao, you're crazy about showing off your brother. Summon Qin Zhe. Play another video. We want to invest in stocks. Invest in stocks plus 10086. Boss, please open a stock training class. We're willing to pay. At home. Qin Baobao was pleasantly surprised. She scrolled through the comments on her phone and smiled. Wow, Ace, you can ride on so many people's coattails like this. She reached out to hug Qin Zhe's neck. I must reward you. Wang Zijin's eyes were sharp and her hands were quick. She barely managed to hold her back. Baby, let's watch TV. Qin Baobao was stunned and said faintly, Go watch your soap opera. Don't disturb my brother. Wang Zijin had an idea. Isn't it dirty? Look, he didn't wash his face last night. It's so spicy and oily, and there are a lot of mites. You ate all of them. Qin Baobao knew this was her best friend's trick, but on second thought it made some sense. She shuddered. Then I won't kiss you anymore. Hey, I can wash my face. Qin Zhe saw Wang Zijin's trademark glare and quickly shut up. Chapter 197. The video went viral on the internet, and its popularity was rising. Suyu, who didn't play Weibo or the forum, held the cup and stared at the bright red word failure on the computer screen. She lost the 4th game of solo tonight, and her teammates retarded, cheating, primary school student, and other curse words were still in front of her. Today, she was in a particularly bad mood, playing the game absent-mindedly. She opened the friend interface, and the idea of rowing boat without oars was dark. The great god changed his name. His original ID was Drag Lowly, and his good friend Dragboss was a couple name. The great god's online time was getting less and less. Suyu was a little upset. She originally wanted to ask for a punitive expedition, but the result was empty. She maneuvered in the game world, relying on her not-so-fast hand speed, tirelessly greeting each other's family and 18 generations of ancestors with her teammates, and never tasted defeat. Sometimes it was boring to think about it. Why bother? Why bother? But when she got home, what else could she do other than play games? The empty house, except for the noise of the speeding car outside the window, was lonely and scary. So she let the game's sound effects fill the whole space, which would make it more lively. She had only known the great god for more than 2 months, but in Suyu's heart, he was different from others. It was too tiring to play solo, and a great teammate would be successful. She heard that as long as you shouted, I'm a girl in the game, there would be a large number of masters competing to take you up. She tried it, and the effect was really good, but after that those people would ask to turn on the voice and even video call you. Wow, so annoying. The great god was different. She followed the usual routine, shouting, I'm a girl, and then the great god took her up. But after playing the game for so long, he never made any request to her. She turned on the voice and video call, no? As long as she shouted, the other party would gladly invite her, which made Suyu realize that the great god really treated her as a friend in the game. The happiest thing was that the great god often scolded her. Well, he often scolded her. The phone rang, it was her father. She picked up the phone. Hello. I'm downstairs. The man's voice was calm and full of vicissitudes. Suyu was stunned. Her father never patronized her nest, and she didn't like others entering her own space. Her father had never been here, so he couldn't find the door. Suyu said, Wait, I'll come down right away. Suyu has a good father. From childhood to adulthood, people around him said so. Anyone who has a father worth tens of billions will wake up with a smile in their dreams. But Suyu never felt that it was good. It was like this when he was a child, and it is still the same now. She put on her shoes and slowly walked downstairs. She saw a black Audi A8L, a custom-made bulletproof car. There was no doubt about its safety. When she got closer, the rear window of the Audi A8L lowered. A middle-aged man in a light blue casual shirt was sitting in the car. He was in his 50s and his hair was black with a hint of white. He did not deliberately dye his hair black. The most striking feature of the man was his big nose and thick eyebrows. He didn't look like Suyu, but he looked like Su Hao. For such a man to be able to give birth to a daughter as beautiful as a flower, it must be the work of his wife. Suyu softly called Dad. The man was all smiles as he got out of the car and said, Aren't you going to invite Dad up for a seat? Suyu nodded and led the middle-aged man upstairs. At the moment of turning around, her eyebrows were raised a little and the corners of her mouth were raised. Suyu took her father to visit his nest. This hardcover apartment was not cheap, 60,000 yuan per square meter, but in the eyes of the man, there was no more suitable adjective except for narrow and simple. The man saw the kitchen from the living room, and the bedroom from the bathroom and sighed. Don't be angry with Dad, go home. Suyu smiled. Dad, I'm fine here. The man advised. It's small and crowded here. How can it be more comfortable than home? Suyu curled her lips. It's uncomfortable to go home. Look at the mother and son's eyes. The man was slightly angry. You are too prejudiced against your aunt. Listen to Dad, be good. He was always like this. He didn't allow her to say half a word about the mother and son. When she said it, he would turn hostile. Don't talk about this, Suyu shook her head. I went to Hangzhou with Nanman last month and brought back some longjing. I specially went into the mountains to buy it in the local farmer's house. Dad, try it. The man smiled and said, I'll try it. Suyu boiled water and made tea, but she didn't drink it herself. She looked at her father with bright eyes. The man picked up the teacup and blew on it, took a sip and praised it. Suyu smiled, and for a moment it was like a pure girl's smile. The man casually said, Can you adapt to managing such a big company by yourself? Suyu said, No problem. I helped Dad earn more than 10 million yuan this quarter. The man patted his daughter's hand and said with relief that Yuer had grown up and could share her father's worries. However, you are a girl after all. Don't work too hard. Leave the company's affairs to your brother as much as possible. Suyu frowned and said, What does he know about finance? I don't know why you forced him to come in. The man said, If you don't know, you can hire someone. A boss doesn't need to be omnipotent. Dad decided to send a team to settle in and help you run the company. It turned out that he came to talk about this not just to miss his daughter and see her. At the beginning, her father invested a lot of money, saying that he wanted his daughter to practice opening a company. If she lost money, he would make up for it. If the scale was big, he would not interfere. It would be a dowry for his daughter. But how long had it been now? In more than half a year, the capital of the company had doubled and showed a trend of prosperity. First, her brother couldn't sit still and stepped in. Now, she didn't know how her mouth blossomed with golden lotuses and persuaded the man to come forward and pick the peaches. Suyu looked at him, the smile on her face gradually faded, and she resumed her cold appearance again. She said lightly, Yes, but I have to choose the people. The man waved his hand. I have chosen the members. You don't have to worry about it. Suyu's mouth raised a sarcastic arc. Is it Dad who chose the people or Su Hao? Why do you always say such things? The man reprimanded loudly. You are siblings. Don't make it like you are enemies. What are you afraid of? When did I ever owe you anything? You owe me a lot, Suyu blushed and cried. From childhood to adulthood, apart from doing business, have you ever accompanied me? Have you ever participated in my parent-teacher conference? Have you ever accompanied me on my birthday? When your business is on the right track, you are finally free. What did you do? You brought that bitch and the bastard home, and kicked the woman who shared your trials and tribulations out of the house. In the end, she was hoarse. The man was furious and raised his hand to slap her. But when he saw his daughter's tearful eyes, he couldn't slap her. It's settled. The man got up, patted his thigh, and said in a deep voice, Don't always think about competing with your brother. You are a girl. Dad will give you what you should have. Even if you marry in the future, it will be glorious. The man left. The room was cold and lonely again. Suyu sat on the sofa holding her knees, her shoulders shaking. At 9 o'clock the next morning, Qinze came to work with dark circles under his eyes. Yesterday, he played with his sisters, and played with his sisters until too late. The three of them played cards. They didn't play with money. Whoever lost would do the housework for a week. Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin, the two goddesses in the eyes of men, were unexpectedly good at cards. Wang Zijin's style of playing cards was steady and steady, neither too fast nor too slow. She always showed her killer move at the critical moment, making it impossible to guard against. Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao were stabbed several times by her black-bellied. Qin Baobao's style was unpredictable and bewitching. Sometimes she said, A's sister only has doubles. You should play doubles quickly. In fact, she was holding the singles in her hand. Or A's sister's hands are all singles. Let sister play one, sob sob sob. The three were evenly matched and the score was about the same. They played until 1:30 in the morning. Qin Zhe decisively lost under the tireless attack of his sister. The final score was Qin Baobao won 8 games, Qin Zhe won 7 games, and Wang Zijin won 6 games. Miss Wang smiled and said, "No problem. I will be responsible for the housework this week." After that, she never spoke to Qin Zhe again. In the morning, she deliberately woke up half an hour earlier and silently went for a morning run alone. Qin Zhe bumped into her on the way and complained, "Sister Z, why didn't you wake me up so early?" Wang Zijin passed by him with no expression. Now, not only in the eyes of his sister, but also in the eyes of Miss Wang, he became a salted fish. Attention colleagues. A personnel change meeting will be held in the number 1 conference room at 10 o'clock this morning. The company's general manager, deputy general manager, assistant general manager, and department managers must attend on time and must not ask for leave or be late. A message was sent from the company's internal communication. It was 9:30 in the morning, and there was still half an hour left. Qin Zhe estimated that he could write out the details of this week's investment before the end of the meeting. The office door opened, and Li Linfeng pushed the door open and came in. He threw a cigarette to Qin Zhe, and the two sat at the desk facing each other smoking. "I heard that the group's headquarters is going to send a group of imperial envoys to be stationed here to amass profits," Li Linfeng said. Headquarters? Qin Zhe frowned. He had only been in the company for a short time, and he was focused on business, so he didn't pay much attention to the background of amassing profits. Kind of. Li Linfeng put out the cigarette and poured himself a cup of tea to moisten his throat. "Have you heard of Feng Feng Group?" Qin Zhe shook his head. Li Linfeng rolled his eyes. "You know Feng Feng Food, right?" "Oh, it's one of the best-selling brands of Weilong when I was young." Qin Zhe suddenly understood. "My sister and I used to steal money from home to buy Weilong, and we were beaten up by my father. At that time the family wasn't poor, but the pocket money given every day was limited. Qin Baobao was greedy, so she encouraged her younger brother to steal the change in the tea cabinet. It was just a few cents and it was hard to detect it like a blunt knife cutting meat. The first few days were particularly free and easy. Qin Zhe let his smart and lovely sister into the small shop and waved his hand. "Boss, 2 packs of spicy sticks." Or, "Boss, 2 popsicles." It was like a rich second generation leading a canary into a high-end shopping mall. He really missed the innocent era of that time. Forget it, there was nothing to miss. Qin Zhe couldn't forget how he was hung up and beaten by the old man after the matter was exposed. The old man boasted that he was a scholarly family, and his only son had done such a disgraceful thing. He was already worthy of his ancestors if he didn't punish him. Little Qin Zhe cried his heart out and was thrown into the room to sleep. His sister sneaked in the middle of the night, hugged Qin Zhe and cried with him, and then gave him a kiss as a reward. Qin Ma was also angry at that time. Her husband was holding a feather duster, and she was holding a rolling pin. They were a mixed pair. She didn't give her son a kiss. From then on, Qin Baobao developed the habit of loving her younger brother, and then she would do whatever she wanted to do to her younger brother. Chapter 198. Stroke Group is a behemoth among the local private enterprises. The group's business covers clothing, daily necessities, food, medical equipment, and other industries. Its subsidiaries are all over Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Shanghai, and its market value is more than 100 billion. The founder, Su Tong, started from scratch. Well, he's Mr. Su's father. Julie is nominally a subsidiary of Stroke Group. The funds are provided by Stroke. Li Linfeng lit another cigarette and gestured to Qin Zhe. "Another one?" Qin Zhe immediately nodded. He didn't dare to smoke at home, not even an hour before work. Qin Baobao was very persistent about quitting smoking. Every time he came home from work, his sister would put her face close to him and say, "Ah." Qin Zhe opened his mouth with an "ah," and his sister smelled him for the smell of cigarettes. Qin Zhe was very annoyed by her. After all, he was a big boss accompanied by the system. If he was born in a Xianxia world, he would be the emperor who could cover the sky with one hand. What could a mere cigarette do to him? "I thought that even though Julie was small, at least there was no one above. Now it seems that it's difficult to escape from the system." Li Linfeng's expression was dispirited. No matter what industry, the most afraid of people who don't understand pointing fingers is Su Hao. That Su Hao jumped up and down in the company to set the rules. With his level, he actually ordered us to gather funds and invest according to his wishes. If it weren't for Mr. Su's support, several projects would have been ruined by him. Li Linfeng snorted. That's not how capital is played. A real big capitalist only cares about the results of the investment and never points fingers in the professional field. Why are the imperial envoys here to seize power? Qin Zhe understood the meaning of his words and wondered. It can't be, right? In any case, he's a big nouveau riche with a net worth of 10 billion. Why is he taking sides? Su Yu and his sister were not on good terms, and the middle and upper management of the company knew. How can it not be? Li Linfeng sneered. There's a saying that even an upright official can't judge a family dispute. Biased fathers can be found everywhere. This has nothing to do with personal wealth. You've seen the financial statements of the last quarter. Julie was established for 7 months and earned more than 40 million in 2 quarters. In any subsidiary of Stroke, it's a beautiful political achievement. And this is under the condition that the investment is limited. If Feng Feng invests 1 or 2 billion yuan, how much profit do you think it will be? Everyone in the middle management of Julie knew that President Su and Vice President Su were at odds. Currently, Su had the upper hand because she was the one who founded the company. All the department managers were lackeys under President Su's command and followed her lead. Su Hao couldn't even find an opportunity to take advantage of her. However, the arrival of the Imperial Envoy Group meant that Su Yu's situation of having the upper hand would end. The Imperial Envoy Group would take away a large portion of her power, and this was without considering whether Su Hao and the Imperial Envoy Group had anything to do with each other. Qin Zhe felt a headache coming on. They hadn't even developed yet, but the factional struggles had already started. His elder sister liked to show her divinity in front of her younger brother to hang the nerd. This made her seem very dignified as the elder sister. Although he said some stupid things, some of them were wise words. For example, Jiejie paraphrased a certain great man's words and said, "There are all kinds of strange things in the party." This meant that no matter which organization, there would always be factions. As for international relations, political alliances, and business cooperation, these could all be considered factions. As for small as a company, a school, a club, and even a family, Qin Zhe's family also had factions, which were his father's and his mother's. Qin Zhe was an unswerving mother's faction, while Qin Baobao was his father's loyal lackey. The reason was that Qin Ma treated her children equally. Therefore, Qin Zhe felt that his father, who always beat him, was abominable. Only his mother was good in the world. Qin Baobao thought that if her mother treated her and her brother the same, it would show that her father loved her very much. Only her father was good in the world. When it was time, they walked to the conference room together. Conference room number 1 could accommodate 20 to 30 people. It was the largest conference room in the company. Su Tong sat at the head of the table, with Su Yu and Su Hao on his left and right respectively. On Su Yu's side were Qin Zhe, Li Linfeng, Chen Guang, and other department managers. On Su Hao's side were the imperial envoys from the group's headquarters. There were men and women, and the youngest one was in his 30s. The men were in suits, and the women were in office wear. Qin Zhe looked at Su Tong, who was known as the inspiring emperor, in the small business circle of Shanghai. He was in his 50s, older than his father, who was just over 50 this year. Qin Ma was only 23 when she gave birth to Qin Baobao. She was 48 this year. Su Tong's appearance was somewhat similar to Su Hao's. He was very dignified. Sitting there, he naturally showed the aura of someone who had been in a superior position for a long time. Temperament was not something that was born. It was all acquired. For example, Qin Baobao. Although the first impression she gave people was that she was a vixen, at the second glance, people would find that this girl was quite innocent. This was the reason why temperament did not overshadow appearance. Nan Man Pei was beautiful, but her strong and fierce temperament would make people ignore her beauty. The same was true for Su Tong. The first stage of the meeting was to report the results of profit investment since its establishment. The managers of each department spoke in turn, and then Su Yu summarized. The speaker did not include Qin Zhe. He had only been in the company for a short time, so the report was based on a quarterly basis. "Thank you for your dedication to the company. It is my honor to work with you," Su Tong said. Tsk. He was indeed an old fox in the business circle. His short sentence made many people present feel honored. Qinzhe thought, I have to learn this invisible trick of showing off. The company's performance is improving day by day, which is worthy of celebration. The pace of development cannot be stopped. This meeting is mainly to announce two things, Su Tong said. The company has decided to send a management team to Profit Investment, led by Vice President Su. They will report to the company on a regular basis, be responsible for the application of funds, project review, and other matters. I hope that everyone can cooperate well in the future and work together. As he spoke, the imperial envoys took turns to stand up and introduce themselves. The meeting room applauded warmly. Qinzhe secretly observed Su Yu's reaction and found that she was still indifferent as usual, neither sad nor happy. Just the application of funds and project review had almost taken away half of her power. Qinzhe originally thought that he was just a bystander in this meeting. Unexpectedly, Su Tong said, Vice President Su, you speak about the second matter. Su Hao nodded and glanced at everyone. He said slowly, the company will set up a new department to do the investment banking business. Although we have been doing the investment banking business, we do not have a complete department and salespeople to develop it. So the company has decided to transfer the manager of the second department of the investment department, Li Linfeng, to the investment banking department. His position will remain unchanged. Li Linfeng's expression changed. The investment banking business had been in a slump for the past few years. The hottest and most profitable market now was stocks, followed by futures. Throwing him to the investment banking business was equivalent to throwing him into the cold palace. But the next second he found that he was not the worst. The general manager of the investment department will be Zhu Guowei. The former general manager, Qinzhe, will be transferred to the investment banking department, Su Hao said. The office suddenly became quiet, when a certain uncle in the imperial envoy stood up and nodded to the crowd saying, I am that Zhu Guowei. The applause was sparse, and only the imperial envoys were clapping. Seize power. This thought flashed through the minds of the managers of the various departments. It was obvious that they would use the imperial envoys to take away Su Yu's power, then replace the general manager of the investment department, Qinzhe, and the manager of the second department, Li Linfeng, to take away the most profitable department of the company. As Su Yu's confidants, they wanted to spit a mouthful of salt soda water at the imperial envoys. But it was limited to just thinking about it. To say it was a factional struggle, and to say it was a family matter. The old man was biased toward his son. What could you do? Qinzhe understood this point the most. The old man was biased toward his daughter. What could he do as a son? Fortunately, his sister often kissed him, which more or less made up for the imbalance in his heart. I object, Su Yu said in a deep voice. Chairman, the general manager of the investment department, Qinzhe, has made outstanding contributions and achieved remarkable results. He is the most suitable person to take this position. Before the old man could speak, the son had already sneered and said first, Qinzhe has been in the company for less than a month, and you let him be the general manager of the investment department. How childish. Just because he chose the right stock, I admit that it did bring the company a lot of profits, but this does not mean that he has the ability and qualifications to be the general manager. During his time as the general manager, his results were remarkable, but not as remarkable as you described. Su Yu was about to refute, but Su Tong waved his hand. He first nodded and smiled at Qinzhe, and praised him verbally. Then he said, young people have vitality and ability, but they still need more experience. It is not a good thing to be promoted too quickly. First, experience in the investment department for a few years and make some real achievements. Su Tong had heard a little about Qinzhe's achievements. He was a young man who was quite capable, but how could he get to the position of general manager with just one stock? It was not so easy to be promoted. In the eyes of an old man like him, who had made his way step by step, reaching the sky in one step was the most undesirable thing. Moreover, the position of general manager of the investment department was very important. The person who sat in this position had to be Su Hao's man. Otherwise, even with the help of the Imperial Envoy Group, Su Hao would not be able to control the most profitable department. At his level, there was no shortage of talents. Thirsting for talents was the desire of the initial stage of the business. Now he was playing with power. Against the background of the industrial downturn, Fengyu Group was gradually going downhill. The company had been considering a transformation in recent years, but was hesitant in the internet and capital market. Originally, his daughter wanted to open an investment company, and he had the mentality of accompanying her. He did not expect that she would be the one who opened the opportunity and saw a day with good prospects. Su Tong wanted to shift the focus of the next 5 years from the industrial sector to the capital market. In that way, the scale of profits would definitely continue to expand. He could let his daughter play with an investment company with a few hundred million yuan, but if the capital expanded to more than a billion or even billions, he would definitely personally oversee it. Also, although Fengyu Group was founded by him, he did not have the final say. The shareholders were not optimistic about Su Hao. Compared to his shrewd and decisive father, his son was much worse in terms of ability and wisdom. At this time he needed a beautiful political achievement to pave the way, and profits were undoubtedly the best choice. The chairman made the final decision. Su Yu was not reconciled, but she could not be angry with her father in front of everyone. She chose to be silent and clenched her fists. The position of general manager had not warmed up, and in the blink of an eye, he was taken down. Qin Zhe thought angrily, "Damn it, I quit. Ding. Please resign immediately and set up an investment company by yourself. If you succeed, you will be rewarded with 300 points. If you fail, the corresponding points will be deducted." The system's cold voice echoed in his mind. After doing business, the system was quite happy. "Host, you finally have a desire in your heart. It seems that a salted fish like you needs to be stepped on a few more times before you know how to turn over a new leaf. Damn it, I haven't even taken off my pants, and you can't wait to start trouble." Qin Zhe was caught off guard. Chapter 199. All the balls are in the sack. System, I'm not ready yet. Qin Zhe was shocked. "I did have a similar idea just now, but that's reasonable. Don't take it too seriously. It's too stressful for me to start a company all of a sudden." "I'm not listening," the system said. "Are you really a F***king system? You must be possessed by Qin Bao Bao." Qin Zhe covered his face. "Let me rest for a few more days. Tomorrow comes after tomorrow. There are so many tomorrows. If I don't give you some pressure, you'll want to be a salted fish," the system said in a disappointed tone. "But I have no experience at all. Didn't you say that impossible tasks won't appear? What's so difficult about registering a company?" the system said. "You reminded me. Just registering a company is meaningless and will cause the system to lose a lot of points. So host, let's set a small goal. How about earning 100 million first?" Qin Zhe's heart skipped a beat. He knew something was wrong. "Ding, please earn 100 million within a month. If you succeed, you will be rewarded with 600 points. If you fail, the corresponding points will be deducted." Clang! The teacup rolled on the carpet. The tea and tea leaves splashed all over the floor. Li Linfeng helped to pick it up and asked with concern, "What's wrong with you?" Everyone looked at him and then showed a look of realization. The young man couldn't bear the ups and downs, so he lost his composure. Qin Zhe said with an expressionless face, "I want to curse out loud." Su Tong didn't hear him clearly and frowned. "What did you say?" Everyone looked at Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe stood up and smiled. "The chairman is right. It's not necessarily a good thing to be promoted. More experience is definitely a good thing. But I have to refute Vice President Su." He looked around at everyone. "Strictly speaking, since I joined the company, there's only one project that was completely done by me. The profit is 200%. Black Donkey Technology. I've estimated that the profit this stock can bring is far beyond your imagination. Of course, words are not proof. You'll know in the future. Apart from that, I've also rectified 6 small projects. The profits from 2 weeks are more than 80%. The total value of the 6 projects is 20 million yuan, which means that I've earned 16 million yuan for the company. I felt that this result was completely worthy of the words, brilliant results. What do you think, Chairman?" Su Tong was stunned and couldn't help but look at Su Hao. That was not what Su Hao had told him. His original words were, A lucky person who was lucky enough to grab a bull's stock. When he heard that the other party was an inexperienced child, he did not pursue the matter further. Furthermore, the purpose of this meeting was to announce the arrival of the Imperial Envoy Group. Taking down Qinzhe was just a matter of convenience. Very good. As long as you have more experience, I will give you more room for improvement, Su Tong said dryly. But I won't play with you anymore. Qinzhe smiled and returned to his seat. In the president's office. Have you thought it through? Su Yu, who had been silent for a long time, spoke slowly, staring at Qinzhe. There was a resignation letter in front of her desk. It was Qinzhe's. Qinzhe nodded. Although he said that he didn't want it, he actually knew that the system's task came from his own desires. He did have this idea and plan, but the system had brought it forward. The beautiful president was a little depressed. While her power was being taken away, her number one henchman had also submitted his resignation. Qinzhe wanted to comfort her, but he felt that it was inappropriate. He and Su Yu were not on this level. She rubbed her temples tiredly and signed her name on the resignation letter. I understand. I will ask the finance department to transfer your salary and commission to you as soon as possible. There's no rush. Let's settle it together when the salary is paid. Qinzhe stood up and said, Then goodbye, my beautiful president. Su Yu was stunned and smiled. Goodbye. She thought that if Qinzhe had been so lively from the beginning, she might have become friends with him. Maybe he wouldn't have resigned today. Qinzhe carried his bag and left the company that he had joined for less than a month. During this period of time he had learned a lot, but there were also many things that he hadn't figured out thoroughly. He was not a slacker. In the field that he was not good at, Qinzhe didn't like to take risks. Su Tong stayed to have a meal with his daughter and son. He was so busy that he didn't leave for the first time. He asked Su how to organize all the investment projects of the company and send them to the president's office. Su Yu sat on the sofa and flipped through her phone. Su Hao sat opposite her father. Su Tong sat in the president's chair. He asked his daughter to get the financial statements of the previous 2 quarters and the project summary. Although the managers of each department had reported at the meeting, they certainly didn't give details. They only said how much money their departments had earned and didn't mention the details of the projects. Otherwise, each department could talk for a whole day. The company was newly established and had a shallow foundation. The profit in the first quarter was relatively small, but the profit in the second quarter soared. This upward trend was similar to the rise of the stock market. Give me this month's project and report. Su Tong wanted to see the company's recent situation. Su Yu asked the assistant to get a summary of this month's projects and income statement. Su Tong drank tea and looked through the projects. He found that the stock and futures projects accounted for 50% of the total projects, and the income accounted for 70%. The income was terrible. This made him more determined to enter the capital market. The income of this month is almost the same as the last quarter, Su Tong said with a smile. This quarter's income can break through a new height. I've decided to invest another billion yuan. Su Yu was no longer as enthusiastic as before and nodded slightly. But I have to look at your investment plan for this quarter first, for stocks and futures. Su Tong said with a smile. No, Su Yu said. Su Hao immediately caught his sister's mistake and said unhappily, How can you invest in a project without a plan? Every project should have a specific plan and preparation. It seems that you have made some achievements and become arrogant. Su Tong frowned. Su Yu said lightly, This month's performance can be equal to the performance of the 3 months of the last quarter. In addition to the rise of the stock market, Qinzhe also contributed. He is the general manager of the investment department, and he wrote the plan. Su Hao said, That's easy. Let him rush out a plan. Su Yu sneered. He is no longer the general manager. Su Hao snorted. As long as he stays in the company for 1 day, he has the obligation to contribute to the company. The salary is not for free. Dad, what do you think? Su Yu looked at her father hopefully. Dad, as long as you continue to let him be the general manager, I will immediately ask him for the plan. She wanted to take back the position of general manager Qinzhe. Su Tong pondered for a moment and shook his head. What Hauer said is reasonable. The employee's contribution to the company is also his own contribution. The position of general manager is fixed. How can it be repeated? Just give him a bonus as compensation. The investment department is relatively free now, isn't it? Suyu's sorrow was greater than her despair. He resigned. The father and son were stunned. Suhao said, "Resigned? Has the work handover been completed? Has the task at hand been completed? This month is not over yet. Is he just going to quit? I don't agree to resign. If he leaves, he can't even think about the salary commission." Suyu raised the corner of her mouth in a sarcastic arc. "I have already signed." She looked at her father. Qinzhe didn't get to this position by luck. Black Donkey technology is only part of his performance. The projects he took over, as he said, had a profit of 80%. He has the ability and can go anywhere. Does he really think that he can't make a living if he doesn't stay here? I know that Dad can't care about any employee, but I hope you can listen to my opinion more and not be partial to your son. She finished in one breath and felt a little pleasure of revenge. Su Tong slammed the document in his hand on the table. In the evening, he cooked a sumptuous meal for his two sisters. His sister was still sitting next to him. Wang Zijin was sitting opposite. Qin Baobao ate until her cheeks were full. She asked curiously, "So much food today. Did you get promoted again?" Qinzhe basically cooked 3 dishes and 1 soup. He would only eat more when he found a job and got promoted. Therefore, his sister asked this question. "No, I resigned." Qinzhe said, "I'm going to open a company and be my own boss." Qin Baobao was stunned. She turned her head to one side and spat out rice grains. "Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. My brother wants to open a company and be a boss." Wang Zijin was much more restrained than her. She trotted to the side of the coffee table and spat rice into the trash can. It's funny. Qinzhe was speechless. Perhaps his sister couldn't help herself. Wang Zijin's operation was definitely deliberately disgusting. Sure enough, even a generous woman could be narrow-minded. Qin Baobao lowered her head to sweep the rice grains on the floor. She held back her laughter and pretended to ask with concern, "What company are you going to open?" "An investment company," Qinzhe said. "It's so high and mighty," his sister said. "Can you open it?" "An investment company has a lot of requirements. I have my own plans. Lend me your ID card tomorrow. To register a company, you need a legal person and shareholders." "I can't open it alone," Qinzhe said. Qin Baobao was indeed his sister. She nodded without hesitation. She didn't even consider whether it would be troublesome to be a shareholder of a company. Even if her brother sold her out, she would still help him count the money foolishly. After dinner, his sister lay lazily on the sofa and rubbed her round belly. She babbled, "Ace, you black-hearted maggot." Qinzhe was shocked. "Don't call me a maggot. If I'm a maggot, what are you?" He glanced at his sister's belly and said with amusement, "You look like you're 2 months pregnant." Qin Baobao narrowed her eyes and hurt each other. Yes, it's your little monkey inside." Wang Zijin rolled her eyes. She cleared the dishes and went into the kitchen. Qinzhe followed her in. Wang Zijin pushed him away with her butt and said angrily, "Go away." Qinzhe stepped back angrily and admired Wang Zijin's figure. She was wearing a thin dark blue sweater and a pair of tight casual pants. Her legs were slender and straight. She was dressed simply. Her hair was tied up in a bun, and the back of her neck was white and slender. "Let me do it." Qinzhe went up to her. If he couldn't tell that Wang Zijin was angry with him, his EQ was too low. Wang Zijin's lips curled up slightly. She pulled a long face and stepped aside. Qinzhe washed the dishes while she watched. Qinzhe said, "Sister Ziwei, go to the living room and watch TV. Watching TV is the most important thing." Wang Zijin faintly said, "If you agree to a bet, you have to accept your loss. If a certain someone sees that I threw the bowl and chopsticks to you to wash, she'll be eccentric again. A certain someone really loves her younger brother. She can't stand her younger brother fawning over other women." Qinzhe pretended not to understand. Wang Zijin stared at him. "Don't you think so?" Qinzhe laughed and said, "I don't know who's going overboard." Wang Zijin hit him. Sister Ziwei, what do you do in an online media company? Qinzei cleverly changed the topic. I'm an editor. Wang Zijin said. I heard that being an editor is one of the most unethical professions. Qinzei said. How many articles do you have to write every day? At least 10 times. At most it's dozens of times. I'm experienced and good at writing articles. I'm now the team leader. How can there be so many articles for you to write? Wang Zijin said calmly. There's only one picture at the beginning. The content is all made up. Qinzei thought to himself, indeed unethical. After washing the dishes, Qin Baobao said that she wanted to watch a horror film. It was a very bloody and disgusting film from Korea. The female hipster was so scared that she scolded her for being an idiot. She took her phone and slipped back to her room. Qin Baobao sneered proudly. She was like a little woman who had won a house fight. She hesitated when she took the remote control. She didn't dare to watch the disgusting film. She chose a Hong Kong zombie film from the 1980s. This was the limit of what her sister could accept. Hong Kong zombie films were classics, especially those starring a famous actor. It was a pity that he died young. It made people sigh. Although it was a film from 20 to 30 years ago, the special effects were a little out of date. However, the production was very meticulous. The opening scene was in a dense forest in the middle of the night. The sound effects were extremely terrifying. As soon as the movie started, the sister was scared. She leaned her soft body against Qinzei. Ace, can you hug my waist? Qin Baobao said with a scared expression. Wow, she had such an excessive request? Qinzei happily hugged his sister's waist. Her waist was tight and elastic. It was not soft like other girls. Qinzei felt that his sister's waist was the best. Anyway, he had never hugged other girls before, and there was no comparison. At the beginning of the story, there was a corpse herder from Xiangxi. He was driving the dead back home to be buried. On the way, he met a fox demon. The fox demon charmed a Taoist priest. The Taoist priest was busy all year round and had physiological needs. He couldn't resist the temptation and fell into the fox demon's trap. At that time, Hong Kong films were more explicit. Qin Baobao didn't know where she found this movie from, but she didn't edit it. His sister blushed and lowered her head. Qinzei strangely pinched his sister's waist. Qin Baobao's body trembled and her ears turned red. Fortunately, this part of the story passed quickly. The Taoist priest was sucked dry by the fox demon. The zombies fled and became wild zombies. There was a small town a few miles away from the forest. The people in the town suffered. Every night, people were bitten to death by zombies. One of the zombies who died unjustly had a lot of resentment. After drinking human blood, it became a zombie king. There was a metaphysical master in the town who helped people with feng shui. He led his 2 disciples and the townspeople to kill the zombies. Among them, the fox demon came out several times and hooked up with the townspeople to cultivate evil arts. It was still very explicit. Qin Baobao said angrily, the previous movies had bad intentions. Hurry up and play it. Qinzei said, don't. It's rare to have an unedited version of an old movie. I want to download it and save it. Qin Baobao waved her arm and chopped her brother's head. She said angrily, are all men so disgusting? His sister's chop was getting sharper and sharper. Qinzei said in bewilderment, there's a big rectification now. Explicit movies are rarer than pandas. I can't miss it. What big rectification? Qin Baobao was confused. For example, I can hug your waist now, but if you want to kiss me, then GG. Qinzei said. Who wants to kiss you? His sister blushed and muttered. The big rectification is so annoying. We can secretly kiss at night. Qinzei winked. Scram. Qin Baobao waved her hand and chopped her brother's head. Chapter 200. Is it easy to register a company? It's very simple. The minimum registration capital is 30,000 yuan. Any natural person can easily register a company, but running a company, even if it's composed of a few people, is extremely difficult. Because the company has to generate income to be considered a normal company. How difficult business is, the salesperson can understand 1 or 2. Qinzei called Nanman Pei in the morning and asked her to help him register a company. According to the normal process, he needs to wait 5 to 7 days to register a company, but Nan Man Pei has a wide range of contacts and is able to help him jump the queue. Queen Bei was quite surprised to hear that he was going to register a company. She smiled and said, "Qinze, do you have a plan? So you told me that you have the idea of starting your own business." Qinze did not deny it and said with a wry smile, "My position as the general manager was taken away. I came out to start my own business in anger. I don't know if I'm dead or alive." Nan Man Pei laughed, "Don't try to get me to invest. Our friendship is friendship, business is business." Qinze sighed and said, "How can I? I can't cheat, Sister Pei." Nan Man Pei thought for a moment and said, "Siyu has always said that your business ability is very strong. I don't pay attention to how strong it is and I don't have time to pay attention to it. If you really want me to invest, make some achievements first. It's not that Sister Pei doesn't want to help you. You can't talk about favors in business. Otherwise, sooner or later, you will be dragged down by messy favors. You have to remember this. You have to be firm in your principles. When I invested in Siyu, it was actually out of sympathy. Even so, I only invested 50 million yuan. Qinze said weakly, "Your Majesty also sympathizes with this little one. Not much, 20 million yuan is enough." Nan Man Pei laughed and scolded him and hung up the phone decisively. Then Nan Man Pei sent a phone number to him and asked Qinze to call this number. Of course, it was impossible for the busy woman to do such a small thing as registering a company. At noon the next day, Qinze received a series of company information such as a business permit, an account opening permit and so on. He spent the afternoon going to the bank to open a basic account and an ordinary account. From then on, a shell company was formed. According to the normal course of events, the next step should be to find the office address. The company address on the information was fictitious. In the evening, after Qin Baobao got off work, she was overjoyed with her business license and said that she would be the boss's wife in the future. Wang Zijin complained at the side, saying that they were shareholders. Qin Baobao sprayed salt soda on her best friend's face, saying that she was the lady boss. After that, Qinze watched a catfight between Qin Bao and Wang Zijin at close range. Although Wang Zijin ran and worked out every day, Qin Baobao was a dancer. Her explosive power was much higher than the latter. She also practiced the deadly scissors kick. Wang Zijin was defeated by this move. The elder sister rode on the younger sister of the Wang family to show off her strength. She learned from Qinze and spanked her, saying that it felt good. Qinze took out Qin Baobao's treasured snacks from the tea cabinet and happily watched the battle between the two women that lasted for 5 minutes. Wang Zijin pitifully acted like a spoiled child. Your sister is bullying me." That appearance, that attitude, Qinze's body shook and goosebumps appeared all over his body. Qin Baobao gently patted her best friend's head. "This is my brother. He won't stand on your side. Come, feed your sister a bite of potato chips." Qinze put away the business permit and other company information. It was rare for him to go into seclusion in his room and not flirt with his sisters. The small goal set by the low-level system was to earn 100 million in a month. She really wanted to spit out a mouthful of salted soda to kill it. But on second thought, it didn't mean that he couldn't do it even if ordinary people couldn't do it. Although the system was low-level, it was still a system. I'm a man with a system. But even with the system, this task was not easy. First, he only had about 4 million available funds. Even if he grabbed a stock that hit the daily limit every day, it would be impossible to earn 100 million in a month. Futures was possible, but he wasn't as good as stocks and futures. Secondly, the low-level system couldn't predict the future. It gave a reason that time was the universe's greatest mystery. If it could predict the future, it wouldn't be pushed here by other systems. Other systems were awesome. They could change the world's structure and lower the human's IQ. They could create a gourmet restaurant out of nothing and pull the host into a dungeon. Other than giving him a few skill books, his system didn't seem to have any tricks up its sleeves. Damn you, host. Without me, you'd still be a salted fish. The system flew into a rage out of humiliation. A salted fish that can only look at your sister's fat CI and drool. You know too much. Qinze chopped his head with a hand knife. He was the one who hurt. Qinze had an unfinished business plan in his mind. It was supposed to be an investment plan for the next month for amassing profits. That was good too. He didn't want others to take advantage of it. However, there were two flaws. First, this plan was suitable for investment companies, not individuals. Second, the profits weren't 100% guaranteed. There was nothing 100% in the stock market. From writing the plan to revising it, Chinze spent 5 days. During this period, other than catching up with the news broadcast, he spent most of his time writing at the table. Other than that, he would run with Wang Zijin in the morning. Sometimes, he would write until midnight and fall asleep on the table. Just the draft alone was enough to fill an entire book. There were a lot of stock analysis, current news, and financial reports in it. Qin Baobao once woke up in the middle of the night to go to the toilet. She saw that the light in her brother's room was still on. She pushed the door open and saw that he was sleeping on the table. His sister was heartbroken. She frowned and whimpered. "What are you doing? Don't torture your body. If you don't have a job, you can find another one. Do you really want to start a company? Our family doesn't lack money. Why do you have to work so hard?" Yes, this was very like the people of Shanghai. Chinze patted his sister's hand and said longingly, "I must have money. Lots and lots of money." He held his sister's hand affectionately. He looked like he wanted to say something but hesitated. Qin Baobao's heart was touched. She said shyly, "What do you want to do after you have money?" Chinze laughed. 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, 72 concubines, wahaha. Qin Baobao's face turned stiff. "Sister, what's wrong?" Chinze saw his sister's dull expression. Qin Baobao pointed to the bed expressionlessly and said, "Go and lie down." "What?" Chinze was alert. His sister said lightly, "The deadly scissor's legs are thirsty for blood." His sister said hatefully, "You still want to have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Unless you step over my dead body." Chinze was helpless. In the novels he read in the past, the protagonist's family would definitely have sisters who were not related by blood. The sisters only had eyes for the protagonist. All the men in the world were not men. Even if the protagonist had a fling outside, they still had to be understanding of him. If the protagonist was dumped by a beautiful girl, he did not even need to shout, "Life is full of ups and downs." The sisters would automatically jump out to slap the female supporting character's face, hugging the protagonist's arm and saying, "Hubby, how can this kind of woman compare to her?" Chinze was completely different. His sister hugged his arm and shouted similar lines. It was definitely not to help him slap his own face, but to break up his relationship with Chinze. The poor girl who had not even kissed him was kicked away by him just like that. Not only that, Qin Baobao could not rub sand in her eyes. Fling? Don't even think about it. She would rather waste time with him. In the regional manager's office of a securities company, Wang Pei looked at the handsome young man opposite him and suspected that he had heard wrongly. "How much leverage did you say?" Chinze took a sip of tea. 10 times. Wang Pei was silent. He tapped his fingers on the office desk and pondered for a long time. A's brother Wang's idea is too risky. Now that the stock market is soaring, there are people with 20 times leverage. However, the greater the leverage, the greater the danger. If you really want to play, 5 times or less will do. Chinze smiled. "I don't even need to come to you with 5 times leverage. Alright, go and open a margin account first. Leave the rest to me." Wang Pei nodded. "How much money?" 4 million. "How much?" Wang Pei suspected that there was something wrong with his ears again and widened his eyes. Chinze repeated, 4 million. Wang Pei said in a low voice, "Does Miss Qin know?" "Not yet, but I hope Brother Wang won't tell my dad." Chinze said, "If he knows that I'm playing this big, he will definitely stop me. You have to understand what will happen if you lose 4 million and 10 times leverage." Wang Pei said, "I understand." Chinze said, "The so-called leverage, to put it bluntly, was borrowing money to invest in stocks. An investor could use the stocks as collateral and borrow funds from the securities company, according to a certain proportion of the total value of the assets in the account to invest. If the mortgage stocks fell and the market value did not reach the minimum standard, Chinze would have to add margin or swallow the bitter pill and sell the stocks. The greater the profit, the greater the risk. The stocks in Chinze's hands were all strong stocks, especially Black Donkey Technology. After discussing the details, Chinze said goodbye and left. Wang Pei leaned back in his chair and murmured, 4,000,000 10 times leverage. A glint flashed across his eyes. Chapter 201. Qin Zhe moved 6 computers into the house that day. Once the funds arrived, he would start his small goal of making 100 million yuan. Using leverage to get the funds to 40 million yuan, strictly speaking, it should be called margin financing. If he could get hold of another superstock like Black Donkey Technology, it would not be difficult to reach the small goal of 100 million yuan a month. Of course, Black Donkey Technology was a superstock that could only be found by chance. In the next month, he would need to make frequent short-term operations. It was a huge challenge for Qin Zhe. It was Saturday and Qin Zhe's birthday had finally arrived. Wang Zijin was very happy because Qin Baobao had flown to the capital to shoot an advertisement. Qin Zhe and Miss Wang were having breakfast. Baobao took a flight to the capital yesterday and is shooting the advertisement today. She won't be able to make it back today. Wang Zijin said happily. Sister Ziwei beamed with joy. Let's go shopping today. Wang Zijin took a sip of soy milk. I will buy you a birthday present. She always called herself sister in front of Qin Zhe. After breakfast, they went out in Qin Baobao's little red horse. In the morning, they strolled around the Xingwang temple. Wang Zijin was in high spirits, but Qin Zhe was almost scared away by the surging flow of people. The Xingwang temple was a business district with retro architecture. It had flying eaves and black tiles, and tourists came and went. They walked through a long stone road with vintage buildings on both sides. It was as if they had traveled back in time and were walking on an ancient street. Qin Zhe tried his best to protect Miss Wang so that she would not be taken advantage of or the things in her bag would be stolen. They were watching fish on the winding stone bridge. The pedestrians almost brushed shoulders with each other. In the dark green pond, there were red and yellow koi fish swimming around. They were fat and big. As Qin Zhe saw this, he thought that this was a heaven-sent opportunity. He decisively grabbed the Wang family's young Miss hand. Miss Wang immediately pulled back her hand. Qin Zhe pulled again. Miss Wang pulled back again. Qin Zhe pulled her back again, saying, "There are so many people here, don't get lost." Wang Zijin pursed her lips and let him hold her hand. The corners of her lips curled up slightly. Wang Zijin bought a colorful bracelet, a horn scraper and 2 scarves from the handicraft store. She gave one to Qin Zhe and the other to herself, saying that she would keep it for the winter. Qin Zhe thought about his sister in his heart and said, "Why don't I buy one for Qin Bao too?" Wang Zijin had an unhappy look on her face. The little pervert was always thinking about his sister. "Then you can pay for it yourself." Wang Zijin left in a muffled voice. Qin Zhe shouted, "Hey, wait! I'll take a photo and show it to Qin Baobao." Wang Zijin walked even faster. Qin Zhe bought 2 cups of milk tea from the side of the street. Miss Wang finally smiled as she drank the sweet beverage. Finally, they paid for the tickets and entered the city god temple to pray. They came out after praying without asking for a lot. Wang Zijin and Qin Zhe walked out side by side and asked Qin Zhe, "What are you praying for?" Qin Zhe said, "Bless my business and make 100 million yuan. Sister Ziwei, what about you?" Wang Zijin said faintly, "I'm praying for Qin Bao to get married as soon as possible." Qin Zhe said happily, "Sister Ziwei, you're so good to Qin Bao. No wonder you're her best friend, thinking about her marriage." Wang Zijin glanced at him meaningfully. At this moment, Wang Zijin's phone rang. She took it out and looked at it with a strange expression. "Sister Ziwei, I've arrived in Shanghai. I'm at Hongqiao Airport. Come and pick me up." A girl's lively voice came from the phone. "You're really coming?" Wang Zijin said with a headache. "I'm here to see my sister-in-law." "Sister Ziwei, I'm not familiar with Shanghai. You can't just leave me alone," the girl said in a pitiful tone. Wang Zijin said helplessly, Okay, I'll drive over to pick you up." Qin Zhe asked, "Who is it?" Wang Zijin shrugged. "A third wheel. I know, a childhood friend. We grew up in the same house. Big courtyard." Qin Zhe's expression was one of confusion. If there were no traffic jams, they would arrive in 20 minutes from the city god temple to Hongqiao. However, there were no traffic jams in Shanghai. Took twice as long to get to Hongqiao. The car stopped on the 2nd floor. Wang Zijin made a call and told the driver the license plate number and color of the BMW. Not long after, A girl with a backpack walked out of the departure hall. She had a slim figure. She was wearing a thin pink sweater with white jeans and a pair of white canvas shoes. Her bright eyes looked around and quickly locked on to the red BMW. She skipped over. Wang Zijin lowered the window and waved at her. "Sister Ziwei, I missed you so much." The girl leaned in through the window and hugged Wang Zijin's head. "Get in the car. It's not convenient to park here," Wang Zijin said. Not far away, the auxiliary police glared at them. The girl glanced at Qin Zhe and was stunned. Then she shouted, "Qin Zhe! Are you Qin Zhe?" "That's me." Qin Zhe thought to himself, "Wow, did I meet a little fangirl?" Although he didn't care about little fresh meats, he couldn't escape the stereotype of little fresh meats and internet celebrities. Most of his fans were little girls. From time to time, comments like "hubby hubby" and "I want to have your babies" would pop up on Weibo. The girl was quite pretty. She had big eyes, white skin, and a sharp oval face. She was a real beauty. The girl happily got into the back seat and chattered non-stop. "My name is Zhongling Qinze. Why are you with Sister Ziwei?" "Qinze, I like you a lot. Can you give me an autograph? The more the better. I'll send it to the girls in school. Many girls in my class like you." "Qinze, how can you write so many good songs? Are you really a fast shooter?" Wang Zijin said angrily. "What nonsense are you talking about?" She stopped talking for a while and then continued to chatter. There were always endless questions. She said that it was the right decision to come to Shanghai. Would she be able to see Qin Baobao later? Through Wang Zijin's introduction, Qin Zhe found out that she was already in university and had just graduated from high school. No wonder she looked like a high school student. It was time for dinner. Qin Zhe took them to Shanghai's local cuisine. The girl liked beets very much and was full of praise. It was probably because Qin Zhe was there that she didn't call Wang Zijin's sister-in-law, which made the young miss of the Wang family feel relieved. After dinner, the girl said that she wanted to go to the Oriental Pearl Tower in the Bund. If possible, she also wanted to go to the zoo. Wang Zijin rejected her without hesitation. "I don't have time to accompany you today. Let's do it another day. Do you want to find a hotel to rest or come with us?" Zhongling smiled innocently and said, "I want to be with my idol." According to Wang Zijin's request, the three came to Nanjing Road. The wide pedestrian street was bustling with people. High-rise buildings connected to high-rise buildings, snack bars, shopping malls, specialty restaurants, and electric rail cars slowly passing by. It was full of a bustling urban atmosphere. During the whole process, Zhongling was holding Wang Zijin's arm. Qin Zhe, who wanted to hold her hand, secretly hated it. Wang Zijin glanced at the branded clothing stores and said, "Ace, let's go buy some clothes. What brand do you like?" Qin Zhe had an idea and pointed to Uniqlo not far away. "Let's go there. That's a good place." In fact, the quality of Uniqlo's clothes was not good at all. The material was too thin and would be deformed after a few rolls in the washing machine. But even after many years, Qin Zhe still heard of Uniqlo. When they were trying on the clothes, Qin Zhe said sneakily, "Sister Ziwei, let's go in together." Wang Zijin learned from Qin Baobao and chopped his neck with a hand knife. The main reason was that Qin Zhe was much taller than her. It was a bit difficult to chop his head and she had to stand on tiptoe. "I'm an online editor. Don't think that I'm as ignorant as Qin Baobao," Wang Zijin said angrily. "You black-hearted little pervert. Shouldn't it be a maggot?" Qin Zhe wondered. Wang Zijin snorted and pushed him into the fitting room. Qin Zhe bought 2 coats, a shirt and a pair of pants. Wang Zijin took out her credit card to pay. The credit card belonged to Qin Baobao. Her bank and credit cards were frozen. Wang Zijin had been using Qin Baobao's credit card because all her salary had been transferred to Qin Baobao's account. After buying the clothes, she went to a shop by the street and bought a bottle of old yogurt. Just as she was about to ask Wang Zijin if she wanted one, she saw that not far away Sister Ziwei, who she had always regarded as her sister-in-law, was being pestered by that guy to hold her hand. Sister Ziwei was reluctant and gave him a coquettish look. Zhongling bit her lip and pretended not to see. The three of them continued to walk down the street. Soon after, Wang Zijin bought a 30,000 yuan suit for Qin Zhe. She helped him button it up as if no one else was around. Her eyes sparkled as she said, "Handsome. After buying the suit, Wang Zijin stopped wandering around aimlessly. She gave an address and asked Qinzhe to drive them there. The address was on the second floor of a shopping mall in Zujiawi. When Qinzhe came in, he realized that it was a piano shop. The shiny tiles reflected the bright lights. Pianos were neatly arranged and guitars hung on the wall. Wang Zijin went straight in and took a guitar. She asked Qinzhe, "What do you think of this guitar?" The waiter said, "This guitar is good. It's handmade and the guard material is Bolivian rosewood. There are only 3 guitars like this in our shop." Qinzhe asked, "How much?" The waiter said, 23,000 yuan. Well, in this day and age, as long as it was handmade, it was expensive. It was as if the industrial chain that humans work so hard to create was rubbish. It was a wooden guitar. It was not fancy and the bright yellow paint was shiny. Wang Zijin asked stubbornly, "Do you like it?" Qinzhe was stunned. "Sister Ziwei wants to buy it for me?" Wang Zijin nodded and smiled. "Birthday present. But I don't know how to play the guitar. You should buy me a piano." "Wow, you want me to buy such an expensive thing. You don't care about my salary at all." Zhang Ling gritted her teeth. "These guys don't care about me at all. Of course they're flirting in front of me." When they left the piano shop, it was 3 in the afternoon. The frost had passed and the sun had yet to set. The autumn was getting heavier. Strolling in the cool autumn wind, Qinzhe suddenly remembered a time when he was shopping with his sister. The autumn wind was bleak and they were holding a cup of hot milk tea. His pretentious sister thought of a milk tea commercial and said, "Ace, what am I to you?" This question stunned Qinzhe. He thought to himself, "What a stupid question. Isn't she my sister?" Qin Baobao glanced at the milk tea and gave him a hint. Qinzhe was enlightened. "You're my milk tea." Qin Baobao pretended to be coquettish. "So I'm milk tea." Qinzhe nodded and said, "Then I can take you down." Qinzhe boldly held Wang Zijin's hand, and a deep smile appeared on his face. It was time for hot milk tea again. In a 5-star hotel in Beijing, Qin Baobao was wearing a bathrobe and lying on the bed. Her body was curvaceous under the bathrobe. Filming the commercial had exhausted her. At 8 in the morning, she followed the planning team to Fragrant Hill for the shoot and returned at noon. Then the scene changed to the Forbidden City and she went to the Forbidden City with its red walls. The director had high standards and they had been filming repeatedly for the entire day. After leaving the Forbidden City, they were harassed by fans. Under the escort of the security guards, they escaped into the nanny van and left. Today was her brother's birthday. She had promised to spend the day with him, but as a celebrity, she had no choice but to follow the schedule. Qin Baobao and Qinzhe had agreed to postpone the birthday and the cake until she went back to celebrate. She was bored and refreshed Weibo. She posted a few photos of the scenic spots and captioned, "I'm so tired. I can't even make it to my brother's birthday." A large group of fans replied, "Goddess, take care of your body. Don't work too hard. I feel sorry for you." Or, "Sister, don't worry about your work. You can leave things like accompanying your brother to your sisters-in-law." Qin Baobao was so happy that she giggled and slapped the bed with her 2 white and tender legs. After refreshing Weibo, she refreshed her WeChat moments. She saw that her friends in her contact list were posting pictures of their babies, their dinners, or some chicken soup for the soul. Suddenly, Qin Baobao's smile froze. She saw some of Wang Zijin's posts. "City God Temple is so fun." There were a few photos of retro buildings and koi fish playing in the water. "I found 2 beautiful scarves." There were photos of scarves. "This person is so annoying. She's half-hearted when she comes out to play. Humph." There were photos of Qinzhe walking on the street with milk tea in his hands. Qin Baobao pursed her lips and stared blankly at the phone screen. She suddenly felt very sad and empty. She felt that something had been snatched away from her. "Sisterly, help me book a ticket. I want to go back to Shanghai immediately." Qin Baobao hung up the phone and bit her lip. Chapter 202. Su Hui, a certain bar on Laifu Road. Qinzhe's desire for milk tea was aroused. However, they had just drunk a cup in the morning and it was a very large cup. Wang Zijin refused to drink it no matter what, so they settled for the next best thing. They found a bar to sit at. Qinzhe drank coffee, Wang Zijin drank green tea, and Zhang Ling asked for a cup of matcha. Compared to the small and exquisite bar, this bar was quite big. It was about 60 to 70 square meters, decorated in a cozy style, and provided entertainment magazines and books. It was quiet and relaxing. Wang Zijin liked this kind of atmosphere very much. She could spend an entire summer afternoon in a quiet coffee shop, holding a book and chewing slowly. Qin Zhe also liked this kind of atmosphere. Qin Baobao always liked to wander around bars and liveliness. Qin Zhe, on the other hand, was irritated when he saw the densely packed heads. In many aspects of life, female hipsters were more compatible with him. Getting along with her was easy and pleasant. Wang Zijin probably felt the same way. Qin Zhe, can I go home with you later? Can I see Qin Baobao? Zhang Ling blinked her starry eyes. No, Qin Baobao is out for work. She's not at home. Wang Zijin said. After drinking, we'll go find a hotel. No, I don't plan to stay in Shanghai for long. I'll go back to Beijing tonight. My flight is at 7:45. Zhang Ling sighed and said faintly, I'm sorry to interrupt your date. Nonsense. Wang Zijin patted her head guiltily. Qin Zhe, is your relationship with Qin Baobao really as good as what the internet says? Zhang Ling asked curiously. Don't they say that siblings become more distant as they grow older? My brother doted on me a lot when I was young, but the older he gets, the colder he gets to me. Wang Zijin clicked her tongue and said, They're not ordinary siblings. They're very close. My brother is the best, and my sister is the prettiest. A's right? Sister Ziwei said sarcastically. Qin Zhe pretended not to understand and sighed in his heart. Here it comes again. Wang Zijin always liked to test things. When they came out of the city god temple, she also tested him. Fortunately, Qin Zhe pretended to be stupid and muddled through. Wang Zijin said, I'm going to the toilet. Zhang Ling watched her leave and disappeared around the corner. She smiled and said, Qin Zhe, isn't my sister Ziwei pretty? Without waiting for Qin Zhe to reply, she continued, Unfortunately, she's engaged to my brother. Qin Zhe was stunned. Zhang Ling looked at him and smiled coldly. I didn't introduce myself clearly just now. Let me reintroduce myself. I'm Zhang Ling's sister Ziwei is my future sister-in-law. My brother is Zhang Mingcheng, sister Ziwei's future husband. Qin Zhe thought, so your brother is the man who caused sister Ziwei to run away from home. I'm Zhou Mingcheng. Zhou Mingcheng isn't a good person either, Dumas. What do you want to say to me? Qin Zhe narrowed his eyes. Zhang Ling was no longer as innocent and lively as when they first met. Her face was gloomy. I was wondering why Sister Ziwei refused to leave Shanghai. So there's someone like you. Do you know who she is? The Wang family in Beijing. My father used to be the mayor of Shanghai. He should be even more powerful now. In a few years, he might be a deputy state official. Since you know, then you should understand that you won't have a good ending with her. Marriage is still a matter of equal social status. My brother and her are a good match. As for you, I don't mind being a passerby in my sister-in-law's life. It's okay to date, but don't sleep with her. I don't want my future sister-in-law to have another man in her heart. My brother doesn't want that, and neither does the Zhang family. Are people born in the 90s so old-fashioned? Qin Zhe saw the shadow of a parent trying to break up a couple in her. Your sister-in-law? You make it sound like Wang Zijin likes your brother a lot. Didn't she run all the way to Shanghai? Qin Zhe gave her a sidelong glance. Wang Zijin likes me. What can I do? I'm also helpless. I've even held her hand. Today, I'll try to kiss her lips and get pregnant before the new year. Then I'll go to Beijing to visit my in-laws. Do you think the Wangs will accept me as their son-in-law? Zhang Ling was trembling with anger. She glared at him fiercely. Don't play with fire. I have ways to deal with you. Your sister is a celebrity, right? The entertainment industry is famous for its murky waters. This is such a beautiful woman. How can she not experience the unspoken rules a few times? If you don't believe me, let's play. Qin Zhe's eyes flashed coldly. He couldn't deny that Qin Bao was his reverse scale. At this time, according to urban culture, he should point to the sky and swear, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Don't bully the poor young. He cursed the Zhang family with don't bully the poor young. To be safe, he communicated with the system first. System, I think the small goal of making 100 million is too easy. How about we set a small goal of destroying the Zhang family? Low system means it can't be done. The system said. Can't you just act cool? The host has to work hard. I'm just a support. After all, I'm a salted fish that was kicked out of the system group. Zhang Ling sneered. Have you thought it through? I hope to hear you and Sister Ziwei break up before boarding the plane. At the very least, you have to show an attitude that satisfies me. Just then Wang Zijin came back from the bathroom. Both of them fell silent. It's getting late. Stay here for a while. I'll take you to the airport. Wang Zijin didn't notice at all. Zhang Ling smiled sweetly. Thank you, Sister Ziwei. Qin Baobao got off the plane at 6:30 and rushed home without stopping. The sky was already dark. In the late autumn season, the night fell quickly. The house was empty. The little pervert and the housebreaker didn't come back. They were still outside. Qin Baobao took a deep breath and screamed at the top of his voice. Eh? After cursing little pervert bastard 100 times in her heart, the doorbell rang. Qin Baobao was happy. She thought, he came back so early. It seems that he didn't plan to kiss or have sex when I wasn't home. She deliberately went to open the door with a straight face. The people standing outside the door weren't her little pervert and her best friend, but a few property managers. Each of them was holding a flower basket. There were also a mess of equipment, tin foil flowers, platinum tablets, ribbons. Qin Baobao said, You've got the wrong door. What are these things? The property manager said, You've got the right door. How can we get the wrong door? May I ask if Mr. Qin Zhe lives here? Another young property manager muttered. Nonsense, Qin Baobao is here. Of course Qin Zhe is here. The middle-aged property manager glared at him and said, Mr. Qin Zhe asked us to help decorate the house this morning. He said that as soon as you came back, we would start immediately. When we saw you came back, we changed it immediately. Qin Baobao said with a straight face, What are these things? What does he want to do? The property manager said, Mr. Qin told us to decorate the house more romantically. But don't make a big fuss. We still have to clean it up later. Qin Baobao almost cried out loud. She thought, when the pervert comes back, he will definitely fight it out with me. Qin Zhe obviously wanted to confess to Wang Zijin when she wasn't around. This black-hearted maggot. If he dares to find a girlfriend, I'll die in front of him. Take them all away, Qin Baobao said. You don't want them? The property manager was stunned. Take them all away, Qin Baobao said loudly. Immediately. The property managers left in a daze. On the other side, Qin Zhe sent Zhang Ling to the airport. Wang Zijin took good care of Zhang Ling, who she regarded as a girl. She hurriedly got her boarding pass and bought a few bags of snacks for her to eat on the plane. She didn't forget to persuade her earnestly that she should study hard in university and not be too wild. She should play with a boyfriend for a few years before finding one. Zhang Ling nodded and said, Before sister-in-law marries big brother, I will definitely not find a boyfriend. While waiting for the plane, Qin Zhe whispered, Sister Ziwei, I have a surprise for you tonight. Wang Zijin stared at him, her eyes full of anticipation and joy. What surprise? I have a little donkey, but I never ride it. Qin Zhe was about to speak when his phone rang. He looked at the caller ID and saw that it was his sister. Where are you? His sister's voice was cold. I'm at home, Qin Zhe lied without hesitation. There's a city god temple at home? There's scarf at home? There's milk tea at home? Qin Baobao sneered. I'm back. Qin Zhe turned to look at Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin, who was eavesdropping, sat up straight and pretended to look at the scenery around her. Sister Ziwei was indeed two-faced. Qin Zhe coughed. When did you come back? Isn't your flight tomorrow? You won't let me change my flight. Qin Baobao said softly. It's Iz's birthday. No matter how busy I am, I have to come back. There are fireworks at Disneyland today. Let's go and play now. Is there enough time? Qin Zhe hesitated. It's not convenient for me now. How about tomorrow? Qin Baobao said softly. If you don't come home in half an hour, I'll jump off the building. Saying MMP was no longer enough to express my feelings. Qin Zhe said, I'll be back soon, and hung up the phone. Bao Bao is back? Wang Zijin pursed her lips, her eyes twinkling. Yes, I might have to go home first. Sister Ziwei, do you want to go back together? Qin Zhe asked. No, I'll send Zhongling to the plane. You can take a taxi home. Wang Zijin thought for a while. Are there any more surprises? Probably, maybe no. Qin Zhe thought to himself. Since his sister was back, there were no surprises. Wang Zijin nodded and said, You can go now. Zhongling looked at Qin Zhe's back as he left in a hurry. Anger flashed in her eyes. This guy obviously didn't take her words to heart. Why did Qin Zhe leave? Zhongling showed an innocent expression. Doesn't he know that it's hard to get a taxi at Hongqiao? Sister Ziwei, what about you? You're not a considerate man. My sister is back. My sister is the most important. Wang Zijin said jealously. Boarding started at 7:10 p.m. Wang Zijin walked Zhongling to the ticket counter. Goodbye, Sister Ziwei. You must come home for the new year. Zhongling waved and was about to line up when Wang Zijin stopped her. Before I leave, I have something to say to you. Wang Zijin's peach blossom eyes flashed sharply. What's the matter? Zhongling's face was blank and innocent. Wang Zijin held Zhongling's hand and said with a smile, Little Linger has grown up and is sensible now. Sister Ziwei is very happy. Yes, you also know how to use your family's power to intimidate others. This is very rare. A second-generation official who doesn't use his family's power is not a good second-generation official. Zhongling's pretty face changed slightly. She tried to defend herself. Sister Ziwei, I didn't. You didn't? Wang Zijin interrupted her and said sternly. Sure, you want to threaten Qin Zhe, right? Ask your brother to come and I'll help Qin Zhe. But if you want to cause trouble for Qin Bao Bao, I won't allow it. It's okay if you don't want to admit defeat. You can try and see if the Zhang family has more power or if the Wang family has more connections. If you want to play, I'll play with you. Zhongling panicked. She felt that Zhongling's hand was like an iron clamp. It hurt so much that her wrist turned white. It was so painful that she was about to cry. You bullied me. I'm going to tell my brother. Zhongling was about to cry. If your brother knows that you use such despicable means, I don't have to do anything. He will slap you. Wang Zijin said fiercely, Go home now. If you dare to come to Shanghai again, I'll break your legs. Did Qin Zhe tell you? He's so shameless. Zhongling cried. That's not how it is on TV. Shouldn't she just swallow her pride and leave the female lead? Why doesn't he play by the rules? This be asterisk D. I like how shameless he is. Wang Zijin let go of her hand and said with disdain, Don't play tricks in front of me. Little girl, when I was scamming people, your nose was running and you were wearing diapers. Don't come to my house this year. If I go back to Beijing to visit the Zhang family, you'd better stay away from me. Otherwise, I'll slap you. Zhongling wiped away her tears and walked into the ticket gate while sobbing. Chapter 203. When Qin Zhe returned home, it was already past the half-hour deadline set by his sister. He took out his keys and entered the house. Qin Bao was sitting on the sofa with her legs crossed and her arms crossed. She was sitting like a queen. Tight jeans wrapped around her long, curvy legs, and a pair of pink slippers on her feet, revealing her white and tender toes that were like silkworms. Qin Zhe opened the door and entered the house. She did not even look at him. Oh, why didn't you jump off the building? Qin Zhe complained. Qin Bao Bao lost her composure in an instant. She grabbed a pillow and hit him, cursing. Bastard, you little red man, you black-hearted maggot. Qin Zhe snatched the pillow and grabbed his sister's small hands with his other hand. Okay, I was wrong. What did you do wrong? Qin Bao Bao stared at him. That's right. What did I do wrong? Black-hearted maggot. Qin Bao Bao grabbed the pillow and hit him again. If you hit me again, Disneyland will be closed. Qin Zhe reminded her. A few minutes later, the little red horse galloped out of the neighborhood and galloped towards Disneyland. Shanghai Disneyland was completed last year. It was the first Disneyland theme park in China, excluding Hong Kong. The ticket prices were not low and the cost was high. In addition, there were long queues. After Disneyland was completed, it received mixed reviews. Qin Bao Bao had always wanted to visit Disneyland, but after reading the comments online, she did not want to go anymore. She could not visit Disneyland on weekdays, and there were many people on weekends. After all, she had to wait in line for a long time to visit Disneyland. Also, Disneyland did not have fireworks unless it was a holiday. Her sister had wanted to watch fireworks for a long time. She said this was what was shown on TV. It was romantic to watch fireworks with the person you like. She still had not found a boyfriend, and she wanted to bring you along to watch the fireworks. Her sister said this about a year ago. Now she finally had the chance to watch the fireworks. According to Disneyland's schedule, the fireworks would be set off at 8:30 p.m. But Qin Baobao had done some research on the way. Many netizens said that most of the time, the fireworks would be set off between 9 o'clock p.m. and 9:30 p.m. For children born in the 1980s, Disney was a kind of nostalgia, especially for children born in the 1980s. When Qinze was young, he had only seen Snow White and Donald Duck and Mickey Mouse. She didn't have a strong attachment to Disney. Disneyland was a children's theme park. It didn't have anything too thrilling, such as a haunted house, roller coaster, pendulum, or drop tower. This was very good, and it was very in line with Qinze's taste, because he had a terminal fear of heights. Qin Baobao was even worse. If she stood a little higher, she would feel dizzy. When she was in elementary school, she was very curious and insisted on riding the roller coaster. She dragged her younger brother along. After coming down, Qin Ma's father was almost scared out of his wits. His daughter was crying and vomiting, and his son's face was pale and dull, as if he was mentally retarded. At this time, many theme parks had already closed, and the main attraction was the fireworks. Although Disneyland didn't have roller coasters and drop tower, there was a high-speed light wheel. This thing was actually not much different from a roller coaster. Qin Baobao clamored to ride this, and Qinze deeply felt his sister's malice. She liked to hurt each other, and to kill 1,000 enemies she would hurt 800 of her own. Unsurprisingly, the line was as long as a dragon, and after a long time it was their turn. The siblings sat on the light wheel, and it flew on the track, sometimes flipping, sometimes rising and falling. Qinze lay on his stomach and didn't dare to move, especially when they entered the dark space. The surroundings were dark, and his body tilted and turned with the light wheel. Qinze's heart was beating wildly, and it was very exciting. After it was over, Qinze's legs were weak, and Qin Baobao was even worse. Her legs were trembling and her face was pale. Let's take a break and watch the fireworks later. Qinze went to help his sister. Qin Baobao slapped his hand away and shouted, "I want to play one more time." "Are you crazy? There are so many people, how long will we have to wait? You don't want to watch the fireworks? One more time." Qin Baobao was determined to perish together with her brother. Waiting in a long line definitely wouldn't work, and it would take too much time. Qinze sneaked to the front of the line and found a young couple to discuss. Their conversation was as follows. "Brother, give me the seat." "No. Love is always there. How about 200 yuan? The spring breeze doesn't cross the jade gate. At least 1,300 yuan. There are true feelings in the world. Today I only brought 500 yuan. All are brothers in the world. 500 yuan is also fine." Although they didn't earn back the tickets for both of them, 500 yuan was equivalent to waiving one person's ticket, and the young couple happily left. Qinze called out to his sister and scolded, "Hurry up and die, you wastrel woman." After the second round of light wheels, Qin Baobao directly sat on the ground, covering her mouth and retching. Qinze accompanied his sister to sit on the ground, but she pushed him hard, crying and scolding. Get out, you bastard." Qinze didn't say anything, and just kept moving closer to her, letting her push and shove. His sister cried for a long time, and used 2 packs of tissues and threw them on the ground. Qinze thought, "It's fine as long as you let it out, I'm just afraid you'll be angry with me." Why bother if you're so entangled in your heart, just say it. You should have a wider sky, a thicker forest. I'm just a small sapling that didn't grow crooked by luck. But he knew how stubborn Qin Baobao was. She walked a path until it was dark, and even if she was beaten to death, she would still continue to walk with a stiff neck. There was no trash can nearby, so Qinze picked up the tissues his sister threw on the ground one by one, put them in his pocket, and waited until he found a trash can to throw them away. The Luminous Phantom project hadn't started yet, so they went to line up. Qin Baobao's eyes were red, and her nose was red. and half of his body was left behind. When they passed by a trash can on the side of the road, Qinzhe forgot about the tissues. Qin Baobao silently took them out from his pocket and threw them all into the trash can and said, "Things like tissues, just throw them away after you use them once. There's no need to be nostalgic." "Yes, yes," Qinzhe casually responded, playing dumb. Qin Baobao secretly gritted her teeth. The moment the fireworks bloomed was really beautiful. The dark sky was filled with gorgeous flowers, and it lit up the castle that only existed in anime. The pool in front of the castle spouted water, and for a moment, Qin Baobao felt like she really was Snow White in a fairy tale. A princess who couldn't find a prince. "So beautiful," Qin Baobao murmured. "So beautiful." Qinzhe looked at the side of his sister's face, and the fireworks reflected colorful lights on her face. "My sister is the most beautiful, and I'm not bragging." Qin Baobao turned her head and asked expectantly, "What's so beautiful?" Qinzhe withdrew his gaze and looked at the gorgeous flowers blooming in the night sky. "It's fireworks. But although fireworks are beautiful, it's too short," Qinzhe said softly. "The more beautiful it is in full bloom, the more lonely it will be when it disappears. Put the best in life in an instant. Elder sister, please don't spend your most beautiful moments in this dark night of nothingness. In addition to loneliness, there will also be regrets." Qin Baobao was experiencing the best time of her life, and it was like a bright and gorgeous firework, but a woman's youth wouldn't last long. After a moment of blooming, it would be annihilated in the empty and lonely night sky. What would be left at that time? Qin Baobao's eyes were red, and she said in a choked voice, "I'm happy, it's none of your business." Qinzhe looked at the beautiful fireworks in the sky, and he was silent. Just when Qin Baobao was about to lose all hope, she heard her brother say as if he said something, but the fireworks were too loud and she couldn't hear it clearly. "What did you say?" Qin Baobao stared at her brother, and her eyes were bright. "I didn't say anything," Qinzhe said with a blank expression. "You're a bitch." October 31st, Tuesday. After Qinzhe's account received the virtual funds from the securities company, he acted cool in front of his sister, saying that Qin Baobao was a shareholder, and she could just stay at home and wait for death, and I'll take care of her. Qin Baobao was overjoyed when she heard that, and she said, "Brother, you're the best brother, give me a kiss." In fact, he did make money on the first day, a profit of 6 to 7%, close to 3 million. There was a saying that face slaps come too fast like a tornado. The next day he lost money. Out of the few stocks he bought, 2 of them fell, and except for one stock that rose by 1%, the others fell by more than 5%. It wasn't Qinzhe slapping his face, but the stock market fell by 4% today. A bull market was an overall upward trend, and it was inevitable that there would be ups and downs along the way. But this time, the fall came without warning, and many investment companies and financial institutions were caught off guard. Qinzhe suspected that the mastermind behind the withdrawal of funds in the first round. Sure enough, on Tuesday and Wednesday, the stock market continued to fall. The stock market was gloomy, and investors were wailing. Countless people on the internet mocked the stock market, and then the capital market because of their own losses. Investing with profits. In the face of the stock market's fall, I think we should cut the projects that are currently losing the most money, invest in more stable blue chip stocks, and wait for the stock market to rise again. Su Hao looked around, and the managers all expressed their agreement. He looked at his sister Su again. She was no longer as sharp and strong as before, and she was playing with her phone in boredom. Su Hao was very satisfied with his sister's state. As long as she didn't fight with him for the position of the heir, he would not be bothered to make things difficult for her. She could be at ease as a rich family's daughter, and he would not shortchange her expenses. Securities company. Wang Pei received a call from an internal staff member. Manager Wang, 3 of your margin accounts have crossed the warning line, and you need investors to cover their positions. Which 3? Li Bai Zhu Weiwei and Qinzhe. Got it. Wang Pei hung up the phone, frowned, and pondered for a long time, then dialed a number. Wang Pei. A mellow voice came from the phone. Wang Pei smiled bitterly. Miss Qin, I have something to tell you. Chapter 204. Qinzhe felt that this was a good opportunity to buy into the market. Although the market had turned green based on the decline in the past few days, Except for the first day when it fell a little badly, the remaining 2 days were steadily rising. The atmosphere on the internet was mainly caused by the netizens' habit of following the rise and fall of stocks. When a stock rose, they would rush in. When a stock fell, they would be so scared that they would piss their pants and sell it. The bankers loved these kinds of small investors the most. They could cut sheep with scissors and it was very satisfying. However, he needed to overcome the current financial situation first. He had entered the market with heavy stocks, and after 3 consecutive days of falling, he had lost a lot of money and had crossed the warning line. This morning he received a call from the broker of the securities company, asking him to add margin or sell the stock to stop the loss. The stock market was one of the battlegrounds of the capitalist game. The water was too deep. Except for the mastermind behind the scenes, no one could manipulate the stock market. Qinze certainly could not control the direction of the stock market, so he played with leverage and took a big risk. It was not that he would definitely lose money, but in the current situation he needed a lot of money to get through the difficulties, but he did not have it. If it was an investment company with enough money as backing, there was no need to consider this at all. Then where could he get the money? Qinze first thought of Nanman Pei, a rich dog. Then he rejected this idea. Nanman Pei had made it very clear that friendship was friendship, business was business. Before she saw that he had the ability to independently support an investment company, she would not invest money. The former beautiful CEO Su Yu? Forget it. This beauty's heart had been broken by her brother and father. She could not take out so much money to help him. Wang Zijin. She had a quarrel with her family, so she definitely could not help him. Now it was time to see who would give in and who would lose. He could not let Wang Zijin give in to her family because of him. Qinze finally thought of his family's maggot. His sister was a big star, and with the income from his song copyright, her little money was already shining. It was not a problem to get a few million. Anyway, his sister always said that his brother's money was her money. In other words, his sister's money was also his money. I have a little donkey, but I never ride it. He looked at his phone and saw the caller ID, Old Master. Qinze felt a little guilty when his father called him. His father would never call him and his sister for no reason. Even if he missed his daughter and son, he would ask Qinma to call a pair of children on the pretext of a blind date. He would never say such words as baby daughter, baby son, daddy loves you. Dad, what's the matter? Qinze asked cautiously. You got Wang Pei to borrow money, didn't you? Old Master asked in a low voice. Yes. Qinze's heart skipped a beat. He didn't think that Wang Pei would still tell the old man. The stock market value has plummeted. The securities company asked him to add margin, right? Old Master asked again. Yes. Come back for a while. The old man hung up the phone. Was the old man going to serve her with a leather belt and a feather duster again? Qinze sighed and walked out of the room. Qin Baobao was sitting on the sofa. The TV series was playing a certain urban romance, but she was not in the mood. She was holding the phone and frowning. She was worried about her brother. Qinze and his sister had shared secrets since they were young. Other than communicating with the fifth young lady behind his sister's back, he was open about everything. That was why Qin Baobao was so angry when he traded stocks behind his sister's back and didn't let her see his account. Sister, give me the car key. I'm going home. Why are you going home? Qin Baobao said. There was no work today, so his sister was resting at home. Dad knows that I borrowed money to play stocks and lost money. I'm going home to be punished. Qin Baobao's face turned pale. She rushed over and grabbed Qinze's arm. Don't go back. It's none of his business. Although his sister was only the strongest king, Qinze was still touched. He patted his sister's head and said, It's okay. I used my mouth to persuade Dad. He could more or less understand the old man's mentality. His son had just graduated and silently went to the bank to borrow a few million. He said, I want to start a business and become the richest man in the world. Then he lost money. That was probably the situation. Any old man would be furious. But he didn't really lose money. As long as he could get through this, he was confident that he could soar into the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Qin Baobao said anxiously, I'll go back with you. She ran into the room to change her clothes. Qinzhe drove while his sister sat in the passenger seat. She sent a message to Wang Zijin. Zijin, my dad is going to hit A's again. Wang Zijin replied instantly. What's going on? What's going on? Bao, let me tell you, your dad is not right. Don't hit your son all the time. I really want to spit on his face. Qin Bao said. I also want to spit on my dad's face, but I don't dare to. Wang Zijin, useless thing. Did Qinzhe do something wrong? Qin Bao. It's about the stock market. The market has been falling for the past few days and he has heavy positions. Now the securities company is asking him to add margin or sell his shares. He definitely can't sell his shares. That would be a real loss. There's no hope of a comeback. I'll go back with him. If my dad wants to hit him, I'll cry in front of him. Useless thing. I'll take a day off to come here. I think it's better to sell it. I've been scared out of my wits these past few days. Qin Bao's fingers flew. A's is in the stock market. It's too risky. I don't want him to make much money. I just want him to work in peace. Wang Zijin. There's something wrong with your words. What's wrong? You're just an older sister. What right do you have to say, I don't want him to make much money? It's none of your business. It was already dinner time. Qin Ma didn't cook. Instead, she sat on the sofa with her husband and frowned anxiously. Half an hour ago, her husband hurried home and said that their son had lost money by playing with leverage. Once bitten, twice shy. Qin Ma's heart skipped a beat. She asked, how much did you lose? Grandpa Sheng sighed deeply. 4 million yuan, 10 times leverage. Qin Ma's vision went dark and she almost fainted on the spot. What should we do? How much do we have to lose? How can Ace follow in his uncle's footsteps? Qin Ma was anxious. Just then the sound of the door lock turning could be heard. Grandpa Sheng immediately sat up straight and put on a serious and gloomy expression. He looked coldly at his son and daughter who entered the door. Qin Bao was still holding her brother's arm before entering the house. The moment the door opened, she let go and entered the house side by side with her brother. Qinzhe called out to his father, but Grandpa Sheng ignored him. On the other hand, Qin Ma couldn't wait and asked, what's going on, Ace? Why did you borrow money? 4 million yuan leverage. How much is that? Qinzhe thought to himself, oh my God, where did 4 million come from? If that's the case, I only have 2 options. Pack up my belongings and run away with my sister. Or get beaten to death by Dad. Grandpa Sheng was speechless and said angrily, 4 million yuan leverage? Then I'll pretend that I don't have this son. It's 10 times. I borrowed 40 million yuan. Qin Ma looked as if she was about to faint. Qinzhe quickly held his mother and comforted her. It's not that much. It's not that much. It'll be fine as long as we get a sum of money and cross the warning line. It's not that we have to pay back 40 million yuan. That's a matter for when the leverage expires. Grandpa Sheng slammed the table angrily. Why didn't you discuss such a big matter with me? Wang Pei is also black-hearted. He waited until you lost so much money before telling me. Don't even think about stepping into my house in the future. Grandpa Sheng thought that his son was getting more and more shameless. Ever since he started living with his sister, he was like a wild horse out of control. He forgot all the principles he taught him in the past. The stock market was so deep. One could play, but one couldn't be addicted to it. He had been in the stock market for so many years and had never thought of using leverage. This was because it was the same as gambling and borrowing money from loan sharks. Every time a bull market turned into a bear market, those who jumped off buildings were all using leverage. Otherwise, even if they lost all their money, they could just start all over again. Why would they commit suicide? He didn't expect the tables to turn, and it was his son's turn to cause trouble. Qinzhe comforted his mother while enduring Grandpa Sheng's spittle. Why are you yelling at him? Isn't it just a margin call? I'll pay. Qin Bao was furious. She glared and said, don't yell at him all the time. His sister put on a, if you yell at my brother, I'll fall out with you attitude. The air suddenly became quiet. Grandpa Sheng looked at his daughter in disbelief. When did my daughter become so stubborn? Qinzhe looked at his sister in disbelief. When did my sister become so domineering? Qin Ma looked at her daughter in disbelief. Did she take the wrong medicine today? Qin Baobao's courage weakened. She quietly took a step back and said, I have money. I'll pay the margin call for him. Do you know how much it will cost? Grandpa Sheng glared. Qin Baobao soared on the singer platform. It had only been a month. How much could she earn in a month? She would probably have to empty out her little treasury. I still have a house, Qin Baobao said. That's your dowry, Qin Ma reminded her. Just take it as giving it to A's in advance. Qin Baobao suddenly said something nonsense. Huh. They were Grandpa Sheng and Qin Ma. Just take it as borrowing it from him. Qin Baobao panicked. Qin Zhe breathed a sigh of relief. Grandpa Sheng waved his hand. It's your money. I haven't retired yet. He took out a bank card from his pocket and said, I've saved 2 million over the years. There's also your mother's 300,000. I still have a few 100,000 in my securities account. I'll transfer it to the card tomorrow. It should be enough for you to pay the margin call. If not, Baobao will give you some. Qin Zhe was touched. He thought to himself, I'm really his biological son. Grandpa Sheng was a professor after all. He wouldn't panic like ordinary shareholders. He knew that there were ups and downs in the bull market, so he didn't panic. It seemed that he didn't need to be beaten today. Grandpa Sheng sneered. Your problem isn't that you lost money in the stock market. It's that you didn't discuss such a big thing with me. He touched his belt and patted Qin Zhe's shoulder. Son, come to the study with Dad. Qin Zhe immediately looked at his sister. His sister couldn't muster up a second breath. She could only pretend that she didn't see her brother's pleading eyes. Qin Ma took her daughter's hand and said, Come to the room with Mom. Don't worry about your brother. It was natural for a father to clean up his son's mess. It was also natural for a father to beat his son. Chapter 205. Dad, Mom, A's and I are leaving. Have lunch before you leave. Qin Ma urged them to stay. No, we'll go home and eat. Qin Baobao pulled her brother away and closed the door. She openly held her brother's arm and snorted. Dad actually didn't hit you? That's not scientific. Although he didn't hit me, he spat all over my face. Qin Zhe said gloomily. He told me to stop as soon as possible. When the deadline is up, I'll return the money and leave. That's good. You can go to work in peace. If you do this again, my little heart won't be able to take it. Qin Baobao said. Isn't your little heart me? Don't be so glib with your big sister. I'm serious. You're all looking down on me. Qin Zhe said gloomily. He didn't think about it. If the son of an ordinary family dared to play like this, he would have been hung up and beaten to death. I'll tell Zijin not to come. Qin Baobao took out her phone and sent a message. After a while, Wang Zijin replied. It's good that the matter is resolved. To be honest, Qin Zhe really scared me this time. 10 times the leverage, 40 million. If the stock market doesn't rise, your Qin family won't be able to afford it even if you go bankrupt. Qin Baobao raised her eyebrows. Bah, nonsense. Do you want to have a taste of my deadly scissors feet again? Let me spank your butt tonight. Wang Zijin sent a funny emoji. Qin Baobao turned her head and glared at her brother. You black-hearted maggot. A certain someone was confused. What did I do wrong? Wang Zijin analyzed. The stock market is very deep. Don't fall too deep. A should just find a job and be stable. Yes, finding a job is better than anything else. Composing songs is fine too. Why must you invest in the stock market? You're just hoping for a pie in the sky. Qin Baobao was full of resentment. My dad is so powerful, but even he doesn't dare to play with the lever. But he's good. He's 10 times the amount without saying a word. Why don't you think about whether you are cut out for it? The stock market won't change. Wang Zijin sent a nod. I'll talk to him later. Qin Zhe leaned over to take a look and said angrily, Sister Ziwei also looks down on me. I'm so angry. Get lost. Qin Baobao pushed her brother's head away. Our parents' savings have already been used on you. What else do you want? Qin Zhe was silent. The undercurrent of the stock market was turbulent. He once again experienced it deeply. If it wasn't for his family's wealth and his parents being able to take out a few million, he would probably have to bet on his house or sell his shares. Once he sold his shares, it would be a real loss. His sister and parents were frightened by this incident. They would rather he be obedient. It was normal for them not to believe him. Sis, how much money do you have? Why? Qin Baobao looked vigilant. Damn, what's with your expression? You're always like this when it comes to money. I want to buy at the bottom. I want to counterattack. Qin Zhe imitated his sister and assumed the posture of a serf turning over to become the master. Once the stock market fell, it would take him several days to recover his capital. His small goal of earning 100 million a month would be impossible to achieve. The only way was to buy at the bottom. I'll slap you to death. Qin Baobao scolded. You want to buy at the bottom? If you can earn back your capital this time, I'll be thankful. I'm doing all this for you. Qin Zhe lied through his teeth. His expression was sincere. Looking at how tired my sister is every day, shooting commercials, commercial performances, practicing songs, as a brother I'm so distressed. When I make money, Star Art Entertainment will be nothing. We'll open our own studio. As long as we have money, everything will be easy. We can have a better future. Qin Baobao didn't know if it was because her brother's picture was too big, or if it was a better future that moved her. She tilted her head and thought for a moment. Her eyes lit up as she said, Big sister has more than 5 million here. The commercials, commercial performances, and the copyrights to your songs are all here. You have to make money properly. Your wife's money is 2 million. You have to return it to me. Qin Baobao didn't care much about her own savings, but she was particularly obsessed with her brother's wife's money. Qin Zhe said, Sister is still the best. Sister is always so sweet. Sister is so easy to coax. Did you twist your neck? Qin Zhe saw his sister's face and neck tilted. He curiously asked. Qin Baobao straightened her body and gritted her teeth. I don't have any money. I'd rather throw it in the Huangpu River than give it to you. At home. Grandpa Shen held a teacup and sighed. He was frowning. Qin Ma sat beside him and said softly, You're not going back to school today? I took a leave of absence. Grandpa Shen said irritably, I'm not in the mood to go to class. You didn't hit him today. He's already so old. It's not good to hit him every time. Grandpa Shen sighed. But when I think of what he did, my teeth itch. I thought he would lose money and have to sell the house. Qin Ma still had lingering fears. She didn't know anything about stocks. Otherwise, she wouldn't have understood the principle of 4 million as 4 million times leverage. Maybe he'll earn it back in a few days. Qin Ma comforted him. As if. Grandpa Shen said. This round of reshuffling removed a lot of bubble stocks. There won't be any more white stocks reaching their upper limit in one day. In other words, if he chooses bubble stocks, it'll be good enough if he can earn back his capital. Sigh, that little bastard is so bold. How did I give birth to such a thing? Then help him. Qin Ma was anxious. It's a few million. My stock trading skills might not be better than his. Of course he couldn't say this out loud. Grandpa Shen said angrily, Luckily, I'll hit him again. Hit him hard. Qin Ma was also worried. All right, their family had been emptied. Now, other than 2 houses, they didn't have any extra savings. It wasn't over yet. Who knew how the stock market would develop in the future? If it continued to fall, they would have to sell the house to borrow 40 million. It would be back to square one. It was very troublesome for individuals to transfer large amounts of money. It required the person to go to the bank personally and receive the money in 2 to 3 working days. However, transfers between companies were real-time. Qin Zhe couldn't wait. In 2 to 3 days, the stock market would probably rise. Who would wait for you to buy the stocks? Qin Baobao personally went to Star Art and asked the CEO of Star Art, Huang Yizong, for help to transfer the money through Star Art's account. In fact, it didn't take 2 to 3 days. The stock market had already fallen for 3 days. If it continued to fall, even if the mastermind saved the day, it probably wouldn't be able to survive. The next morning, the stock market opened red and then soared. It was clear that Qin Zhe wasn't the only one who knew how to buy the stocks. On the first day, Qin Zhe used his sister's 3 million to buy 2 stocks that hit the daily limit and made a profit of 10%. On the second day, the stocks that had fallen sharply recovered and gradually rose. On the third day, it was Saturday. Qin Zhe was in seclusion and the 2 sisters went out shopping. After a short weekend, The stock market rose back to its original height before the market closed at 3 p.m. on Monday. Qinzai's loss-making stocks finally returned to normal. On Tuesday, the stock market rose by 6%. After removing the bubble stocks, the quality stocks started to show their strength. Qinzai's stocks turned from losses to profits. On the internet, many shareholders who had endured the pain of cutting their own flesh slapped their thighs and regretted it. The stock market was such an irresistible place. When you tried to spend 10,000 yuan and double your earnings in a week, any job would become fleeting in your eyes. It was the same as gambling. If I could become rich overnight, why should I work? However, trading stocks and gambling were the same. If someone made money, someone would owe it. Even if everyone made money, it was the banker who was feeding them. Sooner or later, they would be ripped off. The only thing that was better than gambling was that as long as you insisted on not cutting your own flesh, the stock market might rise again in the next bull market. It was another weekend. The big-hearted sister finally remembered that she was concerned about her brother's stock market situation. She poked her head in through the crack of the door and said sweetly, "Ace, did you make money or lose money this week? I think the stock market has risen again." Qinzai's slightly expensive desk had 6 computers and a notebook. He raised his face with dark circles and said, 25% of the profits. Qin Baobao did some mental calculations and was shocked. Then it's more than 10 million yuan. His sister's rosy cherry lips were very tempting to kiss, but Qinzai didn't dare to. He nodded. 10 million yuan was undoubtedly a huge sum of money in the eyes of ordinary people. However, it had been a week since he had set the small goal of earning 100 million yuan. A quarter of the time had passed, but he had only earned 10 million yuan. It felt like an impossible task to earn 10% of the money in a quarter of the time. However, as long as he could catch the upper limit, his funds would snowball. In the last week, it would even exceed the sum of the previous 2 weeks. Qin Baobao bit her finger like a little girl and blinked her bright eyes. "Ace, don't forget me when you're rich." "Sorry, I don't keep dogs in the comments section." Qin Baobao hit him and said, "I'm going to tell Mom the good news." "Ooh." Qin Ma couldn't eat or sleep well during this period. Her mind was filled with her son and the stock market. Every day when the old man came home from work, the first thing she said was, "How's the stock market today?" The last thing she said before going to bed was, "How's the stock market tomorrow?" There were all kinds of questions interspersed. "Did Ace earn or lose today? I heard from old Wang next door that the stock market didn't rise very well today. Many stocks fell. Ace's phone has been switched off for a few days. Baobao, she doesn't know anything about stocks. What a useless daughter. Old Qin, shall we go and see our son today?" The old man was annoyed. He thought to himself, "Don't talk to me about stocks. Otherwise, I'll talk to you about it." Actually, the old man was also worried. He didn't dare to call his son, afraid that his son's reply would be, "Dad, let's sell the house." It was the weekend and there were no classes. Qin Ma asked a lot of questions. The old man said impatiently, "The stock market has been rising. It won't be a loss." Qin Ma said, "That's not necessarily true. The main character in Good Time is so good at stocks. Earning money is like playing around. In the end, didn't his whole family jump off a building?" The old man was shocked. "Where did you see that?" "The TV drama was on a few days ago." "No wonder the stock market fell a few days ago." The old man came to a realization and gritted his teeth. Once Ding Xia appears, the stock market will definitely fall. Qin Ma's phone rang. "It's our daughter." She picked up the phone. "Baobao? Mom, Ace made a lot of money," her daughter said happily on the other end of the phone. Chapter 206. How much did you earn? Qin Ma asked subconsciously. "Guess," her daughter said playfully. 1 million. Qin Ma probed. "No. 1.5 million. Qin Ma did not dare to guess too much. "Aya, could it be that your son can only earn a few million?" She was bragging. "Could it be 10 million? Qin Ma scolded. "Hurry up and tell me. If you dilly-dally, I'll come over with a feather duster. Do you believe me?" Qin Baobao said, "Yes, more than 10 million. "Really?" Qin Ma's voice suddenly rose. After getting the confirmation, Qin Ma hung up the phone and grinned. She kept muttering, "My son is really capable, my son is really capable." Xianglin saw stop nagging. How much did you earn? Grandpa Sheng asked casually. Qin Ma blinked. Guess. The mother and daughter were of the same origin. Not interested. Grandpa Sheng snorted. Qin Ma was delighted. 10 million, 10 million. My son is really capable, much better than you. Grandpa Sheng's fingertips trembled. How much? 10 million. Qin Ma was grinning from ear to ear. Grandpa Sheng said disdainfully, look at how smug you are. You cry when you lose money. You're overjoyed when you earn money. All mothers are like that. Qin Ma sharply retorted. You earn 10 million? Let me see. Grandpa Sheng choked. He picked up his phone calmly and typed a message to his son. Brat, what stocks did you choose? No, this question was too unbecoming of him. He deleted it and tried again. Brat, show me your payment slip. It was too obvious that he wanted to hand over the slip for no reason. He added, I'll help you check. Send. Grandpa Sheng put down his phone and bragged in front of his wife. What's the hurry? I'll also earn 10 million someday. A moment later, his son replied with a screenshot and a paragraph. Dad, I'll transfer 3 million to you later. I suggest that you choose to invest in infrastructure stocks. You'll get at least 2 times more in a month. The old man was overjoyed and sent a message. What are you talking about? I've been playing stocks since before you were born. Do I need you to teach me? He thought that his son would send him a bunch of flattering words, but he didn't expect the message to be like this. Dad, you're too proud. If you want to learn how to trade stocks from me, just say it. Don't beat around the bush. Mom must have mocked you. The old man's face was burning hot as he flew into a rage out of humiliation. Are you itching for a beating because you didn't get beaten up that day, you brat? The reply from the other side was 3 words. Ha ha ha. The old man got up without a word, put on his leather shoes and prepared to go out. Are you going out? Qin Ma asked. To buy a feather duster, the old man said hatefully. At home, Qin Zhe was focused on the stock market. His eyes never left the screen, and he urged his sister beside him. You took so long to send a picture. Give me back my phone. Don't look around. Who wants to look through your phone? Qin Baobao snorted and deleted the chat history. She skipped back to her room. I'm going to play games. It's so fun. Qin Zhe was confused. It was the weekend. Qin Zhe checked the stock market trend for the month, as well as the relevant information about each sector. He exited the software and took his computer to the living room. Wang Zijin rolled onto the sofa, exposing her back to him. Ace, help me massage my shoulders. She lowered her head to watch a TV series. Her neck couldn't take it. Before Qin Zhe could say anything, his sister threw the mouse away and put her long legs on her best friend's shoulders. She sneered. My deadly scissors legs are thirsty. Wang Zijin sat up straight obediently and didn't mention anything about the shoulder massage. The 3 of them were ranked in terms of strength. Qin Zhe, Qin Baobao, and Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin snorted. I'm tall and strong. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Qin Baobao was taller than her by a head and stronger than her. Indeed, she deserved to be called tall and strong. Qin Baobao raised her chin proudly and continued to play her game. On the screen, Kanto Tong was trembling in fear as she gained experience under the tower. It was up to fate to finish her off. Qin Baobao was mischievous. She took advantage of her thick skin to harass Kanto Tong from time to time, exchanging injuries for injuries. 10 minutes later, Canton Waste lost the match again. ****, she exited the room. Qin Zhe went online to play games with his sister. However, his sister had already started playing solo, so he waited. Kanto Tong saw the opportunity and immediately invited him to play duo. Qin Zhe accepted. Guru, let's play together. Okay. Guru, why did you stand me up that day? Huh. Qin Zhe was stunned for a moment and tried to recall. Now that he thought about it, he did want to meet Kanto Tong. I just mentioned it casually and you took it seriously. I'm so busy every day, and I have to take care of my sisters when I get home. How would I have time to meet you? I've been busy recently, so I forgot. If you don't keep your words, you won't get a girlfriend. Get lost. Damn it, you're setting a flag for me. Tomorrow is Sunday. Let's meet. Okay. Qin Baobao came over to take a look. Without saying anything, she waved her hand and chopped off her brother's head. She said angrily, "This guy is causing trouble for me every day and you're still so close to him. You're really evil. Aren't you the one who's always bullying him?" Chinze said, "Anyway, I have nothing to do. It's good to meet." In Chinze's 23 years of life, he had met a few times. Once in junior high, once in high school, and once in university. The first 2 times were with male friends. They met in the game and became good friends. Unfortunately, time was merciless. Everyone had to grow up. Gradually, they had jobs and families. They rarely played games and contacted each other. In the end, they completely stopped contacting each other. Chinze waited in the game and waited and waited and waited, and his friends never came online again. During that time in university, he met his second girlfriend. The first one was his desk mate in junior high. They had never held hands. She was also a cabbage from the University of Finance and Economics. She was delicate and pretty. Anyway, she was more than enough to match Chinze. After the meeting, she took the initiative to send a message to Chinze and asked him out for a meal. Sometimes in school, sometimes outside. Then they became boyfriend and girlfriend. Actually, they didn't have to confess. During that time, Chinze was very excited. There were millions of cabbages in the world, but she was the only one that belonged to him. He was so proud that his tail was about to reach the sky. In a moment of carelessness, he showed off in front of his black-hearted maggot. Then tragedy befell him. The past was unbearable to look back on. On the other side, Suyu saw rowing without oars replied, "Good." The corners of her mouth rose and she typed, "Then I'll see you at the old place. Don't stand me up this time." The internet was still better. Real life was messy and all kinds of unsatisfactory. For the first time in her life, she was both looking forward to it and was a little nervous. Suyu was afraid that the person she saw was a wretched little fatty with glasses. The internet and reality were both broken. In the past, she could use work to numb herself. Now, her power was taken away by her brother. The team that she had painstakingly cultivated was also on the verge of collapse. Many people began to flirt with Su Hao, or had secretly joined the vice president's team. In the workplace, making money was the first priority. A little bit of relationship was not worth mentioning. Suyu herself also gave up. Anyway, her grandmother didn't love her, her uncle didn't love her, and her father favored boys over girls. He didn't take her seriously. Her mother was even more ruthless. After going abroad, she didn't even call her. It was as if she had never given birth to her daughter. Suyu lay down on the soft big bed, looked at the ceiling, gradually dizzy, and soon fell asleep. This well-furnished apartment had 2 rooms, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, 1 bathroom, 2 balconies. Every place was lit up. The light dispelled the darkness. It was spacious and bright. The cool breeze blew in from the balcony and lifted the curtains. The light was bright, but it couldn't dispel the cold loneliness. The night wind poured into the room. Suyu curled up on the big bed, in a fetal but very sad sleeping position. She repeated every monotonous night. Chapter 207. Suyu got up at 6:30 and picked a short knitted sweater with a slim waist, a pair of pencil leggings, outlining the graceful lines of her legs and buttocks, and finally a pair of low-heeled shoes. Without the coldness of the office lady, she had the beautiful temperament of the girl next door. She looked at herself in front of the mirror and felt quite satisfied. Her hair had just been done a few days ago, so she didn't need to go to the hair salon deliberately. In other words, she didn't need to pay too much attention to meeting the netizen. She dawdled at home until 10 o'clock, then drove out and drove to the agreed coffee shop. She arrived half an hour early, still in the position facing the shop door, convenient for her to observe the image of the great god at first glance. Suyu was quite nervous and a little scared. There was often such news on the internet. Hashtag a woman was dragged to the hotel to meet the netizen and forced to have sex. Hashtag or hashtag a woman met the netizen and woke up to find that she had been taken indecent photos. Hashtag ba ba ba. Just meeting the netizen, why is your head full of sex? But the great god shouldn't be that kind of person, right? It's hard to say. You can't judge a book by its cover. Thinking about it, Suyu took out her mobile phone and was ready to call Nan Man Pei. She had a lot of underlings under her, so she asked her to send 2 bodyguards to disguise as guests. In case the great god saw her and had a bad idea, he would just jump out to solve the problem. My sister man is ruthless and wild. But it's too late to call at this time. If the great god is a big man, I will pretend not to know him. If he is a fat man, I will talk to him and say goodbye. If he is handsome and elegant, well, I will be friends. So you didn't deny that she was a good-looking party. Just like buying clothes, fashionable and beautiful clothes are always popular. Of course, to go further, it depends on character. At this time, she saw a woman with a hood and sunglasses coming in. She couldn't see the face, but the curvaceous hot body attracted the attention of the customers in the shop in an instant. So you felt that this woman was a bit familiar. Hey, White Lotus. Boss Su, what a coincidence. The woman saw Suyu at first glance and walked straight over. Suyu was too outstanding and she was sitting directly opposite the shop door. It would be strange if she couldn't see her. You are. Suyu still did not recognize her. Qin Bao said in a low voice, I'm Qin Bao. It's not convenient for me to take off my sunglasses. Please forgive me. Suyu smiled. Why are you here? He had only met her once. They chatted for a while, but he didn't show much enthusiasm. I came with A's. Qin Bao Bao said, I'm meeting a friend. Are you alone? Qin Bao Bao was no longer on guard against this White Lotus. Because her brother had resigned, they would not have much interaction in the future. Otherwise, when there was a wolf in the house, if there was another White Lotus, she would be attacked from both sides. Suyu was so beautiful that any man would have thoughts about her. Moreover, her own pig was not bad looking, and his ability to earn money was also good. Any woman would have some ideas about him. I'm also here to see a friend. Suyu smiled. She looked past Qin Bao Bao and saw Qin Zhe push open the door and enter. He had just driven around the neighborhood to find a parking space, so he came late. Ah, President Su, why are you here? Shanghai was so big. He didn't expect to meet the former beautiful president here. It was an unexpected surprise. Qin Zhe sat down next to his sister. Suyu smiled and nodded, watching Qin Zhe take a seat. She thought, this is good. Someone will help cover for me, and I won't be recognized at the first time. It stands to reason that when netizens meet, there should be some hint signs such as a book on the table or a rose or something. Otherwise, in the vast sea of people, who would recognize you? It was not impossible to exchange mobile phone numbers, but Suyu did not give it. She would not give out her private number until she was sure that the great god was a friend she could make. She was such a unique person. She was strong and decisive in the workplace, and she could maneuver freely. In life, she was used to closing herself in a small world, making only a few friends and only doing a few simple things. Day after day, year after year, she became a cold iceberg beauty in the eyes of men. Suyu said to the great god, I am the most beautiful person in the coffee house. The great god's reply was, speak human language. Suyu said, anyway, I will definitely sit in the most conspicuous position if I am alone. Women always like to play the game of fate, vaguely trying to cover it up. Female hipsters are even more terrible. They like to meet the partner of their life in the vast sea of people. The most classic joke was, come and chase me. If you manage to catch me, I'll let you eat. Time passed by and soon it was time for dinner. This coffee house also served Western food, and more customers came in to eat. Qin Zhe looked for the most beautiful person in the crowd. Well, this was probably unrealistic. The two most beautiful people were sitting at the same table with him. His gaze lingered on the man's body. With a small waist, he should be a burly man. He should be a chubby otaku in casual wear. He shouldn't be too old. Looking at his shameless words in the game, he definitely didn't sound like a mature man. It was very likely that he was a teenager or a high school student. Qin Zhe's eyes swept around, but he was unable to lock onto the ideal candidate. Suyu stared at the door of the shop and did not see anyone who agreed with her imagination. Qin Bao Bao was drinking her coffee and playing with her phone without a care in the world. She had forced herself to join in the fun. She felt that a meeting was very interesting and fun. Instantly, she took a look at the Canton waist that she hated so much. Qin Bao Bao really hated Canton waist. She really hated it. Even though she had tortured her so much in the game that she doubted her life, Canton waist's mouth was too sharp. Every time, Canton waist would almost make Qin Bao Bao throw her keyboard. She did not visit the forum or post bar. Her words were all learned from her brother. And Qinzhe certainly wouldn't say anything too outrageous to his sister. Suyu also hated the female boss. The words trash, idiot, waste, if combined with the triumphant tone of the winner, were particularly hateful. She threw a mouse a day and together she could circle the company. Soon after their agreed time, Qinzhe muttered in his heart. Did she stand him up last time, and today she took revenge? Damn it, he would not take her to play games in the future. Suyu was also annoyed. She was annoyed by this pair of siblings. She had already agreed with the great god, the most beautiful one, alone. But now this pair of siblings were here and did not leave. If the great god came in and did not find the beautiful girl alone, he would leave disappointed. Wouldn't that be terrible? Qin Baobao waited impatiently. She poked her brother's waist and frowned. Why hasn't your online friend come yet? A sentence like thunder exploding in Suyu's ear, so that her hand holding the cup trembled slightly and spilled coffee. You are here to meet the online friend? Suyu stared. It was him? How could it be him? How could it be him? Suyu's little heart was beating wildly. It would not be so coincidental, right? My great god, it turned out to be Qinzhe. At this moment the image of the great god collapsed in her heart, and the image of Qinzhe also collapsed, mixed into a complex image of both Qinzhe and the great god. It turned out that the person who she acted coquettishly and asked for protection every day was actually her former subordinate, someone I knew in reality. Great god, please take me, I am a girl. Great god is so powerful, great god, I love you. Great god, I lost in the ranking again, please take me. Great god 666, I am just a salted fish. The past years were rolling in her heart. No, the past shameless words passed through her mind one by one. There was nothing more embarrassing than this. No, I have to find a way to escape. I can't stay in this coffee house. I need to go to the toilet. Suyu forced a smile, carrying her bag, and walked out. If she did not go to the toilet now, when would she? Shoutsong shao? Another clap of thunder exploded in her ears, and Suyu stopped. She blushed, and her white face was dyed with a layer of red. Qinzhe's face was suddenly enlightened. It's really you. After locking the target, he thought repeatedly. If Shoutsong Shao did not lie, the most beautiful person except for his sister was Suyu in the coffee house. The most conspicuous position. Was there anything more conspicuous than the position directly opposite the door? He saw it as soon as he came in, but Qinzhe was not sure. It was embarrassing to admit it, and she did lie. She was 26 or 27 years old, and she pretended to be a junior high school student. Bah, shameless. Until Suyu was about to leave, Qinzhe couldn't help but test it. Looking at this situation, it was Suyu. Suyu stood for a long time before she recovered and adjusted her facial expression. When she turned around, she was elegant and calm. She smiled and said, Qinzhe, it turned out to be you. She shook hands generously. This detail betrayed her. If she was really calm, she should not have shaken hands. They were old acquaintances. Qinzhe shook hands with her, and the playful look in his eyes was not concealed. Oh, this is interesting. The netizen who acts coquettishly every day turns out to be my beautiful president. My 3 views are refreshed. I didn't expect her to be so indecent in private, Suyu's face was red. Oh, you are Shoutsong Shao. Qin Baobao frowned and stared at Suyu aggressively. His sunglasses flashed a sharp light. Suyu smiled reluctantly and said in her heart, it's so embarrassing. Qinzhe doesn't know what to say about me. Wait. I feel something is wrong. Solo, little spicy chicken. Qin Baobao snorted. Chapter 208. Come Solo, little spicy chicken. The third thunder exploded in Suyu's ears. Such familiar lines reminded her of the fear of being beaten by the crossdresser, and the shame of being imprisoned under the tower to gain experience. Between inches, the murderous intent surged. The embarrassed and shy look on Suyu's face disappeared in an instant, and was replaced by the cold and aggressive aura of the beautiful president. Her brain was not slow. She just felt that something was wrong. The great god was Qinzhe, so the lie of the college students was exposed. The whole country knew that Qinzhe lived with his sister. That day, she asked the great god whether the crossdresser was online. The great god's reply went to take a bath. There was no mistaking it. Qin Baobao was her archenemy, a thorn in her side. This hatred was irreconcilable. When the enemy met, the two women looked at each other, and the electric arc flashed through the void. Qin Baobao hated Suyu. This woman was too angry. Every time she won the game, her mood of victory would always be greatly reduced by her. How terrible was the troll? China's troll was world famous. Suyu played games for so many years. She didn't learn the technology, but she learned a sharp troll mouth cannon. She couldn't beat Qin Baobao in the game, so she used her mouth cannon. Her hand speed in the game was not good, but her typing speed was fast. In this regard, Qin Baobao hated it. Otherwise, why would she fight with Suyu? It was like a primary school student fighting. One asked, "Are you convinced?" And the other was a dead duck. No. Primary school students can be angry until the end of time, so can women. I was wondering why you were so eloquent, Ji. It turned out to be you, President Su. Qin Baobao sneered. You're worthy of running a company. You only have one mouth left. Suyu was very calm. The side of her face was 45 degrees, fully performing a funny expression, squinting and coldly said, "Spicy chicken." For a moment, Qin Zhe suspected that Suyu was possessed by Wang Zijin. Who are you calling spicy chicken? Spicy chicken. You're spicy chicken solo if you have the ability. Spicy chicken. Believe it or not, you will doubt your life. Trash. Qin Zhe wiped the sweat off his brow as he thought of the legendary dog barks again. And dog, don't be a coward. She scolded me. The elder sister hugged Qin Zhe's arm and pretended to be pitiful, like a wronged daughter-in-law who pulled her husband to support her. In the presence of her younger brother, Qin Baobao had never bothered to charge into battle by herself. Suyu bit her lips and did not speak, but a pair of watery eyes stared at Qin Zhe pitifully. *CK, you guys can argue all you want, why are you dragging me into it? There were 4 great enmities in life. The enmity of killing one's father, the hatred of stealing one's wife, the shame of being hung up and beaten, and the humiliation of being a troll. With such a deep hatred, Qin Zhe did not know how to resolve it. The elder sister said angrily, "Whose side are you on?" Of course, he was on the elder sister's side, and the principal was firmly unshaken. But Qin Zhe could not say this, and he knew it in his heart. Don't make trouble, it's just a game. Qin Zhe coughed and was about to come out as a peacemaker, but he found that his elder sister and Suyu looked away and did not look at him. Then the spicy chicken, and you are spicy chicken, sneered at each other again. Hey, listen to me, I haven't started the performance yet. If your skills are so bad, you should be obedient and call me elder sister, and I will let you go next time. Otaku girls who play games every day are disgusting. Qin Baobao thought of Wang Zijin's squinting and mocking expression and immediately gave Suyu one. Suyu was already full of anger and immediately exploded. She slapped the table and scolded. Shut up, spicy chicken, you are not the same. Otaku girls who play games every day, who say that you follow your younger brother when he goes out. The internet says that you are a brother complex, and it seems to be true. Are you a pervert? You hurt my beautiful president. Qin Baobao was furious. Believe it or not, I will put you on the ground and beat you up. Spicy chicken, try it. Qin Baobao got up angrily, and Suyu also got up. Both of them held their cups at the same time. This is a sign that they are going to splash you in the face. Qin Zhe didn't watch the play and held a cup in one hand. Sisters, don't make trouble. Who is your sister? Your sister is here. She shouldn't have come to the base today. Suyu gritted her teeth. Take care of your sister. Bah, who do you think you are? Are you still his leader? Spicy chicken waste. Qin Baobao spat at her. Suyu wanted to hold the cup again. Qin Zhe hurriedly held it down and said angrily, Can you stop quarreling and see where you are? If you really want to quarrel, add me on WeChat and chat privately. Good idea. Suyu slammed her mobile phone on the table. Qin Baobao simply scanned the code and added her as a friend. You are fighting to the death, aren't you? I may have done a stupid thing, Qin Zhe thought. If you talk again, I will beat you on the spot. Qin Baobao couldn't be more fierce. But Suyu was not a vegetarian. She picked up the cup and splashed it on her face. In the blink of an eye, Qin Zhe moved his face forward and caught the coffee with his face. She's really splashing. You dare to splash my brother. Qin Baobao was angry and splashed half a cup of coffee on Suyu. Qin Zhe caught it with her face again. I'm really stupid, really? I only know that beasts can't find food in the valley in winter. No, I only know that this is a scene, but I don't know that it may also develop into a fight. The people around them all looked over, and some people have picked up their mobile phones to record videos. The waiter wanted to say something but stopped, for fear that the two women would fight in the shop. They can't stay any longer. They will really fight. At that time, Qin Bao Bao will be exposed, and the video will be posted on the internet. There will be such news on the same day. The original wife angrily beats the mistress, and the protagonist is Qin Bao Bao. Qin Zhe poked her sister with a finger, and then poked Suyu with another finger, and dragged her sister out of the shop. Suyu rubbed her forehead and she was a little happy. Qin Zhe found the small BMW with a face full of coffee and sat in it with a gloomy face. Qin Bao Bao felt guilty, took a few tissues and carefully wiped her brother's face. What are you doing? Didn't you say you won't cause trouble? Qin Zhe said angrily. Wow, you only know how to be fierce in your nest. Why didn't you get angry with her just now? Qin Bao Bao said aggrievedly. You don't know how she scolded me. I can't live under the same sky with her. But she thought, if you don't fall out with her, what if she pesters you? Qin Zhe didn't expect his sister to be so scheming, and Qin Bao Bao didn't expect Suyu to be a masochist. I didn't expect it to be her. Qin Zhe sighed. Seeing her brother's surprised look, Qin Bao Bao thought, would you like to go back and fight with Suyu now? A's sister and she are enemies now. You are not allowed to play games with her in the future. Do you know? Qin Zhe gritted his teeth. Go home and delete the game and never meet again. On the other side, Suyu carried her bag and ran out of the shop. First, she looked at the back of the sister and brother and made a face. Then she took out her mobile phone, dialed a number, and screamed without saying a word. Nan Man Pei was shocked and scolded. What are you doing? Go watch your TV. The second half of the sentence was said to a pair of nephews and nieces. It was rare for her to rest at home today. Suyu cried. I saw the netizen today, I saw the netizen. And then? Suyu began to scream again. It's him, our friend little Neza. Is there really something wrong with your brain? Nan Man Pei said with concern. Remember to see a doctor and take medicine. How can there be such a coincidence in the world? Suyu covered her face and whined. But it's so embarrassing, I need to vent. Nan Man Pei immediately took the phone away, and there was another scream. When her best friend stopped, she asked curiously. It seems that the netizen's identity is not ordinary. Who is it? Suyu smiled. I won't tell you. By the way, Nan Man, how do you fight? What? Nan Man Pei suspected that there was something wrong with her ears. I remember that you have a fight club under your name. I'll go there today to apply for a membership. Remember to give me a discount. Don't make trouble. Nan Man Pei sighed. Speak properly, you are not normal today. I saw my enemy, Suyu said with grievance. She threatened to beat me, so I had to be careful. But I only know how to pull hair and bite people. I feel like I can't beat her. Crazy. Nan Man Pei hung up directly. Chapter 209. In mid-November, the wind was a bit painful when it blew on the face. After Lidong, the temperature dropped sharply. But these couldn't stop the girls from wearing short skirts. They just changed their thin stockings to thick velvet stockings. Qin Bao Bao didn't have the habit of wearing short skirts and stockings in winter. She liked to wear slim jeans. The light blue jeans wrapped around her two long legs. They were slender, straight, and pleasing to the eye. She definitely didn't have the common problem of flat butt and O-shaped legs that many girls had. It had been half a month since Qin Zhe's small goal of making 100 million yuan. If the stock market was doing well, he would be well. The framework of the investment company was set up, but it was actually just a shell company. He still lacked a lot of procedures and qualifications to operate an investment company. But it didn't matter. The registration of the company was originally to deal with the system's tasks, and to open an account to facilitate his operations. After completing the small goal of making 100 million yuan, he would complete the company. There were still more than 2 months before the new year. Qin Bao Bao's work was getting more and more frequent. She flew all over the country and sometimes didn't go home for several days. But she insisted on video chatting with her brother every night until after 10 o'clock. Qin Zhe knew his sister's thoughts. Wang Zijin went to bed at exactly 10 o'clock. Qin Bao Bao pulled him to play games at 8 o'clock sharp. She squeezed out his free time at night to prevent him from communicating with a wolf in the house. They played until 9 o'clock and started video chatting. 10 minutes after the game ended, Qin Baobao sent a video chat request. Qinze clicked to accept. In the video, his sister's delicate figure in a bathrobe appeared. She pasted bangs on her forehead, revealing her smooth forehead. Her face was still red from the shower. She was charming and gorgeous. Qin Baobao grinned. Little pervert, did you miss your sister? What's there to miss about video chatting every day? Qinze nodded. I missed you so much. Qin Baobao bent towards the camera. I'll give you some benefits. I didn't see it clearly. Let's do it again. Qinze immediately said. You actually made such an excessive request to your sister. Qin Baobao puffed up her cheeks. His sister's bathrobe was a little loose, and her breasts were big. Qinze had seen her naked body just now, but he didn't see it clearly. Qin Baobao quickly bent down again. Wait, let me take off my pants first. Qinze said. Her sister's face instantly turned red and she turned off the video. Qinze smiled proudly. It's so annoying to video call me every day. I'm going to watch a movie with Sister Ziwei later. I don't have time to bicker with you. I give myself full marks for this. Then her sister's video call request came again. Qinze did not pick up, so she called him. Forget it, it was better to video call him. Are you going out to play with Wang Zijin? Qin Baobao had already adjusted his mentality and was keenly aware of his brother's trick. No, Sister Ziwei is watching TV, Qinze said. That's good. Qin Baobao said sneakily. Sister will give you some benefits. She turned off the video call again. A moment later, Qinze's cell phone received a message. His sister had sent him a photo. She was lying on the big white hotel bed. Her two long legs were slightly bent and exposed from the bathrobe to the bottom of her thighs. The bathrobe in front of her chest was slightly open, revealing her naked body. But his sister was shy and covered her face with her hands. Qinze thought to himself, the shooting quality is amazing. The lighting and angle are impeccable. It has some beauty of a photo album. Why do I feel that something is wrong? He remembered a joke on the internet. It said that a wife was on a business trip and talked to her husband on the phone at night. The husband said that he missed his wife very much, so the wife sent a nude photo of herself to the husband. The photo was like this. The wife was standing naked in the hotel room, posing seductively. Then I asked you, you'll find the highlights yourself. Qinze was furious. He sent a video call request to his sister, but his sister ignored him and insisted on not picking up. After several times, she was annoyed and refused. Qinze called again. This time, his sister picked up and said softly, What's up? Qinze questioned his sister. Who took the photo? Qin Baobao shouted. Hooligan. He hung up. The siblings' thoughts were clearly not on the same channel. Qin Baobao was very embarrassed, while Qinze was very angry. I just want an answer from you. If you say that it was taken by your assistant or manager Li Yanhong, I'll be at ease. Damn woman. In a 5-star hotel, Qin Baobao covered her burning face and rolled on the bed. The young female assistant's mouth twitched. Baojia, if there's nothing else, I'll go out to sleep. Asking me to come over in the middle of the night just to take a photo. Qin Baobao buried her head in the blanket and said in a muffled voice, Go, go. Her cell phone rang. Qin Baobao popped her head out and picked up the phone. Wang Zijin had sent a message. What did you send to Qinze? He's angry. Brother is angry? Qin Baobao was stunned and did not understand the situation. She replied weakly, Why is he angry? Nonsense, why would I ask you if I knew? Wang Zijin sent a knock on the head emoji. Qin Baobao ignored her best friend and called her brother. She said in a soft and cute tone, Ace, are you angry? Was the photo taken by your assistant? Qin Baobao blushed. Yes. Then I'm not angry. Go to bed early, good night. Qin Baobao was confused. At home. The game icon that had not been exited flashed. He clicked on the game. Hundo. It should be Suyu. She sent a message. Qinze, do you want to play games together? After the meeting at the coffee house that day, Suyu had not been online for many days. Even if she was online, she did not look for him to play. This was the first time she took the initiative to ask for a game. The wording had also changed. In the past it was, "Great God, please help me. I want to be promoted to gold." "Great God, you're finally online again. The flowers have withered." She could no longer find the feeling of Kanto. The title of Great God no longer existed. It was quite melancholy to think about it. Chinze sighed and replied to her, "Boss Su, I have to go out later. Let's play a game." His words were formal and polite. In the hardcover apartment Suyu's little nest, she could not hide the disappointment on her face. The Great God no longer existed. He even spoke so politely. He probably wouldn't say such unbridled words of ridicule and cursing anymore. Well, maybe it was fate. The internet was also broken. In fact, the Great God was Chinze. She was quite happy, but she did not know why. Maybe he was not the kind of little fat otaku she thought. But because he was Chinze, she felt tangled. That was someone she knew in real life. Suyu was upset and said, "Forget it, I'm not playing today. Let's meet another day." A few seconds later the other side replied, "Okay, goodbye." Suyu pursed her lips, curled herself up on the wide slide chair, and hugged her knees in a daze. The fluorescent light of the computer shone on her beautiful and refined face. A few strands of hair hung down, making her more graceful and charming. She regretted it. She regretted meeting Chinze. If they had not met, they would still be able to laugh and scold each other in the game. He would scold her while bringing her up. He would be furious because of her mistakes and patiently explain and guide her afterwards instead of ignoring her. It felt good to have someone scold you. It meant that he valued you and hoped that you could be outstanding. Indifference was the biggest injury, the pain that pierced the heart. But now she even lost the Great God's criticism, completely lost. Suddenly she felt like crying. Suyu sniffled, put on her cotton slippers, walked to the balcony, and opened the window. The cold wind whistled in, blowing her hair in pajamas. The whole city was shrouded in the orange halo of the street lights. The traffic was endless, but the room was cold and quiet, as if it was two different worlds. Suyu stood on the balcony for a long time until he felt cold all over and shivered fiercely. She took a deep breath and shouted out of the window, "A person can live well." The night was getting cold. Suyu wrapped herself in the quilt and fell asleep. "You want that illegitimate child to step into the house? Dream on. No matter what, he is my son. I have decided. Don't even think about it. That little bastard is nothing. How can he enter my door? This family is not up to you to decide. Why can't my son step into the door of my Su family? Next time, are you going to let that bitch enter my door too? She is always flirting with men. At least she gave birth to a son for me. Well, you finally said what's in your heart. You just blame me for not giving birth to a son." "Oh." Suyu hid behind the door and listened to the quarrel of her parents outside. She hugged her knees and buried her face in them. Beside her lay the teddy bear that her father bought for her on her birthday. They were always like this, arguing and quarreling. Her father was a busy man and was often not at home. Every time her father came back, her mother was very happy, but she couldn't help quarreling with him. Today, her father said that he would come home. Her mother started cooking in the afternoon. The table was full of dishes. Suyu was very happy. With her father and mother at home, this small family was complete. But her father said that he had a son outside and wanted to bring him back to raise. Divorce. Let's divorce. In the end it came to that step. When Suyu was in the 3rd grade of primary school, her parents divorced. On the 2nd day of the divorce, her mother packed up her things and left, carrying a suitcase. Before leaving, she touched her head and left without any reluctance. Suyu watched her get into the taxi, and the car took her mother away. She cried and chased after her, crying for her mother to come back. But from beginning to end, her mother didn't look back. She was picked up by her father, who caught up and left in the opposite direction. Suyu saw the taxi getting farther and farther away and finally disappearing. The harsh alarm woke her up. She wanted to open her eyes, but her eyelids were heavier. Her mind was also muddled, accompanied by symptoms of cold and weakness in her limbs. Suyu felt that she was wet all over. It was sweat. She had a high fever. She shouldn't have been exposed to the cold wind last night. Her physical fitness was average. Standing on the balcony for so long, she must have a high fever. In this situation she should go to the hospital, but she was tired and just wanted to sleep. She was too lazy to move her fingers. Suyu struggled to fumble for the mobile phone under the pillow. She was so dizzy that she was afraid that she would fall asleep in the next second. She dialed the phone and said in a weak voice, "Nanman, I'm sick." "Where are you?" A man's voice came from the phone. A high fever would cause the patient's consciousness to be blurred. Suyu gave an address in a daze and fell asleep again. Chapter 210. Suyu woke up. Her head was still a little groggy. She stayed for a few seconds before she figured out the life philosophy of, "Who am I? Where do I come from? Where do I go?" "Are you awake?" the person sitting by the bed said. Suyu looked at her long hair and mature and graceful body curves and knew that she was Nanman Pei. "Nanman, you are so nice. You are the only one in the world who can be relied on." Suyu wrapped in the quilt, showing a head, hair scattered, and a sweet smile. "Hey, is this not the hospital?" Suyu's eyes turned and realized that she was still lying on the bed at home. She said angrily, "It seems that I can get better by myself. I take back what I just said." Nanman Pei shook her head and laughed. She patted her head and said, "How old are you? Where is the smell of Chinese medicine?" Suyu sniffed her nose and frowned. "Smells bad. Qinzhe is cooking medicine. He said that when you wake up and drink the medicine you will be fine." Nanman Pei pointed outside the room. "Qinzhe, how can he be here?" Suyu once again thought about the life philosophy of, "Who am I? Where do I come from? Where do I go?" "You were the one who called him for help. Have you forgotten?" "But I clearly called you." Suyu's tone was uncertain. She thought maybe she had a high fever and didn't find out that she dialed the wrong person. There were only a few people in her address book. Considering her state at the time, the probability of making a wrong call was high. "What time is it now?" "It's afternoon." Nanman Pei helped her lift the hair scattered on her face. "Qinzhe called me and told me that you were sick. When I came over, your fever had gone down." "How did he cure me?" Suyu asked vigilantly. "He just said that he helped you to press the acupoints." Nanman Pei's mouth twitched. "Here, here, and here." She pointed to Suyu's lower abdomen, chest, and back buttocks. Suyu was shocked. She lifted the quilt and looked at it. Her pajamas were intact. She said angrily, "You lied, my clothes are neat. It's really a high fever. Can't he press when you wear clothes? Can't he take off his clothes and help you pass it back?" Suyu looked sluggish. "You're awake?" Qinzhe entered the room with a bowl in his hand. "Drink the medicine since you're awake. It's a bit bitter." Suyu turned her head away, showing him the back of her head. Nanman Pei smiled playfully. "Is there really no problem with her illness?" Lady Pei asked. "It's fine now that the fever has subsided. You'll recover faster if you drink the medicine." Nanman Pei looked at his watch. "Then do Sister Pei a favor and look after her. I have a business to discuss, so I'll take my leave first." "Hey," Suyu turned her head. "I'm already half dead. Why don't you cancel the deal and accompany me? Aren't you better now? Besides, you have Qinzhe with you," Nanman Pei said. "Suyu. Then you can go, you fake best friend." She glanced at Qinzhe and turned her head away. "It's because he's here that I'm not at ease." "You stupid woman, isn't he the man you like? I'm so beautiful and sick. What if his beast blood is boiling?" Qinzhe thought, "Why is Suyu so pretentious today? Qinzhe, come home for dinner someday. I'll cook for you." Nanman Pei dropped a sentence and left. Qinzhe sat in Nanman Pei's position and urged Suyu to drink the medicine. Suyu struggled to support her body against the bed and picked up the bowl. He thought she would refuse to drink the bitter Chinese medicine. Unexpectedly, the beautiful president just frowned slightly. She drank it in one gulp. Qinzhe was very envious of the flower master, who could make a girl giggle with his tongue. It took him 23 years to learn how to coax his sister. In fact, women couldn't do it. First, there was no chance for him to use his tongue. Second, it was difficult for Qinzhe to talk and laugh with people he wasn't familiar with. In Qin Baobao's words, "Pretentious little red man." So there was nothing to say for a while. "How did you get in?" Suyu asked the doubts in her heart. "I can unlock," Qinzhe said. "You can open the advanced anti-theft door?" Suyu looked at Qinzhe's eyes gradually changed. "Unlocking is a technical job. There are only 3 kinds of people who are proficient in this skill: locksmith, pickpocket, and flower thief. So you felt that Qinze was the last one. This man can't stay for long, otherwise it will be a big problem. Qinze thought, is it difficult? 150 points. Nowadays, except for electronic locks, mechanical locks can't stop me from moving forward. He has enough points now and he doesn't care about these drizzle points. So you wanted to find an excuse to drive Qinze away, but the words became, the floor is dirty. Well, don't you have spare slippers at home? What about guests? Qinze said. This hardcover apartment is more exquisite and expensive than his and his sister's nest. It is estimated to be more than 60,000 yuan per square meter. Looking at the size of the house, the whole thing is more than 6 million yuan. I have no guests here. Suyu said. Her expression was very dull, but even she didn't hear it herself. There was something called loneliness in her voice. Qinze was silent. Then you have to clean it later. Suyu said. You'll be fine the next day. You can't drag it yourself. Qinze said angrily. I don't have time to help you with housework. This fierce tone. There is a little feeling of a great god. Suyu was happy and tough. You have to clean it. Go away. Qinze leaned on the chair and looked at the index with the mobile phone software. He didn't need to operate the short term today, otherwise he would have left. Yes, that's the feeling. Suyu scolded. Bastard, get out of here. Qinze looked at her inexplicably. How could this capricious temper be like his sister? He didn't pay any attention to the beautiful CEO who was outwardly fierce but inwardly timid, and focused on the market. Suyu quietly snorted and was disappointed. One person was lying in a daze, and the other was concentrating on the market. From Suyu's point of view, she could see Qinze's side profile with a good sense of lines, a handsome nose, thin and thick lips, and black eyes. It's quite handsome. Thank you. Suyu said. No, we're all friends. Qinze waved his hand. You called me. I have to help. I called the wrong number. Suyu whispered. You called Nanman Pei as soon as you opened your mouth. Of course, I know you called the wrong number. In fact, Qinze didn't plan to come by himself at first. He called Nanman Pei to inform her, but she didn't answer. Maybe she was in an important meeting, or maybe it was inconvenient to answer the phone. He didn't know what was going on with Suyu. He was afraid that some acute disease would break out and kill her. So Qinze came. Nanman said you pressed on my body. Suyu frowned with a tangled expression. Let's not talk about this. Qinze was too lazy to explain. In fact, it didn't involve sensitive parts, but the other party obviously knew nothing about Chinese medicine. It was useless to explain. Have you been playing games every day recently? So you changed the topic. Yeah, I'll play with my sister. Qinze saw that her face had darkened, so he shut his mouth. But when it came to games, Suyu's position in Qinze's heart was more important than the beautiful president. He agreed to meet Suyu because he regarded Suyu as a friend. Before that, Qinze's position in Suyu's heart was a friend of a friend and a beautiful boss. You don't play games much, Qinze said. Suyu didn't speak. Did you inform your father? Qinze said. About your illness. As soon as he said it, he knew it was inappropriate. According to the incompatible relationship between Suyu and Su Hao in the company, coupled with the spacious but lonely atmosphere in the house, her relationship with her family should be very bad. So there was silence again. Qinze really didn't know how to coax women other than his sister. After a long time, Suyu suddenly said, I don't have a good relationship with my family. Qinze made a gesture of concentrating on his mobile phone, and didn't show too much curiosity. Suyu glanced at him. Maybe there were some words in her heart for too long, and she wanted to find someone to talk to. She said slowly, when I was in elementary school, my parents divorced. Suyu's father was a famous private entrepreneur. Even Qinze had heard of the famous Wind Spicy Strip. As a young lady, her childhood should have been very happy. In fact, it was not. It was just like the old saying, every family has its own difficulties. Before her father made a fortune, her parents got along well. Although the family was not rich, the family was happy. Her father loved her very much, but Suyu knew that in fact, her father had always wanted a son. No, he actually had an illegitimate child outside. Suyu knew this when she was in elementary school. It came from a quarrel between her parents. Since then, the harmonious family between husband and wife was broken. Her parents had a small quarrel every 3 days and a big quarrel every 5 days. Her father came home less and less often, and he smiled at her less and less. Until one year, her father proposed to take his son home. Her mother disagreed, quarreled again, and then divorced. In the second year, his father married a woman outside. His son outside could finally step into the Su family's door with a legitimate reason. Since then, this family was no longer the family in Suyu's heart. Her stepmother was young and beautiful, but she had a vicious heart, just like Cinderella's stepmother in the fairy tale that Suyu read. Was there a stepmother in the world who regarded her former daughter as her own? Should not exist. Of course, her stepmother concealed it very well in front of her father. While holding Suyu and saying that her daughter was so good, she secretly pinched her arm. Suyu did not dare to cry, because her stepmother threatened her. If she dared to say bad things about her in front of her father, she would be driven out of the house and let her be a homeless child. The illegitimate child also hated her. Perhaps because he had a poor childhood, he was afraid of being poor. One day, when he ascended the throne of the crown prince, he wanted to occupy all the family property and regarded Suyu as a thorn in his side. She was a young lady, but she felt that she was living under someone else's roof. Her childhood and teenage years were lonely. Looking at the family of 3 at the dinner table, getting along well and loving each other, Suyu felt that she was an outsider outside the family. After having a son around, her father was not as good to her as before. Although he always smiled, he did not value this daughter in his heart. She gradually grew up, smiled less and less, and finally grew into an iceberg beauty in the eyes of others. But in fact, she was not iceberg at all. She was just used to disguise herself with an indifferent appearance. Deep in her heart, she was very eager for family affection. So she went abroad to study and went to the United States where her mother was. Her mother formed a new family in the United States and gave her a younger brother, a mixed-race child. Her mother loved her younger brother more than her. When she went to the airport to pick her up, the family of 3 went. The foreign stepfather was very warm to her. Foreigners were open-minded and did not mind these things. But Suyu did not need the ghost of a stepfather's love. What she wanted was a mother's love. However, her mother's love was given to her younger brother. After many years of reunion, she did not show too much enthusiasm to this daughter, even a little alienated. She lived in her mother's house for half a year, eating mashed potatoes, steak, and salad every day. But she could not integrate into this small family. She felt like a lonely ghost, drifting in the wilderness day after day. After the age of 18, Suyu spent her birthdays alone. She bought a cake, lit a candle, looked at the candlelight and said to herself, "Suyu, you are the most beautiful and the happiest." Then she cried inexplicably. She lived alone, went shopping alone, and celebrated her birthday alone. She refused to go back to her father's villa, because it was no longer home and she could not feel a little warmth. She no longer contacted her mother. Her mother's heart was not with her. Why bother? It was annoying. Chinze silently listened to Suyu's self-narration, holding a cigarette in his hand. There were several times when he couldn't help but want to light it, but he held back. Her face was very dull, with a kind of awareness that there was no sorrow greater than the heart. "Girl, your life is really more melodramatic and wonderful than the 8 o'clock primetime TV series. Do you want to be so lonely?" Chapter 211. It turned out that under the glamorous appearance of the beautiful president, there was so much bitterness. He understood, so the performance of Xiao Tong in the game was completely different from Suyu's style in reality. Like a toy poodle, she caused trouble everywhere, scolded people, was scolded, and shamelessly acted coquettishly. Because she scolded people, she had a sense of existence, and she felt valued when she was scolded. How much love is this? Compared to being scolded by you, I am more afraid of being ignored by you. Inexplicably, Chinze's heart was sour. He was not qualified to laugh at others for the 8 o'clock prime time slot. His old Chin family was not much better than the primetime TV series. "Do you know my favorite song of yours?" Suyu only showed her head and stared at him with bright eyes. "Fairy tale." She shook her head. "Blue and white porcelain?" She shook her head again. Exaggerated. Qinzhe insisted. Suyu nodded and said in an expectant tone, "Can you sing it for me?" "No." Qinzhe's heart moved and he refused ruthlessly. "Sing one." Suyu's eyes lit up. "No, go away." "Sing one." "Go away as far as you can." "Please sing one." Suyu's face was abnormally red, and her eyes were bright. Damn, this woman is really hopeless. I've tested her. She really likes it when people scold her and harshly criticize her, Qinzhe thought. "What's the situation in your company?" He changed the subject. "It's a figurehead. The project review has nothing to do with me. The fund approval can't pass my hands. I'm just a mascot," Suyu said lightly. "I opened an investment company." Qinzhe thought about it and said, "If you are not happy there, how about we start a company together? I am responsible for generating revenue, and you are responsible for management." Suyu was unmoved. "Do you know how difficult it is to run a company? Are the documents and procedures needed for an investment company complete? Is the framework set up? Are there sufficient funds to attract talents and investment projects? Are there any connections in the bank?" Qinzhe couldn't answer any of her questions. Suyu was more experienced and capable than him in running a company. He was not even a rookie. "Right? If I could do it alone, I would have done it long ago. Although as long as you can do the business, you can survive, but a mature company is not enough to rely on this alone," Suyu said, looking at her expression. Obviously she refused Qinzhe, but did not say it clearly. "Why do you have so much nonsense to say? Just tell me if you can do it or not. It's better than you staying in the gathering profits and waiting to die." Qinzhe suddenly scolded. "You're not young anymore. Can't you have some ambition? Don't be like playing a game where you rely on your equipment to survive. You're useless." So you looked excited and still did not agree. Qinzhe scolded again. "I'm not negotiating with you. I'm ordering you." Suyu said, "Let me think about it." This was a masochist. I used the right method. Qinzhe is looking forward to it. Suyu's management ability is very strong, and her market acumen is very high. Just by looking at her ability to manage the profits in an orderly manner, he knows that her ability is not bad. Actually, after listening for so long, I have a question that I don't know if I should ask. "Speak." "Your father's illegitimate son is Su Hao?" "Yes." "Why is he older than you?" Suyu was silent for a moment. "My mother had a miscarriage, so I'm not as old as the illegitimate son outside." Qinzhe left after the Shanghai index closed at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Suyu lay in bed and stared at the ceiling in a daze. The afternoon sun shone into the balcony, and the soundproof glass blocked the noise of the speeding car outside. She turned over and fell asleep quickly. When Qinzhe returned home, his sister had already returned from a business trip. She went back to her room and slept soundly. After cooking dinner, he went into the room and woke up his sister to eat. Qin Baobao snorted a few times like a piglet. "I'm not eating." She had been running around for the past few days and was really tired. Unfortunately, her flight was delayed and she sat at the airport for most of the day. She was physically and mentally exhausted. "Sleep after eating. You'll be hungry at night." Qinzhe pinched her nose. Qin Baobao stretched out her fist from the quilt and hit him a few times. She babbled. "You're so annoying." "Good girl, there's chicken stewed with mushrooms." Qinzhe tempted his sister. Until now, not to mention Qinzhe, even Wang Zijin didn't touch chicken stewed with mushrooms. She was really tired of eating it. However, Qin Baobao didn't eat it at all. She ate it with relish every day. If one day this dish wasn't on the table, she would protest. In his sister's character, stubbornness had been rooted for a long time. For example, she didn't like to go on blind dates and didn't want to have a boyfriend. No matter how hard Qin Ma tried, it was all useless. She wanted to guard her own crooked tree until the end of time. She wouldn't repent even if she died. Qin Baobao's hair was messy, which made her look a little lazy. She pouted and said coquettishly, "Then carry me there." Wang Zijin just came in and heard such words. She raised her eyebrows and said, "Okay, I'll carry you." She picked up the quilt and left. Qin Baobao curled up, wearing bright yellow bear pajamas. "Wang Zijin, you black-hearted maggot. Qinzhe, your sister scolded you again." Beat her. Qin Baobao jumped up from the bed and chased to the living room. The two of them tore fiercely on the sofa. Qin Zhe watched his two sisters rolling and screaming on the sofa. Qin Baobao pinched Wang Zijin's face, and Wang Zijin pinched Qin Baobao's chest. Suddenly, he felt that this kind of life was also very good. It was annoying. After they tore, he had to coax them. At least compared with Suyu, who was not loved by his father and mother, he was very happy. After dinner, Qin Baobao went back to her room. Sister, I bought 2 movie tickets. Let's go see it together. Qin Zhe followed into the room. Qin Baobao was not in good spirits. She glanced at the name of the movie. It was a romantic movie. She was not interested and said that she would not go. Oh, it cost dozens of yuan. I bought it. Qin Zhe pretended to be very distressed. Then let's go find Zijin. Qin Baobao shrank her head into the quilt. Okay. Qin Zhe ran out happily. Qin Baobao was stunned and felt that she had been tricked. Oh, this little guy was getting more and more scheming. In the living room, Qin Zhe beamed at Wang Zijin. Sister Ziwei. Let's go watch a movie. Watch a movie again. Wang Zijin did not want to go. She rolled her eyes and said, Did your sister approve? Qin Zhe nodded and said happily, She approved. Let's go. Looking at Qin Zhe's strict appearance, Wang Zijin couldn't help but lament his misfortune and be angry at his incompetence. This little guy was so pitiful. He had to trade stocks during the day and play games and video games with his sister at night. He did not have any private space. He had to deal with his sister while asking her to watch a movie. They had watched 3 movies in a row this week. Even if you bought a few bouquets of flowers, it was better than the movie tickets. It was a boring way of dating, but someone was happy. Wang Zijin was bored. Let's go, let's go. Qin Zhe saw Wang Zijin go into the room to get her bag. Before she left, she slapped his sister's butt. When she escaped, she looked refreshed. Let's go. She pulled Qin Zhe out of the door. Behind them, Qin Baobao bared his fangs and brandished his claws. The cinema was in the commercial and residential area where Qin Baobao was pickpocket. It was on the 2nd floor of the food store. It was not good to go too far to watch a movie at night. Since Qin Baobao lost her beloved mobile phone here, she had not come here. She would rather take a detour. With the little guy accompanying her, Wang Zijin was not worried about pickpocketing. Passing through the dim construction area, Qin Zhe wanted to hold Wang Zijin's hand several times, but she avoided him. If the little guy could stand firmly on her side when she and Qin Baobao were fighting, she would hold his hand. Wang Zijin thought. The name of the movie was Emotional Consultant. The protagonist was an emotional consultant. He had his own emotional consulting firm and 3 consultants under him. The family was the cell of society. Nowadays, in the materialistic society, marriage was turbulent and the divorce rate soared. Society had emotional cancer and it was in the late stage. What we have to do is to remove these cancer cells one by one and save the health of society. We are glorious and great. The movie began with this passage. In a conference room, the protagonist gave a speech to his consultants. There was no doubt that this was an urban romance drama. The business of the protagonist's emotional consulting firm was very good. Every day, people who were frustrated in love came here and asked the protagonist to help them. One day, a woman came to the protagonist and said that she was heartbroken, but she couldn't forget him. The protagonist had seen a lot of similar situations. He told her that time was the cruelest thing. Could cut off everything. Family, friendship, love, money, power, and glory were vulnerable in front of it. What you have to do is to go out more and let time dilute this relationship. The woman cried and said, But I can't forget him. Every time I see him, I can't control my feelings. But I can't leave him because he is my brother. What the F***ck so exciting? The protagonist was shocked. What the F***ck so dramatic? Qin Zhe was also shocked. The woman said that she didn't know that he was her brother at first. She was the daughter of a rich family. They met at a banquet. He was handsome and elegant, and he pursued her crazily. Here the woman was immersed in her memories. Her brother was an expert in flowers. Flowers, fireworks, love poems, bungee jumping, traveling. He had endless ways to get girls. He got girls. The woman gradually fell into the river of love, unable to extricate herself. Then came the dramatic part. Her boyfriend was her biological brother. He was the child of her father and his first love. But in the end, in order to marry the daughter of a rich family, the mother and son were heartlessly abandoned. Her mother died of depression. He was determined to take revenge. Everything was his conspiracy. He planned it step by step. His goal was to destroy her family. The woman knew that she shouldn't continue to love, but she couldn't control her feelings. When the protagonist heard this, he felt that the woman's love was deeply rooted. He felt that things were very troublesome, so he asked the woman to come back next week. He had to formulate a treatment plan. The next day, another man came to the small clinic. He looked decadent and depressed. He described his emotional experience. He said that he fell in love with his biological sister. He approached his sister with evil intentions. His goal was to destroy her family. This was originally a drama, a conspiracy. But when he got along with his sister, he was attracted by her kindness and beauty. He couldn't help but fall in love with her. His father's family was destroyed by him. He successfully took revenge on the man who abandoned his wife and son. But he didn't feel happy because his love for his sister was deep. He went overboard. The male protagonist's mood at this moment could only be described as F***ck. He thought, you guys really know how to play. If you knew this would happen, you wouldn't have done it in the first place. Love can't be played because it is poison in itself. At the end of the ending, the male protagonist used hypnosis to erase the man and woman's memories. They met on the street, smiled at each other, and brushed past each other. If only life was like the first time we met, why would the autumn wind be sad? This wasn't a romantic drama. On the contrary, the whole film was filled with sad emotions. Watching it made one's heart ache. Qin Zhe whispered to Wang Zijin, "This person brought this upon himself." He even dared to flirt with his own sister. Wang Zijin felt the same. She said faintly, "Sisters are the same. They can't be flirted with. I'm afraid this person's legs will be broken." Qin Zhe didn't dare to speak. He felt that Sister Ziwei was implying something. Chapter 212. In November, Feng Yu had two things to do. Attend the Golden Melody Awards and Star Arts CEO's wedding. Both events were at the end of the month and they were related to Qin Bao. As the CEO's henchman, Qin Bao received an invitation from Star Arts CEO's wedding. Qin Zhe's name was on the invitation, and the invitation read, inviting Qin Bao and her younger brother to attend. Fine, a minor character who does not even have a name. Qin Zhe thought that Huang Yizong's words were quite reliable. If he said he would invite him, then he would invite him. However, when it came to doing things, he was unreliable. He probably told his subordinates to write the name of baby Qin's younger brother on the invitation. So this was how Qin Bao Bao and her younger brother attended came about. Are you Tom, Dick, and Harry too arrogant, or am I, Qin Zhe, too lazy to do anything? I had not appeared in public for a month, and you all forgot about me? At least I am an internet celebrity. Star Arts CEO's wedding was on the last day of the month. This year's Golden Melody Awards will be held next week. And Qin Bao Bao was invited to attend as the year's hottest female singer. She was one of the nominees. Qin Zhe was also on the nominees list. Although he did not feel he was part of the industry, he was known as the fastest singer. What AF * King title. The Golden Melody Awards was organized by Taiwan, and it was one of the most professional music awards in Asia. It was also China's most professional music awards. In fact, before 2003 this was a third-rate award, and the Taiwanese were just overjoyed. But after the Golden Melody Awards expanded, the nationality restrictions were lifted, and Hong Kong and mainland singers were nominated and won. This was an inevitable trend. Taiwan was only so big, and if the singers were overjoyed, they would never expand. But there were still restrictions. Only the singers who had released their Mandarin albums in Taiwan can sign up for the Golden Melody Awards. Qin Bao Bao's albums were also released in Hong Kong and Taiwan. Not only the digital albums, but the songs she sang and singer were also released on CD. Qin Zhe had sold the online copyright, and the rest of the copyrights were given to Star Art Entertainment. Although it was politically sensitive, China, Hong Kong, and Taiwan had a harmonious relationship when it came to business and entertainment. Taiwanese and Hong Kong celebrities came to China to earn money, and Chinese celebrities came to Taiwanese and Hong Kong to earn money, although the amount they earned was not much. There was another similar award, the Chinese Golden Melody Awards, which was set up in Hong Kong. This was where the Hong Kongers got high. There were almost no Chinese singers, and most of the winning songs were in Cantonese. Although Cantonese songs were good and had dominated the Chinese music industry for a long time, in recent years, the new generation of Hong Kong celebrities were all failures. But he didn't care. He just wanted to get high. Many netizens watched this year's Chinese Melody Awards and complained about how awkward and speechless they were. He didn't know any of the award-winning singers and had never heard of any of the award-winning songs. The comments on the live stream went like this: "I can't even appreciate it. I'm so embarrassed." Fast forward the entire process. Is it because our mainland singers are trash? Or is it because our fans can't even lift a knife? Qin Baobao sighed and said that her sister had a fear of heights. She was so tired from the flight these few days. My sister wants kisses, hugs and lifts. Star Art Entertainment helped her to participate in this competition. For a singer, the Golden Melody Awards were a rich resume. And for an entertainment company, the more awards their artists received, the more proud they would be. Qin Zhe sat next to his sister on the sofa. He was dispirited and had dark circles under his eyes. It was as if he had masturbated 7 times in one night. It was all because of the small goal of earning 100 million. Qin Baobao felt sorry for her brother. She said that this Golden Melody Awards was a good opportunity for him to see the world and travel to Taiwan to relax. Qin Baobao had been to Hong Kong once, but she had never been to Taiwan. Qin Zhe thought for a while. The stock market had been rising steadily these few days. Because he had chosen the right stocks, there was no need for him to invest in the short term. He had already written his investment plan for next week, and it was a good idea to accompany his sister. Qin Baobao was very happy. She pretended to ask Wang Zijin, "Do you want to go together?" Wang Zijin said happily, Okay. Qin Baobao's face instantly turned stiff. Wang Zijin sneered and said, "Who told you to be pretentious? I didn't want to go. But since you invited me so sincerely, I can only go." Qin Baobao immediately said, "You don't have to force yourself." Wang Zijin glanced at her and said fiercely, "Let me pinch your big breasts and I'll change my mind." Qin Baobao said with a scared expression, "Then be gentle." Wang Zijin was silent for a moment and patted her head lightly. "You're hopeless." These few days, the entertainment media kept pushing news related to the Golden Melody Awards. The 28th Golden Melody Awards gathered. The list of nominees for this year's Golden Melody Awards is announced. The Weibo public account of a famous music platform posted on Weibo. The 16th Chinese Golden Melody Awards is here. As a music event held every year in the Chinese music industry, this year's star lineup includes famous singers from Hong Kong, Chinese phenomenon artists, independent original artists, mainstays of the music industry, and so on. More than 80 groups of popular singers and musicians will gather in Hong Kong to share the peak night of the Chinese music industry. Lazy Cat app. This year's Chinese Golden Melody Awards will have nearly 100 of the most representative stars and musicians of the Chinese music industry. This year's excellent Golden Melody Awards can be said to be fierce competition. The old generation of singers is constantly singing good songs, and the new generation of singers is rising strongly. It will definitely be wonderful. According to reliable news, the popular female singer Qin Baobao, who has been in the limelight recently, has too many excellent songs, and her award-winning song has once caused a dispute among the judges. You see, shocking, the Chinese Golden Melody Awards organizing committee has a dispute because of Opera 2. Dozens of senior judges are debating whether to include it in the list of award-winning songs. On the internet, Qin Baobao's fans were overjoyed. "My Qin Zhe is amazing. Even Russian can be nominated? There's nothing wrong with it. Isn't Qin Zhe a Chinese? Haha, I just want to know the result. Has the list of nominated songs been announced? Wait and see. We'll watch the live broadcast." Opera 2 once again jumped into the public eye. At the same time, some long-existing objections broke out. A well-known Weibo account posted along Weibo, "It's impossible for Opera 2 to be nominated for an award. If a lip-sync song can be nominated, it can only be said that the Golden Melody Awards are no longer authoritative. At first glance, Opera 2 is indeed very shocking, but in fact it can't stand up to scrutiny. Don't be fooled by Qin Zhe. Don't be fooled by the singer program team. That's an electronically synthesized voice. Qin Zhe's foundation in lyrics and music is good, but his singing is too fake. This is a fake, hypocritical person. It's just a layman's claptrap. This person was quite active on the internet and was famous for criticizing stars. He was jokingly called the #1 troll in the entertainment industry by netizens. He dared to criticize any star in any hot topic. When a star became popular, he would criticize this star. When a star became popular, he would criticize that star. I was wondering why you didn't criticize Qin Baobao. In the end you still came. Damn troll, if you're so good, why don't you do it? You're the #1 troll in the entertainment industry. You have to participate in everything. A while ago there was a female star who showed off her baby. She was also criticized by him for the despicable act of showing off her baby. She really has nothing better to do. But there were also people who agreed with him. I've said that Qin Zhe's voice is unscientific. That creepy singing voice must be electronically synthesized. Some people have suspected before that this voice is unscientific. It's definitely fake. Is the organizing committee of the Golden Melody Awards deaf? Can't they tell? It's lip-synced. In the whole song, only Qin Baobao's part is real. Qin Zhe's singing is electronically synthesized. Someone has already analyzed it. Apart from the most amazing falsetto, this song is actually ordinary. After the singer program ended, some people on the internet questioned Qin Zhe's lip-syncing. However, he was not a star in the entertainment industry, so no one paid attention to him. Moreover, after the program ended, the popularity quickly faded, and the doubts were extinguished. Now that the topic of Opera 2 came out, with the #1 troll in the entertainment industry leading the rhythm, the doubts came back. The fans and the Rational Party quarreled fiercely. They were everywhere on Tieba forums and Weibo. In fact, dozens of senior judges of the Golden Melody Awards did have a debate. The judges were all senior musicians. Some of them appreciated Qin Zhe very much, and some were amazed by Opera 2. He could be nominated for the award even if he spoke Russian. Anyway, the composer was not Russian. But there were also people who objected. They had all listened to Opera 2, and felt that such a pure voice was definitely electronic and lip-synced. In addition, Qin Baobao's award-winning song was also controversial. Although there were many awards, they were all unique. Some judges liked Blue and White Porcelain, some liked Exaggerated, and some felt that The Most Familiar Stranger was also good. They all had their own opinions. In the end, the outside world did not know, but there must be a result because the Golden Melody Awards were only a few days away. Chapter 213. It was more troublesome to apply for passes in Taiwan, and the time limit was longer. Qin Zhe went through Xingyi Entertainment, and it was much more efficient. The Golden Melody Awards were on Saturday the 25th, and the siblings bought tickets for the 20th. They were preparing for a 5-day trip to Taiwan. As for Qin Bao's manager, assistant, etc., Qin Bao arranged to meet them at the hotel on the 25th. Wang Zijin was envious and said regretfully, "I want to go too." Qin Bao coldly rejected her. She did not want a third wheel like her to follow. "Are you saying that you touched my boobs for free?" Wang Zijin straightened her chest and said, "I will let you touch my boobs back." Qin Bao did not agree and mocked her best friend. "What's so good about small buns?" Qin Zhe thought in his heart. Small buns are also delicious. In the end, there was an unavoidable war. Qin Bao had gone to Hong Kong for a holiday when she was in university with her classmates. Other than the travel and accommodation expenses, she also asked her grandfather for nearly 10,000 renminbi. She bought a lot of bags, cosmetics, clothes, and did not forget to bring back some gifts for Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe was envious and went to his grandfather. "Dad, I also want to go and have fun. Can you give me some money?" Actually, he did not like to travel. He mainly wanted to squeeze some money from his grandfather to fill his little treasury. However, the old man who knew his son better than his father could see through Qin Zhe's thoughts. He immediately said, "Get lost." When the elder sister returned, she showed off her travels to her younger brother. She said that there was nothing fun in Hong Kong. The prosperous areas were quite prosperous, but that was only a small area. Most of the residential areas were old and the houses were old. Qin Zhe suspected that his sister was lying. He only believed her after he went to university and studied economic history. The housing prices in China and Shanghai were scary, but they were not comparable to Hong Kong. The Hong Kong government relied on land auctions to become rich. The highest prices were in Beijing and Shanghai. The average price in Hong Kong was 3 times that of Beijing. Hong Kong's total land area was about 1,095 square kilometers, which was about 1/6 of Shanghai. One could only imagine how expensive the house was. But when it comes to housing prices, the Shanghai residents are more pressured. This is because of the difference in the average salary of Hong Kong and Shanghai residents. That's why Qin Baobao said Hong Kong residents' houses were old. It was because the developers could not afford to demolish them. In recent years, many old houses in Shanghai were in a similar awkward situation. Qin Zhe's aunt's house was said to be demolished 10 years ago. Qin Zhe's aunt's house was said to be demolished. Qin Zhe's aunt looked forward to it, but it was not demolished. They landed at Taoyuan Airport, and their first stop was Taipei. Before Qin Zhe came, he had checked the travel guide. The siblings decided to travel from Taipei to Kaohsiung, and they would travel all over Taiwan. 5 days was definitely not enough time for them to play around. Qin Zhe picked a few of the most famous tourist attractions. He discussed it with his sister. His sister waved her hand and said that she trusted A's. Qin Zhe felt that she was just trying to be lazy. Luckily, it was not the peak season, and there were not many tourists in Taiwan. They queued at the airport to take a taxi to Taipei. Qin Baobao could do whatever she wanted. If she could take a taxi, why would she take the subway? The taxi driver was a middle-aged man. He had been sitting there for a long time, so it was hard for him to escape the fate of having a big belly. He kept glancing at baby Qin's face from the rearview mirror. She had a sharp chin, rosy lips, a sharp nose and tender skin. It was a pity that she was wearing a pair of sunglasses, which affected the viewing effect. Her eyes must be very beautiful. The driver thought. Are you all tourists from China? The driver asked in Mandarin with a heavy accent. That's right. We are here to look for friends. Qin Zhe laughed. He did not say that this was his first time here. That's why Xiao Bai said this. No matter where they go, they must not say that they are not familiar with the roads. If not, they will get ripped off. But Qin Zhe had underestimated the determination of Taiwanese tourists to rip off Chinese tourists. He used his international roaming to check the index and sold a few shares. He switched to the map and noticed that the taxi had taken a long detour. Driver, this is not the way to the city. Qin Zhe said casually. You took the wrong turn at the junction. The driver was also an old fox. He replied without changing his expression. The road is blocked at this time and I took a detour. But it's faster. This was the first time Qin Zhe came to Taiwan, and he could feel the malice. These days, Hong Kong and Taiwan were treating Chinese tourists as fat pigs. They were fighting to rip them off. If not, they would be embarrassed to tell others. It was better to travel alone, but traveling with a group was a trap. The taxi stopped in front of the hotel, and Qin Zhe paid the fare and alighted with his sister. Feng Yu silently called the taxi company to complain, and told the customer service the driver's number and name. As for whether it would be effective or not, that was another story, but it was better than doing nothing. How much did you get ripped off? His sister, who had been silent all the way, asked with a smile. Not much. Qin Zhe shrugged his shoulders. Some people say that traveling is going from a place that you are tired of to a place that others are tired of. Qin Baobao tirelessly taught her younger brother. I have a more down-to-earth way of saying it. Traveling is a trade where one is willing to fight and willing to suffer. Wherever you go, you will be cut by a knife. It's like this in Hong Kong, Taiwan, and the scenic spots in China are also like this. How many foreign tourists are ripped off by the taxis at the Shanghai airport every year? How can you not be ripped off when you are traveling? It's okay to suffer some losses when traveling, but don't fight with the locals. Otherwise, your losses will become bigger. Didn't you hear about female tourists being beaten up on the internet? Qin Baobao pretended to be naive in front of her brother. She was actually very smart. Her sister patted Feng Yu's head. I am testing A's and training you. The way you handled the situation just now was very mature. My A's has grown up. This is the first time I heard someone talk about being lazy in such a refreshing way. Qinzhe slapped his sister's hand away and said, I was ripped off today and I will let you get needles tonight. Qin Baobao blinked. She did not get what her brother was talking about. The two of them checked in. Qinzhe had booked the hotel online. It was not as good as a 5-star hotel, but it was better than a chain hotel. Qinzhe's room was facing his sister's room. It was 10 a.m. Qin Baobao put down her luggage and knocked on Qinzhe's door. She could not wait to go sightseeing. Qinzhe was walking along a commercial street in Taipei. There were half-new houses on both sides of the street, and there were some messy neon signs. Felt like a 90s Hong Kong movie. Taiwan was the same as Hong Kong. There was a limited number of prosperous areas, and most of the places could not keep up with the times. It was hard to escape the fate of decline. When we were in primary school, our teacher told us that Taiwan is a good place. Taiwan is a treasure island, and there are treasures everywhere. Qinzhe sighed. Now Taiwan's glory is a thing of the past. In the past, the Chinese had tried their best to sneak over to Hong Kong. Back then, Taiwan was like a bright firework. China saw its brilliance, Japan saw its brilliance, and even the United States saw its brilliance. In the 60s and 70s, those who were lucky enough to visit Taiwan would come back and say, Damn, it's so rich. Baobao. Qin Baobao pouted. She did not have a good impression of Taiwan. Baobao, be a good girl. I will buy sweets for Baobao later. Qinzhe sent a smiling emoji. Damn, that's disgusting. Who are you to call Baobao? Call me sister. Qin Baobao got goosebumps. Come, sister. Hold my arm. No. Humph. Although Qin Baobao was wearing sunglasses, her tall and sexy figure, as well as her half-exposed face, attracted the attention of many passers-by. Qinzhe pulled the hem of his sister's sweater to cover her full buttocks. What are you doing? Qin Baobao was shocked. Little brother is actually so bold as to make a move in broad daylight. Qinzhe could not say, I don't like people staring at me. So he said, Your shirt is wrinkled. Really? Qin Baobao was doubtful. Taipei was a famous city in TV dramas and novels. Qinzhe had always wanted to go there. Now that he had arrived at this place, there was a kind of disappointment that said, Hearing about you is not as good as hearing about you. As the saying goes, don't look at the mountains after returning from the 5 mountains. This saying also applies to Shanghai. If you can visit all the cities in Shanghai, you will not be interested in other cities in China. The former tallest building in China, Taipei 101, was replaced by the central building in Shanghai. So, Qinzhe filtered out the places that were flattering on the internet. They did not want to waste time, so they could only stay in Taipei for one day. After that, they had to go to Kaohsiung and return to Taipei for the Golden Melody Awards. Presidential Palace, Chiang Kai-shek Memorial Hall, Yinmingshan Park, Forbidden City, Longshan Temple. Click, click. Qin Baobao had a DSLR around her neck. She took a few photos wherever she went. Her hair was flying in the wind, and her smile was like a flower. Walking on the bustling street, she was like a beautiful scenery. My dear son, help me take a few photos. Qin Baobao looked back and smiled. Qinzhe was so angry that he wanted to hit her. His elder sister liked to talk nonsense and took advantage of him and his mother in all kinds of ways. Qinzhe took a few photos with the DSLR. But his photography skills were really rubbish. His sister was not satisfied. She punched his chest and said, What's the use of having you? Qinzhe was helpless. Ordinary people could not play with a DSLR. They played for half a day and visited the Memorial Hall, Presidential Palace, Forbidden City, Yinmingshan Park, Longshan Temple, and finally arrived at Ximenting. This was the most famous shopping district in Taipei's Western District. Wang Zijin asked Qin Baobao to help her buy some things back. She did not have a specific target. She just wanted to buy something. Although it was an important shopping district, there were less people than any shopping mall in Shanghai at this time. Qinzhe was speechless. He told his sister that they should go back to Shanghai to buy some things for Sister Ziwei. What good things could there be? There are still good things. You can just follow me. Qin Baobao held her brother's hand and pulled him around. It's not the peak season. There are so few tourists from the mainland, his sister said. It has nothing to do with the peak season. Recently, there are conflicts between the two sides. Tourists don't like to come. Qinzhe said. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. If it was not for the Golden Melody Awards, he would not like to come. Qinzhe took his sister to eat and play. They tasted all kinds of local delicacies. Qin Baobao bought a few clothes and a few small accessories. She also bought Qinzhe a Doraemon phone pendant. What's wrong with your brain? Our phones don't have pendants, Qinzhe said. His sister playfully stuck out her tongue and said, Oh, I forgot. The next stop was Taipei 101. His sister was looking forward to this, once the tallest building in China. Moreover, there were many luxury stores. When a woman's desire to spend came up, she did not care about patriotism. Near the 101 building, there was a young woman in formal clothes. She was holding a microphone. Behind her was a cameraman. She stopped people and asked, Are you a tourist from the mainland? Most people waved their hands and shook their heads. A few tourists from the mainland were stopped. They looked unwilling to cooperate. They said a few simple words and left in a hurry. The young woman stood outside the 101 building. She looked around and was stunned by the scenery of Qin Baobao and her brother. The man was so handsome. The woman had a great figure. She called the cameraman to welcome them. She stopped Qinzhe and asked, Are you a couple from the mainland who came to Taiwan for a vacation? Yes, Qinzhe answered subconsciously. His sister gently kicked his calf. Chapter 2:14. Qinzhe was just too lazy to explain to the woman in front of him, who was dressed like a reporter. Let her misunderstand. However, his sister was clearly thinking more. She was a public figure. Even if she was not very popular in Taiwan, once she was on the news, someone would definitely recognize her or Qinzhe. Then Qinzhe's words would be inappropriate. They did not tell the old master and Qin Ma that they were secretly traveling. They just said that they were going to attend the Golden Melody Awards. If the video was taken and leaked to the mainland, the old master would definitely explode. The young woman smiled. Hello, I'm Li Yu, a reporter from Wanwan TV. Can I do a simple interview with you? Qinzhe looked at his sister. She turned sideways so that the camera would not capture her face. Hence, she did not see her brother's questioning gaze. All right. Li Yu received an affirmative answer and was overjoyed. She put the microphone in front of Qinzhe. Hello. How should I address you? My surname is Qin. Mr. Qin, what do you think of the recent conflict between the mainland and Taiwan? Li Yu asked a sensitive question. News had to attract attention and become a hot topic. Of course, it had to be the hottest and most controversial topic. In the past, when reporters interviewed mainland tourists, they liked to ask them, What do you think of Taiwan? The mainland tourists would say, Taiwan is good. It's rich and beautiful. After the news was broadcasted, the Taiwanese felt proud and happy. It was like the Americans running to China and saying, China is great. Long live China. It instantly made the Taiwanese feel good. In recent years, fewer and fewer mainland tourists said that. The Taiwanese were also tired of hearing it. Hence, the reporters changed the topic of the interview. Taiwan belongs to China, Qinzhe said. It was the same answer. Every mainland person said the same thing. Li Yu asked again, Do you have any other opinions? Taiwan belongs to China. Li Yu. You, Qinzhe. Taiwan belongs to China. Do you have any specific opinions? Li Yu asked helplessly. Qinzhe coughed. Then I'll just say a few words. Li Yu nodded excitedly and moved the camera closer. Qinzhe said loudly, First, firm principles and pragmatic goals. Adhere to the One China principle without wavering. 2. Put the people first and benefit our compatriots in Taiwan. Implement the policy of placing our hopes in the people of Taiwan, fully respect, trust and rely on our compatriots in Taiwan, do everything possible to solve their concerns, and take care of and protect their legitimate rights and interests. 3. Expand exchanges and deepen economic and trade cooperation. Actively implement the consensus on cross-strait exchanges. 4. Using the law to restrain solitude, using the law to promote harmony. Li Yu had no choice but to interrupt him. He forced a smile and said, Are you a civil servant from the mainland? Qinzhe said, No, I'm just a commoner. Li Yu thought to himself, Stop lying to me. How can a commoner recite the Taiwan policy? Do you think I'm a fool? She regretted interviewing Qin Zhe. She felt that he was an old con man even though he looked young. Then what do you think about the decrease in tourists from the mainland and the decrease in tourism revenue from Taiwan? Is it because of the recent conflicts between the two sides? Liu asked the question that all Taiwanese were concerned about. I don't think so, Qin Zhe said. The living conditions of the mainland people are not that good. After all, we can't afford tea eggs. Liu thought. You finally admitted it. You brought your girlfriend to Taiwan this time. Do you plan to buy luxury goods? I don't plan to buy too much. After all, we don't have credit cards in the mainland. It's inconvenient to bring too much cash. Qin Zhe said in distress. Qin Baobao couldn't hold back and laughed. Liu didn't notice that the girl's face was filled with excitement. It's rare to meet a mainland person who dares to speak the truth. I heard that the mainland stock market has been very hot recently. The stock market has risen to more than 4,000, a record high. The mainlanders have all invested in the stock market and made money. However, experts have pointed out that this is just a rumor. Is it true? Liu asked again. Some are true and some are false. Qin Zhe shrugged. Some people make money and some lose money. However, the stock market is doing very well. Then, Mr. Qin, do you invest in the stock market? How much profit have you made? Liu looked directly at him. If this mainlander was lying, she could immediately tell. As a mainlander who can't afford tea eggs or credit cards, I set a small goal for myself, Qin Zhe said with a serious expression. What small goal? Liu couldn't wait to ask. Make 100 million a month. Qin Zhe's expression was calm. Qin Baobao clutched her stomach, her shoulders trembling. The air suddenly became quiet. Liu's expression was dull, and she didn't know how to respond. The experts were right. They all liked to brag. Thank you very much for accepting our interview. Then I won't disturb Mr. Qin and your girlfriend. Goodbye. Liu called the cameraman to leave. Don't you want to continue the interview? The cameraman asked her. No need, Liu said excitedly. The other mainlanders I asked before were too conservative in their answers. They didn't like to communicate with us. This is good enough. I have enough topics. I'll go back and finish writing. The two got into the car park not far away and drove away. On the other side, Qin Baobao clutched her stomach and laughed. Her head was on Qin Zhe's chest, laughing and bumping. Ace, my little sweetheart, I love you so much. Haha. Qin Zhe smiled and patted his sister's head. Let's go and buy something. Coming out of the 101 building, Qin Zhe had a few more shopping bags on him. Qin Baobao helped the old man buy a famous watch, and helped Qin Ma and Wang Zijin buy cosmetics and bags. They didn't buy too much. If they really wanted to buy luxury goods, there were some in Shanghai, and they didn't lack the tax money. Qin Baobao said that she still wanted to go to the night market, but Qin Zhe didn't want to go. There was really nothing to go to in the Taipei night market. Also, the internet said that the peddlers there were thick-skinned and black-hearted. If he carried so many shopping bags there, it was obvious that the words stupid but rich were written on his face. That night, a news interview with a mainland tourist appeared on Wanwan TV's news. Taiwan belongs to China. Taiwan belongs to China. After all, we can't afford tea eggs. After all, mainlanders can't afford credit cards, the news anchor said. Since the experts mentioned the mainland's recent situation, this is the first time mainlanders admitted that they can't afford tea eggs and credit cards. He said a lot and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said that mainlanders like to boast and boast that they could earn 100 million a month. It was unrealistic to boast, and people could see that he was bluffing at a glance. This news caused a heated discussion on the internet. Wanwan's netizens didn't know whether to laugh or cry on Facebook, and it even made the headlines the next day. In the hotel, Qin Zhe took a shower and was ready to sleep. There was a knock on the door. There was no need to guess, it must be his sister. She was wearing her teddy bear pajamas and walked into her brother's room with a tired face. She lay on the bed and rolled around. I'm so tired. If you're tired, go back to your room and sleep. Why are you lying on my bed? Qin Baobao placed the room card on the bedside table and lay on the bed. Her two legs hit the bed. Help me massage. Massage, right? Qin Zhe slapped her perky buttocks and rippled. Is it here? Qin Baobao cried out in pain. She turned over and gave her brother a Foshan shadowless kick. Good boy, help me massage, Qin Baobao said softly. My legs are sore and painful. After playing for a day, she couldn't take it anymore. Qin Zhe liked his sister's tricks the most. He immediately held his sister's feet like a puppy and massaged from the soles of her feet all the way to her thighs. Done. Qin Baobao retracted her legs and said, Massage my shoulders. Qin Zhe massaged his sister's shoulders again. Qin Baobao narrowed her eyes comfortably. The internet said that you lip-synced opera too. I'm so upset. Trolls are all like that. Why should we care about them? Qin Zhe said casually. Then do you think opera 2 can win an award? Without waiting for Qin Zhe to answer, she said, I don't think so. But I think you should have no problem winning the Best Composer award. I'm not from the entertainment industry. It's the same whether I win it or not. Of course it's different. With the award you can raise the price when you write songs next time. Qin Baobao calculated. If you lose money in the stock market, you can write songs to make money. Qin Zhe knocked his sister's head with a chestnut. Think of me better. Qin Baobao muttered. How rude of you to have a younger brother like you. I didn't cultivate virtue in my previous life. Wrong. Qin Zhe rolled his eyes. Mom, you didn't cultivate virtue in your previous life to have a son like me. Wow, you're actually taking advantage of our mother. Qin Baobao turned the tables on him. After massaging for a while, Qin Baobao felt sleepy. She narrowed her eyes and murmured, Go to sleep. Oh. Qin Zhe got up and turned off the lights. He lifted the quilt and got in. Suddenly, he was stunned and felt that something was wrong. Hey, go back to your room and sleep. This is my bed. Don't be noisy. If you get up and freeze, you won't be able to sleep again. But you can't sleep here. Qin Baobao pulled the quilt over her head. I'm asleep. I can't hear you. Late at night, the plane flew across the dark sky and landed at Taoyuan Airport. Su Yunhan took off her eye mask and rubbed her sleepy eyes. Surrounded by several assistants, she was the first to leave the plane. This was the treatment for first-class passengers. Star Art didn't have a branch here, so there was no driver to pick her up. But Su Yunhan had been in the entertainment industry for many years and had many Taiwanese celebrity friends. At the exit, she saw a sign with the name, Su Yunhan. She led the assistants to greet her. Sister Su, over here. A middle-aged woman waved at her. This was her celebrity friend's manager. The middle-aged woman led them to the parking lot and sat in the large nanny van. There were two beauties with different styles sitting in the car. They were the same age, 24. A damn girl group. A very popular girl group in Taiwan. They debuted in a singing talent show at the age of 18. They were popular in Taiwan for many years. Then their career hit a bottleneck, and they moved their acting career to the mainland. They traveled between Taiwan and the mainland. Su Yunhan had known them for many years. They were all singers and got along well with each other. Sister Su, couldn't you have come earlier? People are usually asleep at this time. The sweet-looking Ding Lixin complained. I just finished a commercial performance. Su Yunhan smiled. Why don't we have supper together? The charming Guling said. Let's go to the hotel first and arrange the luggage and people. Su Yunhan nodded. On the way, Guling scrolled through Facebook. No one knew what she was looking at, but she giggled from time to time. What are you looking at? Su Yunhan asked curiously. A news video. Guling was overjoyed. An interview with a tourist from the mainland. So funny. That guy said that the mainland can't afford TX and credit cards. Haha, he's so self-deprecating. He's mocking us. Ding Lixin had obviously seen the video and commented. But he's too good at bragging. He said something about setting a small goal to earn 100 million a month. He's really good at bragging. Su Yunhan went over to take a look. In the video, Qin Zhe said casually, 100 million a month. F***ck, it's him? Su Yunhan couldn't help but curse. Chapter 215. Big Sister Su, you know this person? Ding Lixin blinked. She had a pair of bright and clear eyes. Coupled with her delicate face, she gave off an innocent and sweet vibe. Su Yunhan was speechless for a long time. She wondered why he was here. Even if he attended the Golden Melody Awards, he didn't have to be here a week in advance. Let me see the video. Su Yunhan took Ding Lixin's phone and watched it from beginning to end. She quickly recognized Qin Baobao. That hot and voluptuous figure was too familiar. Did they come to Taiwan to have fun like me? The manager took out a bottle of red wine and poured a glass for the three of them. She smiled and said, "When it comes to stocks, Big Sister Sue is really good. How much did you earn this month?" 3 million, right? Guling's expression was excited. Big Sister Sue, you're too good. Earning money in the stock market is like picking up money. The topic immediately changed to the stock market. Ding Lixin hugged Su Yunhan's arm and whined, "Big Sister Sue, I want to invest 2 million. Bring me to the stock market." Su Yunhan ignored them and focused on watching the video. She mumbled, "Earning 100 million in a month? This brother is unbelievable. Qin Baobao is really lucky." "Big Sister Sue?" Guling nudged her. Su Yunhan took a deep breath and said, "He's not bragging. Maybe it's really possible." "Who?" Both Ding Lixin and Guling were unable to react to her abrupt words. Su Yunhan smiled and said, "Do you know who the handsome guy in the video is?" The two of them shook their heads. Guling thought for a moment. "He looks familiar, not ordinary." "Of course not ordinary." Su Yunhan smiled. "I've told you guys before that I'm also a stock trader with my friend. I'll buy the stocks she recommended to me and sell them whenever she told me to. I've invested 5 million in them and I've made 3 million in a month. That friend is Qin Baobao, right? You mentioned it before." "To be precise, it's Qin Baobao's younger brother. He's the god of stocks that the netizens on the mainland have recommended. Although it's just a joke." Su Yunhan pursed her lips. "Oh, that's the guy." Everyone in the car, including the manager, was stunned. "Ah, she's Qinze." Guling clapped her hands. Guling was obsessed with good looks. She often drooled when she looked at the posters of young male idols. She also changed boyfriends frequently. She had paid attention to Qinze before. Because Qinze was too famous in the music industry, his influence in Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan was limited. She had only seen the news. At that time, she felt that this young man was really handsome and energetic. No wonder he looked familiar. Ding Lixin blinked her eyes and opened her mouth slightly in shock. "It's really him? He's the one who lip-synced." "What lip-syncing? Don't talk nonsense," Su Yunhan said unhappily. She had a good relationship with Qin Baobao. At the same time, she also owed Qinze a favor. Guling's eyes shone. "Sister Sue, help me connect. I want to ask for a song." Ding Lixin shook her arm. "Sister Sue, introduce us. I want to invest in stocks." Su Yunhan thought, since they were here, they could meet up tomorrow and have fun together. Introducing friends was fine. It was normal for friends to introduce each other's friends and mingle. However, she would not take the initiative to ask for a song or invest in stocks. She would let them do it themselves. "Alright, send me the video. I'll post it on Weibo," Su Yunhan said. The next day, Qinze woke up. A delicate fragrance lingered around his nose. He turned his head and saw his sister's sleeping face right in front of him. Her soft body was pressed against him, and her hair was messy. It made her seem a bit lazy and cute. Ding! The system's voice rang in his mind. Qinze's first thought was, "Do I have F***king system?" His second thought was, "The lame system is up to something." "System, don't say anything," he said in his mind. However, the system ignored him and gave him a mission. "Give your sister a morning kiss. 10 points will be awarded if you succeed. Points will be deducted if you fail." It was a dispensable mission. Qinze breathed a sigh of relief and pecked his sister's face. "What do you want?" Qin Baobao opened her eyes immediately. "Want? Damn, was this woman pretending to be asleep?" Qinze felt embarrassed. Fortunately, he was thick-skinned. He pretended to be relaxed and said, "Give you a morning kiss. Time to wake up." Qin Baobao pouted. She sat up and stretched comfortably. With her messy hair, she hummed a song and went back to her room to wash up. Qinze was brushing his teeth in the bathroom. He thought for a while and said, "System, can there be fewer missions like this in the future? It's very awkward." "Perverts see perverts," the system replied. "Aye." Qinze was speechless. "Isn't a morning kiss normal? From your perspective, all foreigners are like this." I didn't ask you to kiss your sister's little mouth. Who wants to kiss my sister's mouth? I'm not a pervert. Chinze thought. You are. The system insisted. F*CQ. Host, do you still remember the lecture you attended at Fudan University? The system suddenly said. The system seemed to be particularly talkative today. I forgot. Chinze said angrily. A guilty person refused to recall the things that made him feel guilty. The system said, this is a kind of illness, a psychological illness. I think you can save yourself. As long as you have 998 points, you can exchange the top psychological knowledge home. You will be relieved of all your worries and worries. It will be as if you have been reborn. In the future you will be calm and peaceful. Say goodbye to the complicated feelings. The system said. I think you just want to cheat me of my points. If you mention this kind of thing again, I'll get angry with you. Chinze said. Okay, host, as long as 998 points. You can contact me at any time after you've thought it through. There was a knock on the door again. His sister's crisp voice said, Little bumpkin, are you ready? Let's go to the next stop. It was easy to hear the excitement and happiness in her voice. They carried their suitcases and walked in the long corridor. The lights on both sides were soft. The elder sister said with a smile, Doesn't it feel like a trip? We'll go to the ends of the earth, to a place where no one knows us. But this world isn't lonely, because I'm here to accompany you. Chinze looked at her smiling face. A song came to his mind. It was a song from the Point Store. Give me a cup of forgetful water, let me not cry for a night, all my sincerity. Let the rain and wind blow, the love I gave can't be taken back. On the bus leaving Taipei, Qin Baobao received a call from Su Yunhan, inviting them to visit Treasure Island. She heard that the siblings had left Taipei on the bus and was quite disappointed. She said that she wouldn't disturb the two of you. Have fun and see you at the Golden Melody Awards on the 25th. Chinze said, We can get off the bus and wait for her. Maybe there's a special seat, silly sister. Qin Baobao gave him a karate chop and rolled her eyes. You're smart, okay? I don't want her to come. Chinze was puzzled. Aren't you close? Qin Baobao glanced at him. I can't be bothered to talk to you. Her silly brother couldn't understand a woman's sensitive and delicate thoughts. Huh. They left? Ding Lixin's face was full of disappointment. Then see you on the 25th, Guling said. She was very interested in Chinze. He was multi-talented, good at making money and handsome. Su Yunhan replied with an and leaned against the sofa. She logged into Weibo with her phone and uploaded the video with the caption, My brother has no integrity at all. I laughed for a long time after watching it. I guess this brother must be Chinze. Qin Baobao will cry if she sees this. When did my brother become your brother? Chinze is doing something again? Is he speculating in the stock market? Netizens commented immediately. They didn't watch the video and just grabbed the sofa chair first. Then they clicked on the video to watch it. The video was only 3 minutes long. The background was the streets of Taipei, which happened to be opposite the 101 skyscraper. Otherwise, the sharp-eyed netizens would have recognized this landmark building. I'm a reporter from Wanwan TV station. Can I do a simple interview with you? Baodao is China. After all, people in China can't afford tea eggs. People in China can't afford credit cards. Let's set a small goal, to earn 100 million a month. After watching the video, countless netizens vomited blood and exploded. People in China can't afford tea eggs. There's nothing wrong with that. What's a credit card? I've never heard of it. We don't even have 24-hour ATM machines here. Chinze, this joker is really good at complaining. Aya, Prince Charming, you're being naughty again. Come to my bowl. Let's set a small goal. 100 million. Aya, he's bragging. Some fans reposted the video to Qin Baobao's Cheba and forum. They even wrote a long post about it. I just saw a video from Baodao. If it weren't for Su Yunhan's Weibo post, we probably wouldn't have seen the news there. Yes, this is an interview. I'm sure everyone is familiar with the person interviewed. Chinze. The whole video is full of complaints. Tea eggs and credit cards are really funny. I just love to see Chinze ridicule seriously. 100 million a month? Small goal? The original poster spat out saliva on the spot. Also tell me, is the beauty next to him Qin Bao Bao? It must be Qin Bao Bao. Why are this pair of siblings in Taipei? Qin Bao Bao and Qin Zhe are really close. They're together everywhere. The netizens below replied. The original poster doesn't understand. They're participating in the Golden Melody Awards. Ha ha ha. The TX and credit cards joke is going to be popular again. Bragging. 100 million a month. Damn, that's a small goal. Speaking of which, is it possible for Qin Zhe's Opera 2 to win an award? It shouldn't be possible. One also said that this song was lip-synced. This song is very shocking. The first half is low and depressing, paving the way for the last shout. That reversal is very shocking. When I first heard it, I felt goosebumps all over my body. However, I also don't believe that it's a real voice. Will I be scolded for saying this? Enhanced pinned. More and more people watched the video. Then, it accidentally became a hot topic on Weibo. At night, there were more than 10 celebrities who reposted the video. Most of them were singers. Qin Zhe was now in high demand in the eyes of singers. With a few songs he made Qin Bao Bao an A-lister. Then he was at the bottom. Looking at the entire music industry, there wasn't a single songwriter with this ability. Qin Zhe's productions were definitely top quality. He was definitely not bragging. Chapter 216. November 24th. The siblings went around in circles from Taipei to Kaohsiung, and then from Kaohsiung to Taipei. They enjoyed the local customs, scenic spots, and historical sites of Taiwan. Unfortunately, time was limited, so they traveled from Taiwan to Kaohsiung and played there for a day. The next day, they took the high-speed train back to Taipei. At noon, they tasted the local delicacies of Taipei. His sister received a call from her manager, Li Yanhong, saying that they had arrived in Taipei. Qin Bao Bao hung up the phone and muttered, "They're here so early. So annoying." She held her brother's arm and snorted, "Don't worry about them. Let's go out again." "Oh right, don't book a hotel today. I got Sister Li to book a 5-star hotel. Star Art will reimburse you. Save when you can. Sister, you're so good at managing the family." Qin Bao Bao was a little proud. If his mom heard this, she would probably laugh her head off. Qin Zhe cursed in his heart. The hotel they were staying at was a 5-star hotel about 10 kilometers away from the venue of the award ceremony. It was the most high-end hotel in the area. The siblings arrived at the hotel in the afternoon. Li Yanhong was waiting at the entrance with 2 young female assistants beside her. "Bao Bao, how was your trip to Taiwan?" Li Yanhong's face was full of smiles. She also wanted to come along and accompany them 24/7, but Qin Bao Bao didn't agree. She said that she was traveling with her brother. Why should she join in? Li Yanhong retorted, "Traveling with your brother. Why can't I join in?" Qin Bao Bao was speechless. She said firmly, "In any case, you're not allowed to follow." Thus, Li Yanhong arrived in Taiwan today. After helping Qin Bao Bao and Qin Zhe check in, the group took the elevator upstairs. Li Yanhong said, "We met a lot of celebrities in the elevator just now. Most of the celebrities from the mainland are staying at this hotel, because this hotel is the best hotel in the area." One of the female assistants stared at Qin Zhe and interrupted, "We also met Su Yunhan. She asked when you would arrive." Qin Bao Bao nodded. In front of the assistants and managers, she was very careful to keep a distance from her brother. She didn't hold his arm, nor did she act cute. Instead, she looked like a goddess and a big sister. If you need anything, just tell Sister Li." Qin Bao Bao was like an older sister taking care of her younger brother. "Thank you, sister." Qin Zhe pretended to thank her. Qin Bao Bao rolled her eyes. She covered herself with her bag and secretly pinched his waist. With her manager by her side, Qin Bao Bao did not continue to pester her brother. She did not look for him for the entire afternoon. After Qin Zhe finished reading the index finger, he took a short nap. At 8:30 p.m. there was a knock on the door. It should be his sister who called him to eat. Qin Zhe was wearing a pair of large shorts and a tight thin t-shirt. These were his pajamas. In the past, Qin Zhe didn't wear pajamas when he slept, only wearing a pair of boxers. But these days, his sister shamelessly wanted to sleep in his room, so Qin Zhe had to temporarily use it as pajamas. On the first day, his sister used her aching back as an excuse to sleep in his bed. On the second day, she said that it was not safe in the neighborhood. What if bad people broke into the house? She did not feel safe and wanted to sleep in his bed. That night in Kaohsiung, Qinzhe brought his sister to a room. His sister insisted on having 2 rooms. Qinzhe said that since they were sleeping together, it was a waste of money to have 2 rooms. In the end, his sister blushed. She was anxious and said, "Shut up. Who wants to sleep with you?" At night, she really did not enter his room. In the middle of the night, she knocked on his brother's door and lay on his bed. Without any excuses, she said confidently that he should sleep early and wake up early the next day. Today was the 4th day. With Li Yanhong and the assistant around, his sister would not come to his room again. Qinzhe opened the door. The first thing he saw was his sister's beautiful face standing at the door. Then it was Su Yunhan and 2 other beauties with different styles. He was stunned. He felt that the 2 beauties looked familiar, but he could not remember. Su Yunhan was the first to greet him. She waved at him. "Hi." The charming Guling looked at Qinzhe with interest. She gave him a score in her heart. Looks, 8 points. Figure, 9 points. Temperament, 6 points. He could be considered a high-quality handsome guy. Compared to Ding Lixin, who had a temperament and personality, she was more lively and playful. She liked to greet handsome guys. However, she liked the new and hated the old. None of her boyfriends lasted a year. She was not a scumbag. After all, they parted on good terms. However, she was definitely not a chaste woman. In this aspect, Hong Kong and Taiwanese celebrities were more open. They did not even dare to say that they were in a relationship. If they changed girlfriends or boyfriends frequently, they would be called scumbags. Go change and eat. Qin Baobao pushed his brother in and closed the door. "Baobao, your brother is so handsome." Guling's eyes lit up. "Of course, my brother. The best." Su Yunhan continued. The 3 of them laughed. Qin Baobao rolled her eyes and corrected her. "Wrong, he's the most handsome." Su Yunhan was overjoyed. She said to the 2 girls, "I told you that she's famous for showing off her brother." That night, they settled on the 3rd floor of the hotel. Guling said that she wanted to take the siblings to eat some local snacks. However, Qin Baobao and Qinzhe had eaten a lot in the past few days and were not interested. Dinner was a Western-style meal. There were steak, spaghetti, borscht, foie gras, fruit platter, and red wine. After Su Yunhan's introduction, Qinzhe remembered that the 2 Taiwanese beauties were once a popular girl group. They were not outdated, but they were definitely not as popular as they used to be. He had heard their songs before. They were called something like TM Group. He did not think that there was a problem before, but now he could not look at the 2 letters TM directly. Guling said, "Qinzhe, I like all the songs you write. You're my idol." The Taiwanese girls' accents were all coquettish and naturally gave people a sense of cuteness. "You said that you earn 100 million a month. Is that true?" Ding Lixin looked at him curiously. "Of course it's true." Qin Baobao wanted to show off in front of outsiders again. "A's, give me the phone." Qin Baobao took the phone and grabbed her brother's thumb to unlock it. She then logged into her account and found that she could not log in. "Ah, you changed the password." Qin Baobao glared at her brother, her face full of anger. "Didn't we agree that the wife's money belongs to me?" He stopped in time and could not mention this in front of outsiders. "Idiot, the account is different." He had many accounts and took turns to control them on the same phone. Qinzhe felt that his sister liked to show off, especially him. Just like how Qin Ma liked to carry Qin Bao around the neighborhood and show off her beautiful and cute daughter. Both mother and daughter were the same. However, Qin Baobao did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. Not showing off one's wealth was the mindset of the common people. The entertainment industry was famous for its generosity. The topics they usually talked about were, "Let's go on a yacht trip during the holidays." The pay this year has increased again. Now, each film is worth tens of millions. I heard that your album sold well and earned tens of millions. There was also a female celebrity who had made hundreds of millions in the stock market with her rich friends. Not to mention the entertainment industry, the news was exposed and everyone knew about it. Therefore, Qin Baobao did not think that this was a big deal. It was her brother who was too narrow-minded. Qin Baobao logged into his familiar account and clicked into the background. He showed off. Here, this is what my brother earned. A few women came over to take a look, each with different expressions. Su Yunhan was the calmest and was only slightly surprised. Ding Lixin was shocked and could not believe it. 60 million? If he was a celebrity, it would be easy. The most popular young male idols now could earn 10 to 20 million in a movie. They could earn hundreds of millions in a year. Looking at their group, not to mention their peak, it was already very good that they could earn 50 million a year now. After all, singers did not earn as much as movie stars. They were also not A-list singers, so they could not compare to those big shots who could earn hundreds of millions a year. However, Qin Zhe was not a celebrity in the entertainment industry, nor was he a rich businessman. How could he earn 60 million just by trading in the stock market? Oh my God! Guling's mind was active. She asked, "How much is the capital?" "The capital of this account is 20 million. Qin Zhe chewed on the foie gras and took a sip of red wine. "There are other accounts." Guling's eyes lit up. However, Qin Zhe just nodded and put his phone in his pocket. "The other accounts are just a drop in the ocean. They are not as much as this one." Qin Zhe's total assets were 110 million. After deducting 45 million, he would earn about 60 million. There was still a week to the end of the month. The small goal of earning 100 million was already set. After dinner, Guling suggested to go to a nightclub. Taiwan and Hong Kong's nightclubs were very developed. As these places were small, it was common to see celebrities going to nightclubs. Many celebrities went to nightclubs, and it was often mentioned on variety shows. It was not a bad thing to do. It was better than taking drugs. It was not like China, where celebrities had to be secretive when they went to nightclubs. "There is a famous nightclub nearby. We should be able to meet a lot of friends in the industry today," Guling said. Qin Baobao looked at her brother with an inquiring gaze. She liked to be lively and couldn't be a nerdy girl like Wang Zijin. But going to nightclubs was her brother's taboo. She had to apply for permission. If her brother approved, she would go. If not, she would go back to her room to sleep. Qin Zhe was very generous and said, "Let's go." At this moment he remembered a movie. He heard that it was very convenient to pick up corpses in Taiwan. Chapter 217. Qin Zhe arrived at the destination bar with a yearning yet vigilant heart. The yearning was because of the famous corpse picker. When he saw the news, he heard that there was a tide of corpse pickers in Taiwan. He was so envious. After being a dog for more than 20 years, he couldn't help but look forward to such things. He was vigilant because he was afraid that someone would take the opportunity to take advantage of his sister. He had to keep an eye on her and not let the perverts take advantage of her. But when he arrived at the bar, he realized that he was thinking too much. The bar was in line with his impression. It was noisy and dazzling. But this bar was not small. There were booths in the corner of the first floor and a huge dance floor in the middle. Men and women were twisting their bodies and shaking their heads on the dance floor. It was like a gathering place of evil spirits. The lights of various colors were dancing and the music was very dynamic. The second floor was a large booth with few people. Standing by the railing, one could see the reveling evil spirits below. One could clearly see the panoramic view of the first floor. There was also a singing stage. At this time there was no singing. There was only a group of sexy girls in bikinis twisting their hips and swaying their hips coquettishly. Below the stage, a group of hungry wolves were howling. Qin Zhe had seen his sister in a bikini. He was disdainful of those coquettish girls. Just like Yang Guo, who had practiced the 9 strategies beyond the swords, he was no longer interested in third-rate sword skills. Speaking of which, his sister's bikini was still lying in the closet at home. She never touched it again. Qin Zhe had one more goal: to make money. He must buy a villa with a swimming pool. Every day, he could see his sister in a bikini, her perky butt moving up and down in the blue water. Just thinking about it made him excited. Qin Zhe used to be afraid that his sister would be taken advantage of in the bar. In fact, he didn't know that the bar had its own rules. If there were no rules, the bar would not be so popular. Take corpse pickers as an example. A single drunk woman would be picked up by the roadside. Similarly, if a single woman came to the bar to play, or a few women came to the bar to play, they would be hit on or even drugged. But if there was a male companion, the hungry wolves would know that this prey had an owner, unless the prey was too eye-catching. Su Yunhan and the rest were celebrities. Of course, they wouldn't hang out on the first floor. The private room was lively and isolated from the hungry wolves. They ordered a box of beer, 2 bottles of imported wine, and a few bottles of 2L green tea. They mixed it with the imported wine, and the 4 women played dice enthusiastically. On the contrary, he left Qin Zhe, who didn't know how to play dice, aside. Guling was an expert and Qin Baobao was also smart. Only Ding Lixin and Su Yunhan were defeated time and time again, and they kept drinking as punishment. Su Yunhan's alcohol tolerance was very high, so a few glasses of wine were nothing to her. Ding Lixin, on the other hand, was soon flushed and her eyes were blurred. Guling's phone buzzed. Someone had sent a few pictures to a celebrity group chat. Anyone interested? She focused her gaze and saw that it was the bar they were in. Guling smiled and said, "I told you we would meet some acquaintances. Yang Xiaoming and the others are here. Why don't we invite them over for a drink?" Ding Lixin whispered into his ear, "Yang Xiaoming is famous for being a pervert. When he sees Sister Su and Bao Bao, he will definitely pester them endlessly." Guling looked at Qin Zhe. He was standing by the railing, overlooking the dance floor. His back was tall and muscular. Just by looking at his back, he was undoubtedly very attractive to girls. "Forget it then," she said. Yang Xiaoming was a little fresh meat from Taiwan. At most, he was a B-lister who had just debuted a few years ago. In this era, anyone with a little bit of good looks would have a chance to become famous. You can't expect celebrities to have high standards. They were always glamorous on stage, but in private, there were all kinds of weird people. It was just like how a person who became rich overnight would wear a huge gold chain and eye-catching branded clothes would want to announce to the whole world that he was rich. To get out of the stage of being a nouveau riche, one would need time to settle down. Ding Lixin set a death flag, and Yang Xiaoming came looking for her. He even brought 2 women and a man. Looking at their dressing, they were all celebrities. Guling, Ding Lixin, you guys are really here. Yang Xiaoming was full of smiles. I knew it. I was right. The booth was transparent with glass on both sides. A bar like this was for the liveliness. There were no private rooms and it wasn't a KTV. When Yang Xiaoming saw Su Yunhan and Qin Bao, his eyes lit up. "Qin Bao, haha, I've heard a lot about you." Of course he knew Qin Bao. Although she was a new female singer and had just become famous, her CDs were sold in Taiwan and were very popular. Qin Bao's CD box was very simple and crude. It was just her headshot and it was a beautiful mess. Yang Xiaoming stretched out his hand, and Su Yunhan and Qin Bao shook hands with him. Qin Bao slightly touched his skin and withdrew her hand. Yang Xiaoming brought his friends to join in, and it became lively. Some drank, some chatted, and some played dice. During this time, Yang Xiaoming kept pestering Qin Baobao. He tried all sorts of ways to strike up a conversation and persuade her to drink, but Qin Baobao remained indifferent. Occasionally she would reply, but she would always drink the wine. Qin Zhe knew that his sister loved to drink. Without her brother, she would restrain herself. But with her brother beside her, Qin Bao drank as much as she wanted. However, her alcohol tolerance was not good. Qin Zhe finished his glass and returned to his seat to pour himself another glass. Yang Xiaoming's face was red from drinking, and he made a fuss. "Hey, there's still a brother here. He's standing there motionless. I thought he was a statue." He was mocking Qin Zhe for turning a blind eye to them just now. Qin Zhe thought in his heart, "I'm thinking of a plan to earn hundreds of millions. Why would I care about you guys?" Yang Xiaoming pestering his sister made him unhappy. When he was unhappy, Qin Bao was happy. She seemed to like seeing her brother being jealous. Even her interest in chatting with Yang Xiaoming increased. Qin Zhe, a female celebrity, recognized him. Qin Zhe looked at her a few times and did not know her. His impression of Taiwanese celebrities was still the same as the older generation of celebrities. Those celebrities in their 30s and 40s were either retired or famous. They would not hang out in bars with Yang Xiaoming and his group of juniors. "Your song is so good. I like it a lot." The female celebrity was overjoyed. Qin Zhe did not know why, but he remembered that line. "Everyone in the bar is talented and they speak well. I like it a lot. You flatter me." Qin Zhe sat down on the sofa, and the female star happily came over, wanting to drink with Qin Zhe. After drinking, she didn't leave and kept asking him all kinds of questions. It seemed that super-like wasn't just for show. Qin Bao drank too much and leaned on the sofa to take a nap. When he opened his eyes, that woman was almost sticking to his black heart maggot. This time Qin Bao was not happy. He thought to himself that he should not come to bars. There were so many flirtatious cheese. I drank too much. I want to go back. Qin Bao Bao supported herself on the sofa and got up. Usually, when there were flirtatious cheese pestering her brother, Qin Bao Bao would not reveal her true feelings. At most, she would curse them in her heart. But now she was drunk. Her eyes were blurred, her cheeks were red, and her head was dizzy. Can you stay for a while longer? Yang Xiaoming urged her to stay. Others also urged her to stay. What time is it? Why are you leaving so early? But Qin Bao Bao insisted on leaving. He staggered and got up. Qin Bao Bao and her brother left first. After leaving the bar, the cold wind blew. Qin Bao Bao shivered. But she was even more drunk. Her head was muddled. She threw herself on the roadside and vomited. Then her brother helped her to sit on the bench to rest. I'm going to the toilet. You sit there and don't move. Qin Zai's bladder tightened. He wanted to pee. His sister giggled and pointed at the bench. You can pee here. If I pee here, I'll be in the headlines tomorrow. Qin Zai thought for a while. Forget it. Let's go back to the hotel first. Picking up corpses in Taiwan was very popular. He could not leave his sister outside. Speaking of picking up corpses, his eyes wandered around the area. But he didn't see any drunken girls. What are you looking at? Qin Bao Bao looked half asleep. Let's see if there are any drunk girls. Qin Zai said. Wow, you pervert. You're still thinking about other girls when I'm here. Qin Bao Bao said the truth after drinking. She lay down on the bench. I'm drunk. Hurry up and take me home. Her cheeks were flushed. Her face was like a peach blossom. Her sharp oval face was charming and delicate. Her legs were long and straight in her tight jeans. Using the internet's popular saying, you won't get tired of it even after 10 years. As for her 36D, there was only one word to describe it. Exquisite. Qin Zai was angry and amused. He put his arm through her legs. Girl, are you alone? Yes. Can't find your way home? Yes. You're as beautiful as a flower. Why don't you go to my place and rest for a night? Okay. His sister cooperated and put her arms around his neck. Ace, can I still sleep with you tonight? Qin Bao Bao mumbled. Yes. Chapter 218. At 9:45 p.m., they took a taxi back to the hotel. Qin Zai threw his sister on the bed and rushed to the toilet to relieve his bladder. The whole world was wonderful. Her elder sister staggered into the toilet and threw up as soon as she came in. Hey. Qin Zai had no choice but to turn around and peed on the floor. F***ck. The hotel did not have a mop, so they could only use the showerhead to wash the floor. Qin Zai flushed the toilet and carried her back to the bed. Qin Bao Bao was tall and was not heavy. His sister had always controlled her weight. She hugged her brother's neck and did not let go. She said, I was so happy drinking today. Happy your head. Qin Bao Bao said, A's sister wants a kiss. Qin Zai gave her a peck on her face. She was not satisfied and pointed to her mouth. She wanted a kiss here too. Qin Zai tapped her lips with his finger, and she fell asleep happily. Qin Zai opened the map and searched for a 24-hour pharmacy nearby. He bought 2 sobering pills. Qin Bao Bao took the pills and continued to sleep. She woke up at 10:30 p.m. When she opened her eyes, she had a blank expression as if she didn't know what year it was. When she saw her younger brother leaning on the bed and watching TV, she immediately felt relieved. She said, My head hurts. Qin Bao Bao sat up and leaned her head on her brother's shoulder to watch TV with him. It was a wuxia film from the 90s in Hong Kong. It was a classic. Qin Zai watched it when he was young. He felt that all the dramas from that era were classics. Unlike now, all the dramas were full of bad points. If sister acted in a TV drama, you will definitely act better than her. Qin Bao Bao pointed to the female lead in the drama. The female lead was a pure and innocent girl. Although she was an auntie now, she was very popular in the past. Qin Zai looked at his sister's charming face. You will not be able to act as the female lead. Why? Qin Baobao was not convinced. You are suitable to play the female devil in the movie. Qin Zhe laughed. The second female lead was a big villain. Her makeup was flirtatious and she had the same oval-shaped face as her sister. Qin Baobao was so angry that she hammered her younger brother with her little fists. You black-hearted maggot. Qin Zhe begged for mercy. I was wrong. Qin Baobao seized the opportunity and said, I want to eat a zong noodles. Perhaps because she had just woken up, her mind was still in a daze, so she didn't have the time to get angry. She had eaten a zong noodles in Ximenting before, and Qin Baobao was full of praise. But where could she buy it at this time? It was far away. Qin Zhe said that he would eat tomorrow. His sister rolled around on the bed, saying that she wanted to eat now. She twisted the quilt into a ball. Qin Zhe magnanimously forgave his sister for not being able to think clearly. He gently slapped her butt and said, Go to bed early. Your head won't hurt tomorrow. He didn't urge his sister to return to her room. The siblings had a tacit understanding. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Qin Zhe, you're back? Baobao, is she still outside? Li Yanhong's voice could be heard. She saw that the room number was lit up and knew that Qin Zhe had returned. But Qin Baobao's room number was not lit up. Li Yanhong took care of Qin Baobao like her own daughter. It was very dangerous for a girl to wander around a nightclub in the middle of the night. Qin Zhe's face changed. He retracted his hand from his sister's waist and said guiltily, Go and hide in the toilet. Okay. Qin Baobao felt even more guilty. She hurriedly lifted the quilt, put on her slippers and ran to the toilet. The siblings panicked as if they had been caught in bed. Qin Baobao ran into the toilet. She was a little clear-headed. She thought for a while. That's not right. Why should I hide? Is my sister so shameful? Qin Baobao turned back to the bed and kicked Qin Zhe. That's right. Why should I hide? Qin Zhe was dumbfounded. Qin Baobao tidied up her wrinkled pajamas and opened the door graciously. Baobao? Li Yanhong was stunned. Why are you in Qin Zhe's room? I thought you didn't come back. Qin Baobao looked indifferent. I'm talking to A's. Sister Li, go to bed early. After sending Li Yanhong away, Qin Baobao ran back. She kicked off her slippers and shrank back on the bed. She pinched Qin Zhe's waist tightly. Why are you hiding? Why are you hiding? Qin Zhe resigned himself to it. At this moment Qin Zhe's phone rang. There was a message notification. He smiled mysteriously. I'll go downstairs. Why are you going downstairs? To give you a surprise. Qin Baobao blinked her bright eyes, but Qin Zhe didn't say anything. He got up, put on his clothes and walked out of the room. About 5 minutes later, she suddenly heard a commotion coming from downstairs. The hotel was located in the busiest area of Taipei. Even though it was past 10 o'clock, there were still many pedestrians. It was so noisy, so annoying. Qin Baobao lifted the quilt and searched for a long time before she found the other slipper that she kicked far away. She walked to the window and saw a small square across the street. There were 5 big words written with candles on the square.